Cool. I'm back. Do a little chill stream tonight. I wanted to just kind of sit here and work on some art, so I figured let's go live, see who's around, chat. Be merry. Maybe go on Reddit a little bit, as we're getting started. It's been a while since I've perused Reddit, so I thought it might be fun to go to the page and see what sticks out. If there's any interesting subreddits that we can find. So yeah, let me get my little thing set up here. Hello, Father Charles. How you doing? Yo, what up? Lord Bibby, I was just thinking about you. I was like, where's he been? How you doing? Good to see you. Happy New Year. Lord Bibby, the Bibster. Bibbity bubbity boop. Okay, there's that. Let me pull this up on here, get it pinned so I don't have to come back and do it again. So let's see. Announcements. I was on two different channels that got released today. I visited with David at the Zealot's Den. I posted a link to that on my community page, and I also had a chat with Glenn from the Glenn Lawrence channel, and that was posted as well. If y'all remember, Glenn came into my last chill stream, joined and had some really good conversation. So I connected with him since then, and it's been really cool. And he wanted to interview me about going from feminism to, my current state is, I think he titled it From Feminism to Femininity, which was interesting. Definitely polar opposites. But yeah, if you're interested in kind of my journey, it's a good conversation. Obviously, it only scratches the surface of things, but I think it will give more context. So let's pull up Reddit here and see what we can find. It's been a while. I thought, I don't know, it might be fun to go on there. All is well, Lord Vivi, all is well. Very French resistance, huh? Vive la République. Vive la République. Oh, dang. Terri Strange is on fire. How does she get that hair so good? Okay. Share here. Oh, should I sign into my old? I wonder if it has my password saved. I don't think. Yeah, I don't remember my password. I don't need to go in there. Oh yeah, okay. I don't need to get up on all that. Let me get in the corner here. What's up, David? Good to see you, by the way. Yeah, okay. So let's see. That's good to see. Oh, Kate Middleton is in remission. That's good. Anyway. Brian Johnson, that weirdo. When all eyes are on the bride, but your son is the groom. More weird mom stuff. Am I overreacting? Am I overreacting to be suspicious? My husband is cheating. I love you so much. When are you coming home, brah? Not till after work. So what happened last night? I told you I stayed at Rob's house. We passed out and I came to work from here. Oh, well, I think it's kind of odd, to be honest, on a weeknight, but whatevs. Are you mad at me? No. Bitch, why are you lying? You are mad at your hell no. Hell no. Hell to the nah. He stayed at his mate's house. He didn't contact you? Oh, I would be suspicious as hell, girl. Hell no. Hell no. Hell no. Nope. Are you mad? She says, he's like, are you mad at me? She said no. I'd be like, indeed, yes. Why are you saying that? Why are you being so combative? Girl, tell him you're mad at him. You don't need, like, why don't women do that? Like, no, I'm not mad. Girl, you're mad. You're ticked as hell. Then why are you being so combative? Lol, seriously? I mean, she doesn't seem to be very intelligent, so maybe, he does want to. I always make sure to keep in touch with you if I'm staying over somewhere or if I have extra work to get done. I spoil you all the time because I appreciate the wife that you are. My beautiful baby, please don't be mad at me. Let's have dinner tonight, just me and you. We can drop the girls off at your parents'. Oh, now he's dragging her parents into it. Nah. I don't know. I'd be suspicious. I don't know about you guys. What up, though, Samuel? What up, though, Samuel? Good to see you. You like my beret? I haven't had a red one. I finally got a red one. It was on clearance at H&M, guys. Got some nice winter wear, actually. I got some new gloves and I got a new scarf. Actually, my friend bought me the scarf. It's super cute. I was getting compliments on it all day Sunday. Everywhere I went, they were like, yo, that looks good. A woman in France loses 830,000 euros because of Brad Pitt. A woman in France was scammed out of 830,000 after believing she was in a relationship with Brad Pitt. These are the photos she received allegedly from Brad Pitt that convinced her. Girl, you got what you got. Girl who rejected me in high school messages me over 12 years later. What WTF, did you remove me or was there a glitch? Because you haven't even responded to my messages. Is everything okay? Are you mad at me or something? Hey, I'm currently with someone and they are kind of sensitive, so I'm just trying to do my best to respect her. Hope you understand. Oh, okay, makes sense. Sorry, I just thought you were mad at me for something. Happy you're happy. Really need to talk to you. It's important. Please, I need to see you. What's up? I need to talk to you in person. Weird. That's weird. Entire California congressional GOP visited Mar-a-Lago this weekend while fires ravaged their states. Shake my head. The dog tags of 58,307 male U.S. soldiers killed during the Vietnam War at the Harold Washington Library Center. Wow, isn't that something? Yeah. My grandpa warming a newborn pig by furnace. Aw, you be careful with that baby pig. They cook up easy. God, Reddit is so liberal. It's kind of amazing. Weight loss progress in 3 years using an indoor exercise bike. Hey, girl. God, it's kind of fascinating watching the Jello spin. Hey, quite impressive progress. Look at them bingo wings. Dang, I thought I had like loose skin, but it ain't that bad. Pretty amazing though, girl. Keep it up. Dang, girl, get it. Yes. Looks like she got a skin reduction or something, or skin removed. I don't know. I mean, if I had that much loose skin, I'd probably want to as well. Pretty impressive, huh? Congratulations. I love seeing people lose weight. I don't know about y'all. It makes me happy. Hey, Golden Wolf TV, he says, I have a nice commie look. And journalists are going to stop dropping like flies soon. Oh my God, do you think so? That's terrible. Yeah, I love seeing people get in shape, lose weight. It's impressive. It's also inspiring, you know, and it just, especially I love, you know, she showed it took a couple of years, but a couple of years of consistent activity, and she's greatly improved her life. Get it, girl. What the? Marjorie Taylor Greene enters a display cage featuring a January 6th insurrectionist. Oh, we gotta watch this.
Jesus, we trust in you. Jesus. You go, girl. God bless you, Marjorie. In Jesus' holy name. Jesus, we trust in you. Jesus, we trust in you.
Oh, dang, he got to kiss her too. Dang. I don't think he's a real insurrectionist. I don't get it. It's weird. I don't get it. My husband is a lazy piece of S word. I had multiple clear-cut career accomplishments in 2024. My husband, 0. No certifications, no college courses completed, no documentary features, no awards. How do you do that? I asked from across the dining table. How are you able to go through a whole year without doing any of these sorts of things and be okay? He didn't have a response. There is so much to unpack and unlearn from an exchange like this. Specifically, what's standing in the way of my ability to be content without conventional markers of accomplishment? My gut says that this is a question that many people, namely high-performing women, grapple with too. I don't have an answer, but I'm curious what your thoughts are. Could you go a single year without a single new certification, interview, award, promotion, and be okay with yourself for it? Would you think of a colleague, direct report, manager, friend, or spouse differently for not doing so? Oh, God. LinkedIn Lunatic sounds amazing. Let's go there. Yep, I think we found something good. Is Stacy here? I'm not signing into Reddit and you can't make me. Stop it. Yeah, I agree. South to West. What up, though? South to West. It is. It's an incredible accomplishment. It's just a triumph, you know, of mind over matter. When people really figure that out and take the steps they need to, I always applaud it. And also, there's a lot of hate that comes out when you lose weight. You know, people hate you when you get skinny. Yeah, and I love her. I love her too. She's wild. I love her. She's so crazy, but I mean, she's crazy like a fox. Oh, hey, we got a guest joining.
Yo,
What up,
what's
Nick?
up? What's going on, sister?
Oh, you know, just chilling here on the Reddit.
You're looking very French today. Very sensual with all the reed lipstick and reed hat,
Thank you. I put a hat on my head.
big freckles.
And you've got a hat too.
Yeah, I always wear the same hat. You wear the same.
I have so many hats. I probably have too many hats, but I feel like ladies should wear hats. I want to bring it back. A hat
Yeah.
for every outfit.
Yeah. Little bonnets.
Hmm. Little bonnets too. I don't have a bonnet. Wait, no, I do have bonnets, but those are for bed. That's
You wear bonnets to bed.
sometimes, yeah, I gotta protect my hair.
Oh, true.
I got long hair, and if it's wet, I gotta protect it, or if it's like there's product in it, or I can't tie it back. Yeah.
All right. Do you use shower caps to keep it dry when you don't want to wash it?
No, I usually just avoid getting my hair wet.
Oh, yeah.
I did look into buying some shower caps though recently, so that I could, get more of the shower experience.
Can you still hear me now?
What?
I don't know what microphone it was using because I didn't have this one turned on. Does it sound like I'm in a cave?
A little bit, yeah. Have you called in from a cave?
Yeah, I'm a rock spider.
The Ruckus Cave.
Steve's not here, man. Okay, let me see if I can change this audio.
I wonder about this title. It says, "My husband is a lazy piece of S word."
Does that sound a little bit better?
Whoa! Dang. That woke me up. What's going on now?
Does it sound like I'm in a cave?
No. It's very loud. It's very like,
In your face.
yeah, it is.
Yeah.
That's cool. That mic is like on a thing. You can move it around like that.
Yeah. Here, I'll turn it down a bit. Is that better?
Mhm.
Is that more bearable?
Yeah, it's good.
Do you hear can you hear the reverb? Is that better? Is that
There
like
is a little
dry?
reverb. There is a little reverb.
Not anymore though, eh? Now it's all nice and
Yeah, now it's pretty. But I might turn it up a little, like an octave or two.
oh, I can turn it up a bit.
Yeah, that's probably good right there.
Yeah, I just rebuilt my laptop and put all the OBS software and all that on it and plugged my microphone back in. So
Ooh.
it's a new build, and I don't know, haven't got the levels and all that sorted out.
That is cool though. Nerdy things.
Yeah, I hate it. Eh? It's
Fun,
it's too much,
logical things.
You push one button wrong and whammo, none of it works.
Exactly. See, that's why I'm so grateful for StreamYard. I used to do OBS when I streamed, and it was always a pain getting everything set up. And then every now and then I'd click the wrong thing and mess the whole thing up, and it would take like half an hour to figure out. Ugh.
What do you use now? Are you just using your phone or what?
No, I'm on my laptop. I have a webcam, and then my little plug-in microphone.
Oh yeah.
Okay, hello.
Nice.
Hi.
Yeah, I think OBS is a bit heavy on average laptops.
Yeah, it is a bit. But I mean, it was fun learning how to do it a bit, and
oh, for sure, yeah.
And it helped me do things that I wouldn't have been able to do before. But now I think, the technology's just gotten a lot easier with tools like this. So
yeah, it's getting easier and easier too. Like, as bad as AI might be for certain things, it's also very helpful.
I haven't delved into using any AI myself.
You are at the moment.
What? In what way?
Well, Google's one of the biggest AI platforms on the planet.
But I'm not using anything different than what I've always used.
Well, yeah, but you could, like, every time you use a computer, you are basically using AI, even if you don't realize that you are. Like,
oh my god!
Like, like I'm a web developer, right? And my hosting company that I put my customers on, they are now running adverts on even on my YouTube channel, basically saying you don't need a web developer anymore now. Like, you know how there's technical stuff that you have to do for a website? Like, you got to buy a domain name, and then you got to point your domain name servers to the server where the website is, and set up the emails, and then you have to do advertising using Google services and Facebook services and stuff. Well, now and now you don't have to do any of that. So it's literally just put a ton of web developers out of work because so the hosting company they used to rely on people like me to help businesses in my local area build their websites. But
Yeah.
now the hosting company is cutting me out of the picture, and you can literally just type in questions into the hosting company AI, and it builds it for you and does all the technical stuff in the back end for you and runs all your advertising and everything.
Whoa.
It's a Filipino company that's very heavily saturated in New Zealand. So like they've got a lot of New Zealand customers. So yeah, that's only like yeah. And just the other day, I saw these robots. These are real robots now that you can buy. They're currently $15,000, but they'll come down in price pretty quickly. They're Chinese made, and they're kind of like radio control cars, but they're big enough to sit on.
Mhm.
They're quite tough. And they are kind of like Mars rovers in that the wheels move in all different directions, and the axles for the wheels move in 360 degrees, so they can go over walls, over rocks.
Whoa.
They do about 60 kilometers an hour, and I realized very quickly, oh, okay, those robots. What you'll have is you'll have a lot of companies that are going to build attachments for those robots. So
Mhm.
you'll literally be able to send it down to the supermarket with a shopping list, and you'll be able to buy a lawnmower attachment for it. You'll be able to get it to drop your kids off at school. Like it's real, yeah, mind blowing stuff, man. Mind blowing stuff. That's out now.
Yeah. I just want one to like do my dishes and like
Give you a back rub.
sweep. Oh, do you think they could give me a back rub?
Absolutely.
Oh, wow. That might be
You don't
nice.
need you don't need no man.
I don't need to go to the massage place to get a
You don't,
massage. I
you
can
don't
just
need to leave the house and risk your pretty little self going out for dinner with some random stranger man.
Mhm.
You can just
They
have a
do be
robot.
strange. So Claude Ball says, Terry, don't go to DAL. I'm not sure what DAL is. And meet Kent. I think he's referring to Kent Hovind because they talk about him a lot, but I don't keep up with these people. And it says he's looking for a new wife. Did he get divorced or did his wife die? I need more information, Claude. But we have a new one coming on. Hello, Kirk.
I came up here to say nice hat.
Thank you.
So now that I've said what I came up here to say, Trips,
Hi. That's nice. Diddy's baby oil says he'll give me a back rub. Oh, thank you.
Diddy's baby oil.
I love Diddy's baby oil. So nice to me. And look, he gave me all these emojis.
There's 10,000 bottles of that, man. Wasn't
You
it
know,
10,000
he wasn't
bottles?
looking ashy. I'm referring to Kent at, oh, it's Dinosaur Adventureland. I've always wanted to visit that place. That's the like Young Earth Creationist Museum, right?
Oh, I'm
Even
quite
when
amazed
I
at the. Sorry, talking to myself.
I always thought that place looked interesting. It's the same place, right? Let me know, Claude. So what happened to his wife? Is she dead? Terri is my baby girl. I love her. Oh, that's nice. Oh, there's a private chat. Play this. Oh, sorry, I didn't see that. Hold up. Oh man, it's got scary music. Pentagon advisor reveals conversation to explore what we can do to protect people from Trump. I'm not worried about Trump.
Yeah, he just released it. It's, he only put that video up about 10 or 15 minutes ago. It's worth watching. They have a whole bunch of good-looking girls that are on Tinder, and they arrange dates with like high-profile Pentagon people and White House officials, and get them to divulge all their bullshit when they go out for dinner with them. And
Oh my goodness.
on undercover tapes. What do you call it? Hidden camera.
Well, okay.
So that's a Pentagon official talking about how they're gonna do everything they can to fuck over Trump. Excuse my language. I mean, fudge over Trump. You know, not a big.
No, not my daddy Trump.
Yeah, I know, right?
All right, let's see.
This top consulting firm, and my client is the Pentagon. So I'm embedded in the Pentagon. I work in the Joint Staff, which is the top military command. When she lost, I went into the intelligence community and I became an FBI special agent. So I became a spy hunter. So I was a counterintelligence agent, special agent at the FBI.
What's your like overall assessment of Trump?
He's a sociopathic narcissist who is only interested in advancing his name, his wealth, and his fame.
Is there anything you can do to like protect American people from stuff that he might try to do?
I'm in conversation with a couple of retired generals to try to explore what we can do.
Who were the retired generals that you were going to talk to?
They're like 1, 2, or 3 star generals and admirals. You probably know maybe 4 stars. So I also have a big day tomorrow, probably the biggest day of all. So we have this huge meeting with military leaders in a very secure room called the Tank.
Ooh.
So we have a tank meeting with like all of the top leaders in the United States military tomorrow on my topic that I prepared.
So it went well.
I think it went well. It's very sensitive information. We're gonna have to keep it between us.
Man, these guys totally suck. Especially like, just think about this. Like, you're some kind of spy, and look how easily you give information to a pretty girl.
Yeah, idiots, eh?
Even I know better than that.
But it's worse than being idiotic. It's like they are so full of themselves and so egotistical. Like they're saying that Trump is a narcissist, but this guy is literally a narcissist.
Oh yeah, a lot of people are narcissists. And so
These are the
narcissists are
people
usually the first ones to throw out that accusation of others too.
And these guys are consulting the Pentagon, which has like an arsenal of weapons and tools to smash you over, Terri, and me over, all the way over here in New Zealand.
I don't want to get smashed over.
And this guy is advising them.
This nerdy guy.
It's disgusting,
Just
man.
gotta pay a girl to go out with him, and he's paying a girl to go out with him, and she's double timing him, so she's getting paid by somebody else to go out with him, to get information from him, and he's paying to go out with her. Like, dang.
It's so funny, but it's not funny because these people are in charge of the Pentagon. Like, it's just
what up,
revolting.
Modern gentleman? He says narcissist.
Yeah.
For real.
I mean, it's beyond words, actually. Like, how disgustingly
This is 20
despicable these
minutes
people
long.
are.
I can't be playing this 20 minutes long. Let me put it on a faster speed. This guy is a nerd, though.
Have you heard of James O'Keefe before? He does this all the time. He's got like an army of girls. They call them American swipers, and they swipe on Tinder until they find like military officials and shit.
Oh my god,
And then they
really?
match with them and go out for dinner with them. Yeah, and then catch them on an undercover camera. He's got heaps of videos of like all these Biden officials,
Another
White
reason
House.
not to go on Tinder, people.
Yeah, if you got something
More
to hide.
reasons not to go use dating apps.
I want to get a high profile job
Specialized
just so I can
artificial
get a job
intelligence
with these
and
skills.
emerging technologies.
Oh,
Like,
So I can go out
sorry.
for dinner with, like, I might have a shot at one of these good-looking girls if I've got a high-profile job. You know,
That's true. Women love that thing.
wouldn't get much out of it though.
His fourth wife, he's had fourth wives. Oh, that's too bad. Oh, that's sad.
So look, and now he's divulging top classified information about quantum security and stuff like.
Yeah, it's amazing to me you would just give this kind of information to a girl on your date.
And he's so nonchalant about it, you know, like.
Wow. The
They live in a
government looks
different
for these
world, eh?
guys because they just whack them when they screw up. Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, loose lips sink ships.
And he looks suspiciously Chinese to me, I've got to say. Third or fourth generation Chinese. That's how deep the
There's
infiltration
a lot of
is.
Chinese in America.
Yeah, they're not all bad, don't get me wrong, but like if China has been infiltrating America for generations, like since the 1970s, now you're dealing with third or fourth generation Chinese bloodlines that are deeply embedded and rooted in American culture and the
That's
infrastructure.
right. Of course we are Golden Rule TV because we're more charming and we're more disarming and we can play dumb a lot better. That's right. That too.
It's like these girls that go out for dinner with these guys for James O'Keefe Media, you know, like they're spies, and they're just like they're like blatantly asking them like hard, like, you know, like questions about top security shit, and these guys are just blabbing it out like.
Yeah, it's really amazing to me. Claude, I don't know anything about Kent really at all. So I feel weird, like even hearing this stuff. It's like gossiping about somebody I don't even know. I'm sorry to hear that he has so many failed marriages. And he's a Christian, right? I don't like. You would think after the first divorce he'd be done. Oh well. I don't really believe in remarriage. I mean, maybe, but a lot of the time it's just asking for trouble.
like quantum, cybersecurity. Yeah.
What's quantum? I haven't heard of it.
Quantum is incredibly fast supercomputing that doesn't yet exist, but will soon exist. And when it does, it will change everything.
Hegseth.
Except, yeah.
Hegseth. Who's that?
Secretary of Defense. He's cheated on all his wives, all his girlfriends. He's had some sexual assault allegations. He's an alcoholic. There's a lot of observations of him drinking.
You're not a spy? You're not trying to like collect information from me?
Well, with me, you're literally with a former FBI agent, so you're gonna be safe.
Oh, what?
I became an FBI special agent, so I became a spy hunter.
You're a spy hunter, you say. Well, I'm a spy hunter too, but I'm evidently a better spy hunter than you. Jamie Manarino describes how he met Hillary Clinton in the mid-2000s when he was here at George Washington University pursuing a master's degree. He then followed Hillary Clinton to the State Department where he worked.
This person I met in college was Hillary Clinton. So I met her in college, and I worked for her since college. And then when she became Secretary of State, I followed her to the State Department, and that's how I worked there. And then she almost won again, right, in 2016.
So after Jamie Manarino worked for Hillary Clinton, he then became a special agent here at the FBI to, in his words, catch Russian spies, because according to Jamie, he's a spy hunter who specializes in counterintelligence.
When she lost, I went into the intelligence community and I became an FBI special agent because I was so upset. I was really angry. I wanted to catch Russian spies, Chinese spies.
Yeah.
Because they had really affected the outcome I felt in 2016. So I became a spy hunter. So I was a counterintelligence agent, special agent at the FBI.
After experiencing 4 years of a volatile economy, America is facing record inflation and a massive.
Wow, so he was like a
It's
Hillary
an
bro.
advert if you want to fast forward it a couple of minutes.
He's
the
a
advert.
Hillary bro. Fast forward it a
Ah,
couple
yeah.
minutes.
Yeah, past the advert.
Oh, Fisher Capital.
OMG.com, Fisher, OMG.com. Jamie Manarino, after working at the State Department, got a job as a special advisor to the Joint Chiefs of Staff at the Pentagon as a consultant.
I work at this top consulting firm, and my client is the Pentagon. So I'm embedded in the Pentagon. I work in the Joint Staff, which is the top military command.
So your boss is the Joint Chief? Is that what you said?
Yeah, the
Did I say it right?
the chairman of the Joint Chiefs.
Jamie works at the Pentagon with senior officials there regarding artificial intelligence technologies that, to quote Jamie, don't yet exist. He says they're going to, quote, change everything. And he talks about secret tank meetings there with senior officials. He mentioned one meeting that was going to happen literally the next day.
I specialize in artificial intelligence and emerging technologies like quantum, cybersecurity.
What's quantum? I haven't heard of it.
Quantum is incredibly fast supercomputing that doesn't yet exist, but will soon exist. And when it does, it will change everything. So that's what I do.
In their first encounter, our undercover reporter met with Jamie inside this Spanish restaurant where we set up a hidden camera inside. I myself was in disguise, sitting at the bar, getting camera B, and the spy who hunts spies disclosed all the information about the secret meetings with our undercover journalist.
So I also have a big day tomorrow, probably the biggest day of all. So we have this huge meeting with military leaders in a very secure room called the Tank.
Ooh.
So we have a tank meeting with like all of the top leaders of the United States military tomorrow on my topic that I prepared.
Are you serious?
So I have to go to that meeting, and I've
Wait,
waited,
I'm getting nervous for you.
waited 3 years. 3 years. Yeah, it's
Whoa.
finally gonna happen. Yeah. So like the chairman of the Joint Chiefs is the #1 military officer in the United States.
Okay.
He's leading the meeting. The vice chairman, the director of the Joint.
I love how like she sounds like me when I get a lot of guys on my panel. Just diverts into that little baby girl voice. The baby girl voice is undefeated, ladies. Never be afraid to pull out the baby girl voice.
Oh wow, that's great.
Oh my god, that's so. Oh my god,
Oh,
you're so smart.
It's
Every time he
commander
busts someone,
of all the command commands. So
like the next
European
day
command,
after he releases the
African
video,
command,
they
Northern
delete
command,
all their
Southern command,
LinkedIn,
Pacific
all their
command,
social media,
Cyber
and
command.
everything, and then they get stood down from their position.
I mean, how do you be like? I don't know. He just must have nothing going on except his job to talk about with a girl. I don't know.
He thinks his job is going to get him in bed. He's obviously done this a lot with girls, and because of his position, it gets, they swoon over him.
No, I'd be like so uncomfortable if a guy in his position was telling me all this information. I'd be like, this is an idiot.
Yeah, but you're a cool chick. I'm talking about girls that are trying to make something, like, they're trying to get a career in government, and they'll suck dick to get up to the top and all that.
Oh, goodness.
America's full of cocksuckers, man.
It seems to be, that's what I hear. I've never had to do that to get a job, though. But I've never worked for the government. Maybe that's how you get one of them cushy government jobs.
That's all that girls are good for in government, is sucking your dick.
Oh my God.
Like Monica Lewinsky.
No, she wasn't. She was just an intern.
She's one of the most famous cocksuckers out there.
Oh my God, don't. I used to serve her coffee. Don't say anything about her.
I mean, I'm sure don't get me wrong, I'm sure she's a nice girl, but
she's very nice.
People get tricked into, when you're young and you don't know any better, that's how it works. And the people at the top, they take advantage of that, and that's how the whole system works. You suck cock, or you get caught having your cock sucked on video camera, and then you're owned by someone.
That's right, Irish Repub. Speak up. What do you say, boy? I like how he types sometimes. His spelling is very funny.
The fuck you say, boy?
Mm. All right, shall we continue on with this nerdy guy?
Yeah, let's do it, man. Let's do it.
Himself.
And strategic command and transportation. Oh, and then special forces.
Wow.
Yeah, and space command. So they'll all be there. The chiefs of the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, the Space Force, and then OSD policy. So that's we're going to talk about AI.
So what are your talking points going to be?
That this is a very serious subject. We need to take it seriously. We need to overcome a lot of bureaucratic obstacles. We need to work better with partners, international partners. We need to, think creatively to avoid overclassification, which really prohibits the ability to share information across very quickly. Everyone has a habit in the intelligence world to overclassify something because they don't want to get in trouble. So once you label it top secret, no one's going to see it.
Oh.
And we have to share this with another country because we need to fight together. And you can't fight together with this kind of inability to share war fighting information.
Jamie, the advisor to the Joint Chiefs, attacked incoming Defense Department boss Pete Hegseth, stating Hegseth has a drinking problem and has cheated on all his wives.
Hegseth.
Hegseth.
Who's that?
He is a Fox News TV correspondent on Saturday.
So what is he going to do in the government?
Great question.
What's his job going to be?
Secretary of Defense. It's
He's a
possible.
veteran.
Yeah, it's possible. He also has a drinking problem. He's also cheated. He's been married 3 times.
Oh, no.
He's cheated on all his wives, all his girlfriends. He's had some sexual assault allegations.
What?
Yep. This is all in the news. Yeah. He's an alcoholic. There's a lot of observations of him drinking.
Jamie Manorino, advisor to the Pentagon, former special agent with the FBI, makes it clear what he thinks about income.
Am I wrong? Who in government hasn't cheated on all his wives and girlfriends and isn't an alcoholic? Am I right?
He's not in government. He's a war veteran who fights for veterans and stuff, and he now he's on Fox News, and Trump selected him to be Secretary of Defense or something.
I don't know who Shannon Kent's husband is. I know he sounds like he'll be perfect for the job. He'll fit right in Washington.
I mean, you can't
And
find. It's going to be. It's and all of that stuff aside, if he's Secretary of Defense, so his personal life, yeah, okay, to an extent it comes into play, but really it's about the role of the job. If he's a veteran who's well known for fighting for veterans' rights, battling the VA and all that, then you want him to come in as Secretary of Defense. You don't want someone like this clown that's having dinner with this girl, right?
No, I want to knock that guy out myself. He's a dork.
And these are the obstacles that Trump has faced. Not just Trump, but everyone that is working with Trump. These are the clowns currently in the government that is working against them, against Trump's administration. So yeah, exposing these clowns the way that James O'Keefe does is the best thing ever. It's great.
Well, Claude, who is going to marry a guy that's had 4 wives at this point? I mean, come on, Claude. If you go into that situation, that's on you. And counting, okay, don't feel sorry for any of his wives.
Coming President Donald Trump.
What's your overall assessment of Trump? If you were to do a broad take on him.
He's a sociopathic narcissist who is only interested in advancing his name, his wealth, and his fame. He's had a lifetime of cheating. He's habitually addicted to lying about himself to advance his personal interests. And I question his loyalty to anyone but himself.
What does it look like for you, moving forward and he's president? Does that impede what you do? Are you concerned about what's going to happen with that?
So far, I'll be fine. But yeah, I'm not going to lie. I'm a little worried. But I'll be, for now, fine.
Is there anything you can do to, protect American people from stuff that he might try to do?
I mean, I can't do anything other than my job, which is, protecting American interests on artificial intelligence. Outside of that, I'm in conversation with a couple of retired generals to try to explore what we can do.
I have a meeting, in fact, tomorrow about it.
Really?
Got me opening up myself to you already. Telling you things I wouldn't normally tell.
In recent months, many of our fellow Americans experienced unprecedented natural disasters and damaged infrastructure, making access to healthcare essentials impossible at the very moment it was needed. When disaster strikes, being prepared.
Oh, this is one of those wellness company. That's it.
Pentagon went.
So it went well. Were there?
I think it went well. It's very sensitive information. We're going to have to keep it between us. We're going to go vlog it.
I threw in a key.
So that we overclassify, and I think I may have said this to you during there, so we overclassify information. And so when we overclassify information, it doesn't allow us to actually, communicate effectively when we're actually trying to implement some sort of operation, right? So if we're playing a team sport and we're both like representing a part of the field, right? And we both have different pieces of information as to how we're going to do our job to play the game and win. But we're not coordinating because we don't tell each other. We need to know information.
Yeah.
And then the second one was, the enemy is, we're not the only ones using science. So the enemy is using science too. You're not a spy? You're not trying to collect information from me?
I wish I was. That'd be cool.
Well, with me, literally with a former FBI agent, so you're gonna be safe.
Jamie Menina reveals he has been working with 2-, 3-, and 4-star generals to see what they can do about President Trump's upcoming term.
Who were the retired generals that you were to talk to?
There's many of them, but there's Rear Admiral. I know there's a Major General in the Army. So those are the two that I talked to the most. But yeah, I talked to quite a few.
Would I know any of them?
No, they're like 2, 3, 1, 2, and 3-star generals and admirals. You probably know maybe 4 stars.
Isn't there one named Billy? Is that a name?
Yeah. Here's my former boss. He doesn't know me, and he'll probably not be involved in something like this. But yeah, he's around.
Yeah,
Billy's around.
Jamie Menina told us that he was working day and night to defeat President Trump, and that had Kamala won, Jamie would have received a pretty big job.
I will also confess to you that over the last most of the year, since this spring, I was working with these retired generals, retired ambassadors, in this organization, this nonprofit called National Security Leaders for America. And what we were doing was we were trying to explain to the American people the national security consequences of another Trump presidency. And I'm usually reluctant to kind of lead with this or explain this because I don't want to sound too political. This organization tried to defeat Donald Trump. We tried to...
Cute, that's a Coach bag. Look, it's got the little C's on it.
I'll bet she's a great girl in
Well,
real life.
she's doing very well. Whoa, Golden Rule says he'll be unalived.
Nah, he won't because it's public. It's too public now.
Oh man.
Like
If
one
he
thing,
turns up-
one benefit about it being public like this is that they're kind of protected by how public it is. But he will be completely ousted from any meetings, any future that he might have had is all gone now after this.
Oh yeah, he screwed himself for sure. Oh.
These guys have got quite a few good videos out. They've taken down quite a few high-profile, brainwashed, liberal Hillary Clinton diehard fans.
I mean, I can't believe this guy is so like. Well,
Yeah, it's worth following.
Hillary Clinton is where he got his, his start in politics.
Yeah, that's how, and that's how long it's been going on.
Conducted hundreds of interviews. I myself wrote and published 110, 120 op-eds in newspapers across the country. I did a lot of writing, the most writing I've done in my life. And I would write not in my name, but I would be a ghostwriter. I would let the other general, put their name on it. And so some articles landed in some pretty big papers, the Wall Street Journal, National Journal, those. So I was literally working day and night, nonstop. So ultimately when he won, I was really, frankly, depressed. I was really sad, really depressed. Not only in terms of mission failure, but of course I was hoping to advance my career. Had she won, I would have gotten a really big job.
Jamie Menina, the advisor to the Joint Chiefs, stated that President Trump will entertain the idea of staying past his 4-year term.
I predict Trump would probably entertain publicly the idea of staying in office, changing the laws to stay in office, which he's not allowed to do by Constitution. But he'll probably suggest this, and there'll probably be an effort to try. And then there'll be pressure and anger, and then Republicans will try to then probably anoint a leader to maintain his and his ability to not go to jail because he doesn't want to go to jail.
Right.
That's all that matters.
If you're on the inside of the Pentagon or any government institution and notice corruption, reach out to us via email, tips@o'keefemediagroup.com, or text us at 914-491-9395, and an OMG journalist will get back to you soon. Thank you, and stay tuned.
It's amazing.
Donald Trump.
It's amazing to me that somebody in his position would be so easily accessible through Tinder or something.
I know, right?
Like, really? You don't have other options for dating?
I can just imagine his profile too, you know. Listing his positions in government and shit. Hillary Clinton, fucking Oh, fuck this shit.
Dang, golden rule. Don't talk about Hillary that way. She never did anything. That's true. That's true. I like to change the subject when people bring up gossip with me in real life. It's always awkward. Be like, oh, how about this topic? Pivot. That's what you do. You pivot. That's true. A lot of the times, though, I find people don't even care how you react. They just want to get their little thing out that they want to say. And it doesn't matter how you respond to them. Like, oh, I'd rather not talk about this. I'll just keep talking. Or I'll say, like, you know, I'm uncomfortable gossiping about this. They'll just keep on their little point, like as if I didn't say anything.
Yeah.
I know, yeah, that guy was really, up his own butt. And so judgmental. Oh, this guy's an adulterer. This guy's an alcoholic. Like, and what are you? Oh man, he's calling her Hillary.
Hillary.
Beautiful, beautiful, innocent Hillary Clinton. You would call her Hillary? You didn't vote for her in 2016 Golden Rule TV? You didn't want to be with her? I'm with her. Did I draw on freckles? Sure did. Do you like them? Celebrity naked and afraid. I don't want to see Leslie Jones and Peter Dinklage naked and afraid. Plus, I think that'll give me a strike. I make them work. I voted for Trump twice. I don't think anybody here voted for Hillary Clinton, did they? Any of the Americans? I mean, let's be real. I didn't. She was rude. I'd be rude if he was naked at me too. Yo, what's good, my brother Zenny? Hey, man, what's happening, my brother Zenny? How are things in the beautiful 51st state? I don't remember. I've never seen Naked and Afraid. I'm not looking up something that's likely to be copyrighted. Yeah, I think so too. I don't know. Some people seem to be really into Kamala. Like, they were like, oh, she's so amazing. Well, they were that way about Hillary too. Like, I know people who were excited about her. Hillary Clinton, they were excited to vote for her. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? Getting ready for annexation? It's gonna be nice. Oh man, We should do a watch party in Discord soon. I want to have us watch Canadian Bacon together. Thank you for reminding me. We got to watch Canadian Bacon before the Trump inauguration. Wow. No. I mean, I didn't know anybody really talking about, not personally anyway, talking about how great she was. Just people I saw talking about her like on social media. They weren't people that I was like interactive with. So I don't know. I do have some humor. No, Yoda, I often I've gotten strikes because of that kind of thing. Anything with celebrities, I have to err on the side of caution. This is Dave, Uncle Ruckus.
Yeah, man, what's going on?
He's my Kiwi friend. He's from the 52nd state of New Zealand.
Well, I was born in Connecticut, man, so you know.
Yeah, he's an anchor baby. Terry takes the F out of fun. I take the F out of most things. Yes, and he's based. Oh, I didn't see it. Did Newsom do a funny dance as he talked about the houses that burned down? Hey, what up, though, Chris? If it's an SNL skit, then it's definitely going to be copyrighted. I've gotten them before for SNL skits I've shown. YouTube is a harsh mistress.
What's the name of the show that Jimmy Kimmel was on?
Jimmy Kimmel, like back in the day, didn't he do the Man Show?
Yeah, but I'm just putting a video up, and I need to put the name of his show in my description.
Oh, I didn't see the link.
Is it just Jimmy?
Come in private and post it, Jess.
Is it just Jimmy Kimmel Live?
Yeah, Jimmy Kimmel Live, I think, is his show. I don't know. I don't watch TV, so I don't know.
No, neither do I. I'm putting up a piss take of him.
He's a dork. He pretends to be all like politically correct, but I remember the Man Show. He was on this very like sexist, degrading show where they had young women jumping on trampolines at the end, and like it was chauvinistic as hell. And now he's all like, ooh, like faking, trying to be something he's not.
Yeah, and he's done blackface and all that.
Oh, hello, Jess. How are you? Oh, dang.
You were just trying to get me to come on, huh?
Well, it is nice to see you.
How are you?
I'm good.
Yeah, let me post this.
Yeah, if you put it in the private, then I'll be able to catch it.
It's just clips on Twitter, so I don't think you'll get in trouble.
Yeah, Twitter's okay. I've never gotten any trouble from Twitter.
Yeah, where is?
Did he did blackface on the Man Show? See, that show was not.
There you go.
Thank you. Okay, let's pull it up.
Yeah, Jimmy Kimmel dressed up as Karl Malone, and he like, I am Karl Malone. I is Karl Malone, and it was very racist. I guess you've never seen it.
Mm-mm. Okay, let's see.
Now he's woke.
He's fraudulent as he, Yeah. Most of these people are. That's the thing that irritates me about it. It's like,
hey Terry,
it's fraudulent. If they actually meant what they, acted like they believe, I'd be okay with it. I'd respect it more than if they weren't so fraudulent.
Here we go.
What up, though, David?
So this is a second clip, but watch how he like this weird dance he keeps doing.
Dave, were you gonna say something?
Oh, I was just going to say, I just uploaded a video to my channel, and the music on it is the copyright owner allows people to play it.
Yeah.
But it's just a little video I made taking the piss out of Jimmy Kimmel.
If you ever want to play any of my videos on your channel, I won't copyright strike you.
Thank you. Did you drop in the private? Oh, dang. All right. We'll take a look at that next, Dave.
All right.
Oh, good.
I know. Howard Stern was disgusting. Like he
Yeah,
said,
see,
something
Howard Stern
so
is trying to
funny.
act like he's a champion of women now.
I know
And
he's
Oh, it's
stuck for another
unbelievable.
he
fraudulent.
made his living by
Abusing them on the
abusing
radio.
them,
One of them even
abusing
hung
them and treating them
themselves.
like trash.
He had that girl on his show, and then the next day she hung herself or shot herself or something.
Yeah, he's an abusive, sicko.
Yeah.
He's like really sick. Like I remember him
And-
making like pedo jokes and like nasty things like that.
And Howard Stern, he like had to go to satellite radio because he was being persecuted on FM so much. And then when
Mhm.
podcasting started happening, he made maneuvers to try to block that. Like he was demonizing podcasting. And it's just like you're just mad that people are moving on from your stupid satellite platform.
When I was younger, I used to think he was pretty funny, to be honest with you. But then,
Yeah.
like, once you become successful,
And he's-
grow up, you should really use that wealth that you've generated to reach back and heal some of the damage that you've done. But he has gone. A lot of these rich, famous people, they've just,
No,
they're
they pulled
blind
the
to
ladder.
what
They
they've
pull
done.
the ladder up behind them. So like,
Yeah.
yeah,
that's
that's
exactly
what
it.
they do. I mean, they don't care about anyone but
Oh,
themselves.
it's so gross what the the way they retain.
It works. I like it, Terry.
Do y'all think the hat brings out my freckles?
Yeah,
It
and
looks
it
great.
brings a little bit of orange out in your brown eyes too. You have just a little bit of orange in there. I see
Oh,
And it's giving like a red glow to your hair as well.
Nice.
wow.
Yeah, very good job.
it. Wow, I'm so pretty.
Sorry, guys. No, I just the thing. I was like, is the hat bringing out my freckles? Oh shoot, where'd the presentation go?
Oh yeah, we were gonna do the video.
Okay, here we go. There we go.
So watch this weird dance he does.
That's right, Samuel. He said that's how the Terri Strange channel is meant to be.
Right. It's a
I'm
Terri
having fun though,
Strange
hanging out with
experience.
people. Come on.
Process for you and the legislature. And I just want to ask you about something on the other end of the budget on a different topic on public safety. Do you think it looks good to the taxpayer for an assembly member who is also the wife of the attorney general to lead a committee that oversees his budget and other departments?
There you go.
Don't know what you're referring to.
Assemblymember Mia Bonta is set to lead the Budget Sub 5 Committee on Public Safety. I mean, the Attorney General oversees ethics in the state, distributes ethics training to state
I'm
officials.
just telling you, I thank you for informing me. The legislature makes their.
I like
Yes,
the bow tie thing.
You don't, is it ethical or not?
But he doesn't do it as much in this one, but check the
Governor,
other
the
clip
budget
that's
is
on
obviously
this
a paramount
post.
process for you and the legislature.
click the
and
arrow.
I just wanna
What
ask you
always
on the right.
concerns me
other
about
end of
these
the
people,
budget
it's
on a
not just in
different
America,
topic
but
on
it's in New
public
Zealand as
safety.
well. Is notice
Do you
people
think it
standing
looks good
behind
to
them.
You had some ideas around some
Look.
land use concerns he has around speculators
How excited
coming
he
in.
is.
You had some ideas around some land use concerns he has around speculators coming in.
He's
You had some
excited that people's houses burn down so he can build apartments.
Oh, it's fucking unbelievable. These
He
people.
looks like he's on cocaine.
There's something weird going on with that guy. Is weird. If you told me that was an alien in a man suit, I would believe you.
Yeah, it's too bad. What's her face? Gavin the Gruesome Newsom. She hates him. Where is she?
Oh, is she the alien?
No, he doesn't actually look like an alien.
Thank you, CSS Element. I'm sorry I missed your
I
stream.
can see that.
in Frederick the other day.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see about David's.
It's just a silly little video that I made.
I will be back.
Okay.
Because I was watching Jimmy Kimmel was crying on TV, calling Trump supporters scumbags and stuff. So I was like, oh, I'll make a little video.
All right, y'all. Let's see. Pull it
I'll
up.
make a wee sacrifice to Jimmy Kimmel and his friends over in LA.
Oh, Jimmy Kimmel. Let's see. Making sacrifices for Jimmy Kimmel and his Hollywood friends in LA. Oh, let me make it bigger.
I'm just trying to find where to go. I'm trying to remember the way. I'm trying to get back to my home, but I can't do this on my own. That's why I'm just trusting in you, cause I don't know where else to go, and I don't know what else to do.
No, don't let the fear make you feel like you can't fight this on your own. You know I'll be there for you no matter where you go. You'll never be alone. No, just fight a little longer, my friend. It's all worth it in the end. But when you got nobody to turn to, just hold on and I'll find you. Just fight a little longer, my friend. It's all worth it in the end. But when you got nobody to turn to, just hold on and I'll find you. Just fight a little longer, my friend. It's all worth it in the end. But when you got nobody to turn to, just hold on and I'll find you. I'll find you. I'll find you. Just hold on and I'll find you. I'll find you. I'll find you. Just hold on and I'll find you.
McDonald. Oh my God, no. And even allergic to cats did not appreciate that.
threw a peanut butter sandwich to the cat.
Poor Donald. I know. Poor Donald Trump got hit with a little. What was that? Butter and what? Peanut butter?
It was a peanut butter sandwich. Real badly
Was that
made.
butter on it?
Yeah.
I feel like my dad used to do that. He used to make like peanut butter and like he would put butter on them and sometimes mayo. He did like peanut butter and mayo. I remember
Oh, yeah.
the first time I saw it was like the grossest thing I'd ever seen.
I bet he kicked the cat.
I can't remember. Yeah. No, Donald was not. That's true. They do. You're right about that, Samuel. That's what's going to happen if we take Canada. They're going to be putting butter on everything. That's the only thing we got to watch out for. That was one of David's videos.
It was my dedication to Jimmy Kimmel.
I saw CSS Element was on the John Frederick YouTube, and they were having a like music night together, but it happened after I went to bed, so I missed it. I could have been there trolling. Oh well, what can you do? Yeah, what a mess. Okay, let's see. Okay, so let's go back here where I was before. LinkedIn Lunatics. And this is a subreddit for insufferable at LinkedIn content. So we already read that lady. LinkedIn, let's see. Lunatics be like, what should I post today? Here's what it taught me about B2B. I hired a pregnant woman without a degree, copy paste last week's post, inspirational quote selfie. Oh, I love a good inspirational quote with a selfie. Anyone else find it cringe when someone is self-employed with no employees and they list themselves as CEO on their LinkedIn? X Facebook, X Google, X Netflix, or X whatever. Am I the only one who would never put this in my headline? Just get over it or go back to your ex. Wife slips on ice and injures herself. Great excuse for a LinkedIn post. Why do I work in recruitment? Because I care. If you want to see how much I care, just look how quickly I waddle over to my wife after she slips on black ice. And you know what? I didn't laugh in her face once. A truly selfless act of care and love. And it's how I treat my stakeholders. Agree? What? That's insane. What? His wife slips on the ice, he goes and picks her up, and then he's like comparing it to what he does for his stakeholders. What up, though, Adriana Flowers? Shout out to the blackies, mid brownies, and whiteys. Terry's laugh is legendary. Thank you. What up, Seesaw? Seesaw. What did we do? You called in yesterday. Yeah, you called in to Hake yesterday, and then you called in you were right after me with Nick yesterday. I went all crazy, and then you were all reasonable sounding, but we were in agreement. I like that, how we double teamed Nick. That was good. We need to double team them more. Get them with the crazy and then get them with the reasonable, good cop, bad cop. Let's see. Meh. Exploiting and firing her maid taught her 3 corporate lessons. My maid resigned yesterday. Why? Because we didn't want to give her 1,000, is that pound raise? I'm not sure what that money is. Her exact words are, call only when you are ready to pay me 3,000. And the confidence she had, oh my God. This exact moment taught me 3 corporate lessons. 1, don't be afraid to ask for a raise. It's disappointing to see how much job hopping out there. I love seeing folks who have shown effectiveness within companies for 3 to 6 years at a time, usually with a promotion or 2 or 3 during each company stint. Seeing folks switch companies every 8 to 24 months does not inspire confidence in a hiring manager. If you feel like you haven't been able to find the right home, be more deliberate in your searching. Or if you feel you get bored, maybe consider setting yourself up as a fractional consultant of some kind, or switching careers entirely to something that will sustain your attention. I don't know. If I were a hiring recruiter, I would be put off by that. Oh God. Not this girl. Y'all heard about the girl who broke the world record of 1,000 plus guys in a day? Y'all heard about this, right? What though, Matthew? That's right. That's right. I'm glad you're down. This is so great. Oh, there's Donald. See, Donald's okay. He doesn't trust exactly. He don't want to be held, but look. He was not injured in the incident. This girl is so freaky. I mean, she looks like there's something up with her face. I don't know. I mean, I think it's a little maybe she has filler or something, but I don't know. She just also seems like crazy. 1,024 hours. Don't stress if you can't hit your KPIs and targets. Bonnie Blue managed to hit all her yearly KPIs in 21 hours. She would make a great cold caller. Maybe you could poach her. Could you do 1,000 dials in 24 hours? Nice. You know what? That does give me that. You know what? Maybe if she can do it, then like, what's stopping me from performing at my job? Guys, don't be judging. Like, she's not pretty. I mean, you wouldn't be pretty if you had to do 1,000 guys in one day either. 1,057. Thank you, Chris, with the facts. Thank you. I wouldn't feel pretty after that either. I'd feel a little, I don't know, tired. But this person does have a point. If she can do like 1,000 guys in a day, why can't I do 1,000 calls? Yes, I did see that. That was so sick. Like, imagine if that was a guy going up to a female employee and saying the same things. Like, it would be totally like, I mean, it was creepy and disturbing regardless, but like, he just has no sense of like reality or how to behave properly. And why is it always the British girls? Like, what happened to British women? Like, what happened? They used to be all classy, and now they're like all slags.
There's something like 1.8 million American girls on OnlyFans, and
1 million.
1.8 million, and that's just the American girls on OnlyFans, and most of them are white blonde girls. And then I think it's 89 million men subscribed to OnlyFans in America alone.
Dang. Shucks. They all suck except Katie Hopkins. Yeah, I don't think we'll be seeing her on OnlyFans or doing whatever. Okay, let's see. Being an unemployed female is just like being a single male. Dear women, if you're struggling to get a job in the current market, have applied to 2,000 plus openings over 2 years with no results, feel enraged by delusional and out-of-touch employer expectations, frustrated by endless hoops to jump through, disheartened by constant ghosting, and discouraged that nobody reaches out first with genuine interest in your expertise. Now you understand what the dating market is like for the majority of men. Oh my God. This is amazing. Where is Stacy? Why isn't Stacy here? His offer still stands. Oh, wait, what? Offer still stands of what, Yoda? What are you talking about?
Yeah, hey, this guy does a really good take on the OnlyFans situation.
What?
Paul Joseph. He's on Alex Jones sometimes. Paul Joseph Watson, that's his name.
Oh, not Paul Joseph Watson. Imagine my shock. Mr. Imagine my shock.
He did a take on it. It's pretty good.
$89 million. I know. What's wrong with the American men? Well, let's see. Imagine the most revolting thing ever. Oh no. Hold up. Here he is. Never mind all my Sister Wives content in the side, y'all. Yes, I do watch Sister Wives. It is what it is. You all know this. This is why I'm so against polygamy. No, he didn't offer me money to suck on a popsicle. He said he would like to see it. All right, let's see.
1950s and dreaming about the fantastical achievements that humanity would realize by 2025, then watching this.
The big 1000 was completely done. The room was absolutely full. Then we did groups of 5, like one after the other of 5s. I wanted to give people more time, so then it went down to like one-on-ones, didn't it? So like one person would watch whilst I was with somebody, and then it would literally just be like a rotating circle like that.
That's it. That's your fantastical achievement. Being a receptacle for over 1,000 dudes in a single day.
I don't need a wheelchair. Like, I am fine. Just feels like I've had a heavy day in the bedroom, which is exactly what I've had. I think if it had continued how it did for the first sort of 3-4 hours, I would have struggled.
Let's get a round of applause in the room, people.
A physical accomplishment to rival and surpass mankind's greatest endeavours. Roger Bannister's sub-4-minute mile, Edmund Hillary's ascension of Mount Everest, Felix Baumgartner's world record space jump. Nothing compared to Bonnie Blue's world record of sleeping with 1,057 men in just 12 hours. She can't have got much sleep.
I think my longest break was 3 minutes yesterday, and I took 4 breaks in total.
Commentator Alex Phillips, who caused controversy after claiming that mass migration was exacerbating sexual harassment of women in the UK.
When I walk down the street, I'm increasingly being leered at. I'm increasingly being followed, like I'm going around the souks of Morocco. And it's not, visibly to me anyway, people who were born and bred here. It isn't.
And was later, of course, proven completely correct. Responded to Blue by asserting, quote, "We really need to have a conversation about how women like this are contributing to a dangerous perception of white women among other communities." A salient point, given that many have noticed the men taking part in Blue and her pal Lily Phillips' stunts appear to be, well, let's just say quite diverse.
Then, do you want to pick up? Do you want the video to be picked up?
She definitely seems to have a type.
I'm asking politely.
Nah, it's not polite enough.
Please, Daddy.
When this point was put to Blue directly during an Instagram live stream, she seemed a bit uncomfortable about it.
How many Indian guys?
Quite a specific question, that. Track race, so unsure.
I don't know. Had one guy from Turkey. I remember.
Show Bobs! Show Bobs!
You look sad. No, I'm just reading your comments.
The fact that Bonnie Blue and Lily Phillips' stunts are attracting so much attention at the same time as outrage is spiralling over the mass grooming and sexual commodification of young white girls in the UK is also an extremely disturbing parallel. Alex Phillips, within an hour of posting that tweet, was predictably smeared as a racist.
This is a story that had absolutely nothing to do with race.
But hit back by pointing out the blindingly obvious observation that porn culture seems to be largely dominated by white blonde girls. Interesting, isn't it, how it's the one industry, at least on the female side, where there's not much of an outcry over the lack of diversity. So I've had Scott Mannion on my podcast. I've been on his show. He's a mate, and he's done the hard yards with his YouTube channel. It's quality content, and its main focus is traditional restoration. He deciphers the essence of Anglo-Saxon and Anglo-American values and virtues using the myth, tradition, symbolism, and law that forged English civilization. Scott hosts talks with traditional new right thinkers, conservatives, subversives, dissidents, and analyzes English verse, ritual, and story to uncover what he calls lost psychology.
Yeah, fast forward the ad, Terry.
Solve today's problems. So if that sounds like your kind of thing, we need to lift up talent
Please.
on our side and get him to over 10,000 subs. So pause the video right now. Prostitution used to be nearly exclusively. Boom. That's it. Simple as. Now back to the video. Prostitution used to be nearly exclusively the domain of poor, desperate young women. Now, thanks to OnlyFans, prostitution has become a possible career choice for financially stable, upper-class women. It's extremely depressing and deeply terrifying to consider how many women in the latter camp have jumped at the chance to be hookers.
I told you girls, taking
fluids for moisturizer was good for your skin.
I mean, we could ask, where's her husband? But after marrying her childhood sweetheart in 2022, Blue's decision to become a cam girl led to their divorce. The lesson being she may have got rich, but she's basically ruined her chances of ever finding true love. We could ask, where are the parents? Literally on the payroll.
Yeah, to start with, they was a bit gutted and was like, we wouldn't choose this for you.
Until the cash started rolling in.
If I ask them now, it's a complete different story.
Bonnie Blue is the latest manifestation of a horrendously damaging narrative, which indoctrinates a generation of young women into believing that fleeting notoriety and wealth is worth selling your body and soul for.
I think it really has changed my life.
When in reality, studies have shown the alarming high prevalence of depression and other mental health problems among female adult film performers, underscored by countless examples of female performers becoming victims of deaths of despair. For the vast majority of young women who will be influenced to follow Blue's example, this is
Heyo.
Sorry, this is like everything I was saying 15 years ago, and now all these people are saying it. It's kind of irritating to me.
It's out in the spotlight.
Like this was like
on it.
everything I was saying that like, and it's not as if this is new. The porn industry has always had a really high rate of like early death.
Yeah, but the issue that's come to light is the
Well, I'm not interested in shaming her. Like,
no, it's not about shaming her. It's about if you talk about these issues, then people become aware and wise to them. So you've got a massive captive audience in this live sex chat industry at the moment, and the problem, it's a massive problem because of the amount of money and how easy it is to set yourself up in your bedroom and do it.
welcome to the chat today, Daniel. Are you driving?
I am driving.
Nice.
Back.
Yeah, I don't know. It's not even about.
You can't just turn a blind eye to it. Like that's what people have been doing. People haven't been talking about it. They've been pretending it's not happening, and now you have an explosion of it. And you have 1.8 million American girls currently showing their vaginas off on the internet to random men all around the world, right? And that's growing exponentially. So pretending it's not happening and not talking about it, like the type of attention that you do not want to give those girls is going on their websites and generating income for the views, for their advertising and for their popularity. But discussing it as a society is absolutely necessary, especially moving into this world of artificial intelligence.
I've been speaking out about this stuff for years, Yoda, so I don't know what you're talking about. Like, but I have no opportunity to correct this woman. It's not as if we're having a conversation together.
Well, the bigger picture is that cancel culture, if you became big speaking out against this stuff, you would get cancelled by the feminists or by the race groups or whatever, because the neoliberals in charge of YouTube and Facebook and that, like Zuckerberg, it's all out in the open now. They were literally cancelling people. Like I had a page with 60,000 followers on Facebook that was starting to I was literally putting these issues up on my Facebook years ago, and I got cancelled. I got wiped with the click of a button. I got wiped off Facebook. Right, so you know what I mean? Like, that's the seat of the argument at the moment is the first. That's why the First Amendment is so important and why people are fighting for it.
Okay, so to respond to Yoda here, I didn't say the slut word. I didn't say slut shame. I was responding to another comment that said something about shaming, and I said I'm not interested in shaming her.
Yeah, no, he's talking about the other. He's talking about the other. He's talking about the other guy that commented who said that we
No,
shouldn't be
he's
paying any
talking to
we shouldn't
me
be paying
directly.
any attention to this.
He's talking to me directly. I
Oh.
just spoke to him, and now he's coming back at me with something, even though it's not even the words I used. And I was responding to that. Like, I just feel like I've been going, over this topic for so long. It's just like, it's tedious. And now it's like,
It's pretty draining for sure.
this girl is like, okay, it's not, it is draining. Like,
I'm entirely drained by it. It's drained my entire life.
that's nice. See, Adriana, it doesn't work because she's not watching my video, is she, Yoda? She's not here watching us or talking to us. How does it work?
Well, because we're discussing it together, and then we go and discuss it with other people, and you're becoming wiser to it. It's like the Bible tells you to be as wise as the serpent. In other words, understand your enemy, understand what they're doing, understand how the enemy works, right? So if you're not discussing it with each other,
I mean,
then you
yeah.
don't get wise. No one gets wiser to it, right?
What are you talking
So that
about, Yoda? Yoda, shut the F up. I'm not being PC. I'm not supporting her in any regard.
I know what you're saying, Terry. You're
Daniel,
saying
why are you creeping in the dark?
Yoda gets on my nerves with his mess. He's like, stand up, say something. No. Would you if she was? If she was watching? If she was watching, I would tell her that she looks like she's dead. And that she looks like she's been rode hard and put away wet. She looks tired. She looks like
drained.
Yeah, she looks like she looks like a corpse.
We're talking about the beloved children's movie Corpse Bride?
Yes.
Okay. Got it.
That's what she looks like. She looks like The Walking Dead.
She's just fully sold out. She's I've never seen someone sell themselves out.
Who are we talking
so
about?
much. The girl from what's her name?
We're talking about, I don't know her.
The OnlyFans girl.
Bonnie Blue, maybe. She's
There's two of them.
Well, there's the girl. I think Bonnie Blue is the one that
she's the
had
bigger
the
one.
acrobatic feat of coupling with 1,057 men in one day.
She actually did that?
Yeah, she just did
Yes.
it. That's why we're talking about it. And the argument is, should you talk about it
poor
and
Daniel.
give them attention,
Poor
or
Daniel.
not talk about it? But I'm
Daniel
like,
has to go
I'm
for
of
it.
the
She
mind
probably
that
feels like her soul has been sucked from her body.
no, but she's enjoying. No, but she looks at it like I'm going through this phase of my life now to get all these benefits. She's thinking from an immature perspective of I'm going to have all this money. I'll be able to disappear from the
And all the money in the world can't buy back what she lost.
Oh yeah, I know. We're aware of that, right? That's what everyone's trying to say to her is like, "What are you doing, you dumb?" But the other there's different compartments to the argument because then you've got a whole bunch of men who are going to watch her and giving her money, and the websites that are platforming her and are giving her the ability to do it. It's just a mess. And what Paul Joseph Watson was just saying in that video is it's mostly Indian, Pakistani Muslim men that are piling on to take advantage of all these white girls. It's blatantly what it is.
Is her? Do you think that the conclusion they're drawing that the harassment and targeting of young white men is driven by women like her who are in the sex industry and who are so visible, like these
It's
women?
certainly part of it. I mean, what it appears to be to me is that these immigrant men have no respect for white white local girls, and they just see them as complete sex objects.
Oh my god. The 1,000 suitors. That's a great term. Suitors. Oh my god.
So it's bringing to light the massive immigration problem that the UK is facing right now. Like that's what it all links back to that.
I mean, yeah, I do.
The grooming gangs, the lack of respect for local culture, for a Judeo-Christian foundation, Western culture that's been flooded by Indian and Pakistani migrants that have like a Islamic, thread to them. Like it's all in the
There's
in the
been,
light
like,
now.
multiple incidents of like white women going to India on their own and like
Oh,
ending
and getting raped. Yeah.
like gang rapes, though, not
It's
just
not.
like,
It's not even just white
to be
girls in
common.
India. Just girls in general have a problem in India. Indian girls have a problem
Yeah,
too
India's a
on
mess
buses
for
and stuff.
girls. Yeah.
It's because it's a third world country. It's nothing to do with their race, really. It's the third world culture that they live in. And then you give them a little bit of porn, right, via the internet. A bunch of guys living in a hut, drinking out of secondhand Coke bottles, water out of a puddle.
Yeah, I've heard this is a problem when this stuff does get introduced to like third world.
They can't control themselves.
Devastating. I wonder what's going to happen when these soldiers come back from North Korea. Like, what's going to happen for the culture there? Like, the North Korean women are going to be in for it.
What's happening?
Well, the North Korean soldiers who are deployed in the Ukraine right now, fighting with Russia. Okay. There's been reports, they're now like being exposed to.
Oh, Western culture.
Well, exposed specifically to.
Well, it is
adult media content, which they've never seen before because it's not legal.
Yeah, the CIA is all through Ukraine, introducing Western liberal culture. That's what's going on. So now, yeah, you're right. You've got these North Korean men who have never seen anything like that, being introduced to a girl's thigh. I mean, I remember when I was younger, I used to get like extremely excited when you would accidentally see the top of a girl's knickers poking out over her pants, but she'd have jeans on, But oh my god, I can see her knickers, Like, but that sort of, you know what I mean? Like but now you've got full-grown men that have never seen anything like that, and now you've got all these girls running around in shirts and boob tubes and stuff, right? I mean, short skirts and boob tubes, and then you give them the internet, and what's on the internet, like. I mean, it drives men crazy, and if they're not brought up in a, with any type of self-control, decorum because of the culture around them, of course they're just going to start raping and touching and assaulting, and you know what I mean?
No, just good old fun.
Samuel. Our sweet, innocent proletarian soldiers have been corrupted by Westerners.
I mean, I don't know much about North Korea, but I would imagine it's got an extremely conservative.
Yeah, it does.
Foundation.
And pornography is not legal in North Korea. It's not accessible.
Yeah, right. So, I mean, just a girl with lipstick on is probably like, whoa. Yeah.
That's right. And the other cool thing about North Korea? The women have all their original faces.
Yeah.
They don't have like plastic surgery like they have in South Korea.
And we don't know what's true or not, really. I mean, they tell us all the stuff about North Korea, but is it true? Like, I mean, I'm not saying it's not true, but I'm questioning everything now. After 2016, I'm like, hang on. Like, the amount of evidence that just keeps coming out that everything we thought we knew is a lie. Like, it's just evidence. And it gets to a point where it's like, oh my God, like, is everything I was taught growing up a lie? So every time I think about something, I'm like, oh man, You know, like North Korea, for instance. Like, what are my sources of information going to be to learn about that? And who's written this? And who's, you know what I mean? Like, what's been hidden from us? Maybe it's the real Disneyland is in North Korea. Maybe heaven is in North Korea.
I don't know about that.
Imagine if the lie was that big that heaven is actually in North Korea.
That great there, but I do support their their nation, and
Who knows though? I mean, maybe heaven's in Antarctica.
Hey,
Did you see the interviews of the two captured?
no.
So the Ukraine captured 2 North Koreans, and I just saw their interviews today. And one of them requested to stay in Ukraine or go to South Korea, and the other one wants to go back to North Korea. So it must not be that bad if he's like begging them to go back.
Have also seen people that well, one thing that would make you want to go back if you were brought up over there is you could potentially see everything around you in the Western world and go, it's just too much, it's too overwhelming. And, you're so brought up in that structure. It's like being institutionalized. You know how prisoners become institutionalized when they've been in prison because they've got, like, such stringent structure for their lives? So that would probably be why you'd want to go back. Because if you were a soldier, you
Or
would be
if you
looked
have
after.
like a family that you care about, or a life.
Yeah, but then we also see witnesses coming out of North Korea who have escaped North Korea, and but they didn't work for the government, and so because they didn't work for the government, they were poor, and they were being mistreated. So they want to escape North Korea. But if you're a soldier or a policeman or whatever, and you're working for the government, you're probably quite well looked after. So you'd want to go back.
What's crazy though about the defectors is North Korea has a bunch of American defectors who ran across, and they say like the same kind of shit that the North Korean defectors say about like how terrible South Korea and America is. You can look up like interviews
if you
with them.
if you were an American defector, of course they're going to roll out the red carpet for you and put you on TV. Right?
No, but it's like then
And
it brings
vice versa with a Korean defector.
it makes you think though, like how much of this North Korean defector stuff we is just Western propaganda.
Definitely, yeah. I'm not saying anyone's right or wrong, but the way I sort of see things now is that what we've been told is true to an extent, but we've been told by a bunch of crooks in our own institutions.
Yeah.
So
it's like a little bit of truth with a lot of dramatization.
Yeah, so they can profit off it. Yeah, so they can make the people in charge of us are doing the same. They're just making money off it and keeping in power because they say, oh, we'll protect you, we'll make sure that you're fed, we'll make sure that you've got a job.
Yeah.
So I think it's true what we've been taught, but we haven't been really taught who was the true enemy in our own institutions and in the opponents' institutions, because realistically our enemies within also work with our enemies offshore, so they pretend that, you know what I mean, like, so it gets quite confusing as to who's really telling the truth in each country. So the resistance, so we might get told that ISIS is bad, right? But realistically ISIS might be the American, and New Zealand's an ally to America, so I sort of tie them together. So when I say the Americans, I really mean all the Western governments, right? Although America is the bully on the planet, so like, well, not the full bully, but the bully of the West, the leader of the West, the big brother, right? So they tell us that ISIS is bad, but meanwhile they're working with the Iranian government. So of course they don't want ISIS uprising because they've got deals with the Iranian government, so they don't want the resistance to win. So they keep telling us
with the Iranian government, then people cutting people's heads off and whatnot.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'll be honest. I don't know a lot about the the details of of the Middle East and stuff, but it's the point that I'm making is that our governments, which have now been proven to not be that good themselves, are working with our enemies, right?
Yeah.
But our
And it
governments
seems like
have
all
now,
of them do that
yeah. So
crazy ISIS like beheadings.
so it's like how MAGA got painted as an evil scumbag, deplorable. Now, so MAGA is the resistance. So you've got two resistances in America. I mean, you got a few, but the main ones is the resistance and then the counter resistance. So the resistance is like Black Lives Matter, Antifa, which they believe in tearing everything down, right, any way possible. But then you've got the counter resistance to that, which is like MAGA, which has been sort of it's had life breathed into it by Trump and his team, the Christian conservatives, and they believe in tearing it down, but they believe in tearing it down in a legal and lawful manner that's least hurtful to the local communities. So then you look at each other country and you start saying, well, who, you know, our corrupt media and corrupt government and that, they're all in bed with each other. They've been telling us that the resistance movements in other countries are evil and nasty, but are they really? Like, are they getting stood on and shut down and put in prison like MAGA? Like, we've literally just witnessed it with MAGA. It's quite amazing to stand back and look at what's just happened to Trump supporters in America and around the world. I'm a Trump supporter. They put me in prison for making YouTube videos in New Zealand. Right?
Yeah.
And YouTube didn't do that. Like, YouTube left my videos up. So behind the scenes, there was obviously legal arguments going on in consideration to what I was saying on YouTube, because some of the videos would stay up, but then the police
Why are
would come
you
and arrest
making
me
the
at
duck
gunpoint.
face?
So like, we've literally just witnessed it, and now we sort of have to stand back and go, well, you know, if that's been happening to all of us, then what's the real story with these other people overseas?
Yeah.
I think didn't the CIA create ISIS as a way to fight the Russians?
Hi, Mina.
I don't know, but America definitely created them in the sense that they left like a power vacuum over there.
Yeah.
After they like destabilized all the the Iraqi government.
Yeah.
What a mess.
Same with Libya. Like Libya, the West meddled around there, and now like I guess in Libya they have like open air slave markets and stuff, and it's like pretty
I've seen
crazy.
those videos. That's terrible, man. They've just captured hundreds or
they're
thousands of girls.
They're like burning like people's legs and crap.
Oh man, and they've got all these girls lined up, and all these men are coming in and just buying these girls. Like,
I know.
Far out,
It's
man.
like maybe
Like-
Gaddafi wasn't that bad.
He wasn't. We read his green book on this channel a couple months ago. Do you know he
Yeah.
was the son of Bedouins? He came from a Bedouin family. He came from like illiterate people who were nomads, desert nomads, and he became leader of his country. He was a remarkable man, and they killed him.
I seen something where it was like the humanitarian like rating index of Africa in Libya when Gaddafi was in was like one of the higher scoring ones.
Yeah,
Where-
and also he was trying to create an African currency that was gonna like just be similar to like the US dollar, totally stabilize many economies.
Oh,
He
the
was-
US wouldn't
It is
like that.
unfair because a lot of those countries, like Nigeria, is one of the richest countries in the world in terms of natural resources, but then they're like one of the poorest countries.
Yeah.
The way they're exploited, you know.
See,
So it is-
I'm 47 years old, and I only recently started learning properly about the petrodollar and the power of the. One of the most significant things I recently learned is that all the oil trade, which is energy around the world, is dictated by the petrodollar. So there was an agreement that you could only trade oil using the US dollar, and that was the power of the US dollar. That was the power of the United States. And
He didn't
now,
kill enough, Mina, and that's why he's dead.
That benefits us greatly as American
absolutely.
citizens, but
the problem is that
it's not
the powers-
fair to the rest of the world.
It would have been okay, but the problem is that they've abused it. The people in power in America have abused that power, and they have gone and squashed other countries using military might and lying to its own people in the
Especially
media
with
to get away with it.
sanctions. And
Yeah, so the corrupt people in America have ruined it for everyone else in the West, really, because now you've got Russia, China, India, Saudi Arabia, and Brazil, and other countries are joining too, creating their own currency, which is allowing countries to pull away from the petrodollar. And because countries are aware of how corrupt America's been and the damage that it's done, countries are bailing out of the petrodollar and getting onto this new BRICS thing. So unfortunately for the
So
average
what is
American,
BRICS? What is it backed
BRICS is
by?
a
Is it
well,
is it
it's
gold? Like are the
it's
trades done in gold or are they done just
nah.
in
Well, see, US petrodollar is all about the oil, right? It's all about trading barrels of oil and the value of a barrel of oil, and so it gets really complicated and quite interesting actually to look at, because this is why the climate change and green energy bullshit is coming through. Because so with the ability to use cryptocurrencies or digital currencies, any country that signs up with BRICS is basically saying to the US, we're not going to sell oil only in US dollars anymore. So the problem, America's in a real big problem that a lot of people don't understand. You've got trillions of dollars of debt, which used to be backed by, like, so your government bonds and everything. It's nothing to do with the gold reserve. It's really to do with the oil reserves and the oil price of oil on the market. So the real war going on at the moment, economically, before it turns into a hot war, is economically in relation to the green energy, which is basically a bunch of people fighting against the oil barons. And then you've got like Saudi Arabia just recently said that they are now on board with the BRICS. So BRICS is countries can now buy oil and bypass America. Is the simple way to put it. So America's so therefore you don't need American military to protect you. You don't need the American police force to protect you. You don't need, India and China and Russia are trading with each other now, and they've cut America out of the deal. And other countries are climbing on board with that system. So now the problem is that all the bonds so every time America prints a bunch of money, the Federal Reserve gives it to the government, and the government gives them a bond in return, a piece of paper that says we will pay that money back, right? And so the debt is up to something like, I don't know how many trillions of dollars now, and now the bonds, the pieces of paper aren't worth anything. They're not worth the paper they're written on. That's why inflation is going through the roof, right? Because there's no what do you call it? There's no confidence in the American dollar because there's no, and so so that's where it gets quite complicated with the green energy, right? And you've got all these activists and quite big corporations pushing for green energy, which further devalues the price of oil.
Well, that makes sense.
Yeah.
And China is the biggest producer of green energy. So it's almost like it doesn't matter what move America makes, it can't win. It's almost like that.
What if don't you think they could win if they brought back the gold standard where like
You got to buy the gold though.
Their money was backed?
You got to get the gold.
Supposedly
what are you going to do? You're going to buy it with all that monopoly money? Those
supposedly they have a shitload of it in Fort Knox.
That's what they keep
saying. You've never heard of
but
Fort Knox?
Yeah, I don't know if they really have it there though.
Yeah, they may not, but who knows?
But gold was the only reason that gold was a good asset in return for the value of your money. So, that all goes back to the promissory notes in the markets. When the markets first started, people would bring a sheep. If I'm a farmer and I farm sheep, I'll take my sheep to the market and I need to buy some wood. So I spend all week working with my sheep, so I don't have time to make wood. So I go to the market once a week or once a day or whatever, And I met up with a guy who he doesn't deal with sheep all day; he deals with trees all day. And so I would trade my sheep with his trees to get wood to build better housing, right? And that's how the market started. And then what happened was a small group of people said, "Oh, hang on a minute. You don't need to bring your sheep to the market. That's a hassle. Bringing your sheep a mile every day to the market and bringing all that wood to the market. So what we'll do is we'll create these pieces of paper, which is a promissory note. That's how money started. And this promissory note promises that if you give me, if I can come around to your house and pick up, a certain amount of wood, it means that I promise that I'll bring 5 sheep for that wood." And so people started walking around with pieces of paper, which were called promissory notes, right? But of course, promissory notes were quite easy to copy. So then this is how the banks actually started. So then that same group of people that were creating the promissory notes, they said, "Well," so people were walking around with pockets full of gold as well, and of course you get robbed and stuff, right? And actually, that's why coins have those little edges, those edges. It was to stop people biting off the corner of a coin. But anyway, so you'd get killed for your gold that was in your pocket, and people would bite little pieces of coins off and save up the little pieces and melt them down and make new coins. So these bankers come along and said, "I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll keep all the gold, and we will issue you a promissory note so those promissory notes, now you can't change, you can't now when that's where the gold reserve and banking comes from. It comes from these people saying, we'll protect the gold, we'll keep it in our safe, we'll keep it stored safely for you, and at any time that you bring a promissory note to us, we will give you the value of gold for it." Right?
I need to interject here. Golden Rule TV keeps saying, like, he's been saying it like for the past 6 days, but he keeps saying that it's just going to be an S show until the inauguration. I wanted to ask him why he thinks that.
I promised to polish my neighbour's car, so I've got a shirt off. But if you're still on, if you're still on in a couple of hours, yeah.
We shall see. Who knows what?
Sorry.
But yeah, thanks for having me on, and I'll catch you all later.
Thanks for jumping on. Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Yeah.
Bye.
Good old Dave.
So he went to prison for his YouTube videos, he says?
I don't really know the exact story. I think there's more to it than that. I think he was acting a little crazy too. He said
I know New Zealand's really. Have you ever heard of the Christchurch shooting?
Yeah.
So the guy who did it live streamed it, and he played like Serbian war music. But anyways, that video's gotten reposted several times, like on Live Leak and Facebook and stuff. In New Zealand, everybody who reposted it, they like arrested them and sent them to prison.
Wow, really?
But it is it's like a video of some dude like killing about maybe like 40 or 50 people.
Yeah, it was really shocking. Well, I'm just asking, do you guys really think the LA fires was just random? No, I heard they were set by people.
Yeah, Stacy knows. He's like, subscribe to PewDiePie.
I never watched PewDiePie.
It's the shooting video.
Did he post it?
No, the guy who did the mass shooting, like before he did, he starts live streaming and he yells like, subscribe to PewDiePie, and then he just starts shooting a bunch of Muslims.
What an endorsement!
Yeah.
What an endorsement! Imagine that was your channel. God. Yeah, the Lahaina fires were pretty suspicious as well, and they had the same kind of issue with the wind, whipping the fires into insanity as well, and that seems to be happening. I've heard the winds have died down in LA now, though. So hopefully the fires will get contained. It's actually been really terrifying because it's such a, I mean,
I wonder if that one guy who was on your stream a few nights ago, if it made its way to him yet.
Well, I talked to him yesterday. We actually did an interview. So his house was fine yesterday, and it got posted on his channel this morning. Glenn Lawrence is his name.
Yeah.
So he interviewed me about like my history. I guess he saw my Instagram and he saw like how much I'd changed just physically, and found out I used to be a feminist. So he wanted to have a conversation.
Pretty crazy.
I know, it is interesting because then I went back. Huh?
Me and Daniel Newman were like looking at videos, and one of them was like one of your oldest live streams. I won't say it, but it was like, well, that's pretty crazy.
Yeah, I need to take that one down, honestly. I didn't know it was up. I'm kind of shocked. I thought I had that private at least. Yep.
So were you going through like a phase?
I don't know. Is it every part of your life a phase?
I don't know. I have a bunch of sisters, and it seems more so for like women than men, because they all went through a lot of phases.
Maybe it is a girly thing. Yeah, maybe it is a female thing to go through phases. I don't know. I didn't think of it that way.
Because they all women too. It seems like very similar, where they have like they'll have like a witchcraft phase when they're younger, like high school, where they're super into like witchcraft and the occult, and then usually feminism, and then occasionally like alt-right phases. Maybe like in high school, like in between your witchcraft and feminist phase, like an emo phase.
Never had an emo phase. I did have a
Marilyn
goth.
Manson.
I did have a goth phase.
Did you listen to Marilyn Manson a lot?
Not a lot, a bit. I do like a couple of his albums. Like, what's that? Smells Like Children is an interesting album. I like all the weird, synthesizer sounds. There's like I find some of his music experimental and stuff, but I definitely disavow a lot of his stuff as well.
What about System of a Down?
No. God, there was this guy in my high school who used to blast System of a Down when we would come into the school. He had these speakers in his backpack, and he would just be blaring it, and like we weren't supposed to have like headphones on in school, so as we had to walk through the gym area to actually get into the school to get to our lockers and stuff when we were dropped off. Every morning he would be like ahead of me, and I would take my headphones out and I'd have to hear System of a Down. Although I remember they had like an anti-porn song.
They're like my favorite band, probably.
Really?
They're a good band, yeah.
I don't know. They were too like masculine for me, I think.
But I remember that too.
Yeah,
in
the
high
boys
school.
in the audience are like, yeah, they're badass.
People had iPad or iPods, and then they didn't have Bluetooth speakers yet, but people would like get those shitty computer speakers that all you need is like an aux cord, and then plug them into your iPod.
I did that.
Yeah.
Matthew is into Deftones and Alice in Chains and Rage Against the Machine. I don't know.
Those are all really good.
Yeah, I liked more like, I don't know. I got
you
to
like Panic at the Disco?
No.
What?
No.
My Chemical Romance.
No, I didn't. I liked older music. So like, even though that stuff was popular when I was young, I didn't like it. I felt like it was just, I don't know. I liked older music, so I got into a lot of like 80s bands. I liked The Cure a lot, and I liked like 90s Britpop. I listened to Pulp a lot. I think in my last years of high school, it was like Pulp. What else did I listen to?
What about the Violent Femmes?
Not really. No, I never really got into them. Shoot, I'm trying to think. What else I liked in middle or not middle school, high school? What did I listen to so much? I liked the Strokes a lot. They were a modern band. They were coming out. I like that kind of, and like Interpol. They kind of got big when I was young. So like Interpol, the Strokes. Who else was kind of at that time? I like pretty music. You know, I'm a girl. I like girly, pretty music.
Like Celine?
Celine Dion?
I don't know, the one who died. Tina, maybe was her name?
Oh, no.
Okay.
I didn't hear what you said, the audio.
Hey, who's the girl who died?
Selena, the one that got killed?
Selena.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, I liked Selena, but that was more when I was like a little girl that she was popular. Oh, yeah, girl. No, I didn't find out about Paramore until like way later. I had no idea who they were. Found out like all my coworkers were into them. I had no idea who it was. I did like the Killers. Yeah, I did like the Killers.
The Killers
But I
were
feel like
good.
they got popular right when I got out of high school. I feel like that's when they kind of.
Have you ever
in
seen
high
the video where the guy points out how they're like a Christian band and then shows like all the reasons why? And it seems
Oh no,
that
I
way?
didn't see that. I've noticed though in their imagery and stuff, they had a lot of.
I always heard when they were out and popular, I always heard they were like a gay band and they were all gay. But I guess they're not.
I don't think they're gay. I think they just sound gay.
Probably.
Like they try to sound British, so they sound kind of gay. Let's
Yeah.
see. Adriana liked Evanescence and Avril Lavigne. Avril Lavigne, that poser. Oh my God, I can't believe you liked her. She's so fake.
Evanescence was good.
Yeah. Oh, she
And the
liked
chick, I forget her name. She's really hot.
Yeah. What's her name? Amy Lee or something?
Yeah, Amy Lee.
Pretty. I like the goth look. I don't know. Yeah, I liked. Let's see. What else did I listen to? In not middle school, high school. So the Strokes.
What year did you graduate?
2004. I liked
Green Day was popular.
Royksep, that Norwegian band. Kings of Convenience, them too. I liked them. What year did you graduate high school, Clay?
2010.
Dang.
Yeah.
I'm old out here. Damn. People just be younger than me. Amy Lee looks like a school teacher, says Samuel. Wow. Oh, I did like the Hives. Thank you for reminding me, Chris. I did like the Hives. Your new favorite band. The Hives are fun. Matthew listened to it all. Adriana, you graduated.
You were in high school? Were you? No.
Huh?
Did you listen to ICP a lot?
No. No. What? ICP. Oh my God. They're terrible. God, they're bad.
I've been trying to convince Dan Newman to wear ICP face paint on one of his streams and just not acknowledge
Oh, that would
it.
be funny. That'd be great.
It'd be hilarious. He had like black lipstick on and stuff.
The guys in the chat are saying they enjoyed ICP. I did enjoy. I've seen like when like either they were playing a show in town, or I think Twisted is one of their other like maybe affiliates. And I've seen like all the little ICP fans all done up going to the show. That's really exciting. Oh, I liked Muse too. Yeah, Muse was a good band. Yeah, Muse.
They have this festival every year,
Mm-hmm.
or at least they used to, called the Gathering of the Juggalos.
Yeah.
And that seems like it would be really fun to go to, because they have a lot of other bands playing that aren't like Juggalo rap.
Yeah, the Juggalo subculture is really amazing. And I love how weren't they categorized as like a gang, and all the Juggalos started protesting? They had that big march on Washington, the Juggalo March, where they're like, we're not a gang.
I didn't see that.
We're a subculture. Oh,
All
what
the
up,
ones in my school were like nerds.
What up, though, Glenn Lawrence? But no, I feel like I liked music that was a bit older than what was popular when I was a youth. I didn't fit in well. I liked Britpop music. That I got into that, and alas. Yeah, they were into Fanta. That's right. They drank Fanta.
No, they drank Faygo.
Oh, sorry, Faygo. Sorry.
Yeah.
Faygo.
I know that's like a Michigan local. It's like a Detroit brand of like an off-brand. That's how I know about it. But
Matthew says that the Juggalettes were some freaky little wenches. I did have a friend who was a Juggalette, and she was insane. Like one of the craziest girls I ever met. I wonder what became of her. We lost contact. Oh, see, yeah, Oasis. That would be a Britpop band. You just found out about them, Cecil? Yeah, they're fun. They're so fun. You gotta watch, not only is Liam Gallagher hilarious, but Noel is really hilarious as well. And when they have spats with one another, it's quite fun.
What's your favorite Oasis song?
Oh, favorite Oasis song?
Mine is "Don't Look Back in Anger."
That's
like
one.
such a good song.
Let me think. Maybe Slide Away, I think, is my favorite.
Yeah.
Slide Away. Oasis and the Verve sound exactly the same to you? Yeah, they do have a similar sound, don't they? I don't know. I think Oasis just rock a little bit more. They're a little bit more universally listenable. I don't know. I like that What's the Story Morning Glory song as well.
Yeah. Another really good band, even though a lot of people hate on them, is Creed.
Creed. They're Christian. It's Christian.
Yeah.
Did they do that with Arms Wide Open?
Yeah. I like working on my cars and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And that's like one of my things is I like getting hammered while I'm working on my stuff and listening to Creed.
Oh, nice. That sounds
But
very
all that
nice.
other stuff too, like Stone Temple Pilots.
Oh, I like them.
Alice in Chains.
Let's see. What about Pearl Jam? Do y'all mess with Pearl Jam?
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of the other grunge bands. What about Mudhoney? Any Mudhoney fans in the chat?
Well, you can't talk about grunge without talking about Nirvana,
Yeah.
and they're a good band, or were.
Yeah.
Kurt
Urbana.
Cobain was the real suicide boy.
What about, do y'all like Hole? Any Hole fans? If Mr. Mad was here, he's a Hole fan. Live. What up, them? Let's see. Tenon versus is, yeah, I kind of fell off of liking them. Oh, wow, Bush. Bush was a British band that sounded English. They didn't fit in with the contemporary Britpop bands. Everybody hated them because of it. Because everybody else in England was trying to sound British at the time. But they were
What's
like,
another good one is Third Eye Blind.
oh, yeah, Third Eye Blind was good. Yeah.
There's a song called Slow Motion, and that's also like a really good song.
Matthew singing lightning crashes, an old mother dies. Puff Daddy. Oh, I never liked Puff Daddy or P. Diddy. What about Mary Rice Hopkins? We love Mary Rice Hopkins.
Puff Daddy's kind of gay now that all this stuff's coming to light.
Puff Daddy always freaked me out. Like, he always had like creepy vibes. I never liked him.
You
and
know,
his music sucked.
Puff Daddy is P. Diddy.
Yeah, it's the same guy.
Yeah. So like all them creepy vibes were accurate. You know?
Jurassic 5. I never got into Jurassic 5, Matthew. Oh, Matchbox 20. Yeah, where did Diddy's baby oil go? Oh, wow, we got a Limp Bizkit fan. I never got into Limp Bizkit. I really hated them, actually. And the fact that they're, like, still popular now, like, upsets me. Like, I have young Gen Z friends who wear Limp Bizkit, like, T-shirts. And I'm like, oh, my God. People are still listening to them? Oh, wait, I loved Usher. Yeah, Usher was the best. Wait, no, you're saying Usher isn't good? Usher is good. Kanye isn't good? Are you insane?
Nick Kanye is really
Eminem?
good.
Eminem? I can't put up with this. You're going to get put in timeout. Y'all showing your age. How about you show us your age, Mana? You're older than everybody else here. Oh, he's cooking dinner. Okay. I was worried. I didn't know where you were. Diddy's baby oil. Oh, you know what? Limp Bizkit had beef with Placebo. Now, I'm a big fan of Placebo. I didn't know they had beef, but they had beef. They got into it at like one of the Woodstocks, and then they had this like beef that lasted for years. That's right. That's right, Chris. Chris knows. Ghost 1978 is a Gen Xer. Wow. Congratulations. Placebo was gay, though. Well, no, they were fake gay. They were pretending to be gay for fashion. But I think that was part of it. I think Fred Durst did call like the lead singer of Placebo an F word, and then, yeah. But I'm a girl. I don't like that like masculine rough music. Terry, play Cater to You by Destiny's Child. We are not playing Destiny's Child. Oh, that's so sweet. I would never leave your side, my future wife, kiss and heart love emojis. That's so sweet. Oh, Chris, you listened to Mos Def. I do like Mos Def, Quelly, and Common. Mandy Moore, we got a Mandy Moore fan. Nice.
You ever hear of someone named Mazzy Star?
Oh, yeah. They did that Fade Into You song.
Yeah.
The lead singer, what's her name? Her name's Hope something. Hope Sandoval. I feel like she did some she guested on some other people's tracks as well.
Might be a
Y'all are-
one-hit wonder. Because
Yeah.
that's like the only song I know is Fade Into You, but it is a good
Yeah.
song.
What up, though, Ronan? Yeah, I don't know. I never. Pieces of Me. That's Mandy Moore, right? That was her album. Yeah, I'm a Bjork fan. People say I look like Alanis Morissette, but I don't see it. Wait, Ashley Simpson had that one song that was really good. I can't remember it now. I didn't like them. I didn't like Britney Spears either. I thought they were all sluts. I thought they were nasty. I couldn't relate to them. They weren't my kind of girls. You know that? Like, they just weren't the kind of girls I could relate to. And I didn't like all the, all that teeny bopper music. I didn't like that stuff. I was too, above that stuff. Although I did like that one Britney Spears album years later. What was that album? I had it. It's the album that has like, shoot, I'm gonna have to look it up. You just watched a video of a tranny crying about Terri saying trans women don't look like women. Who? Link? Who was crying about me saying that? Are you serious? Oh yeah, Pieces of Me. By Monday, I am something. Tuesday, I'm blah blah. Ghost. Well, yeah, you said you were Gen X. You don't have to explain that. If you say Gen X, we know you were a degenerate in the 90s. You don't have to explain a thing. It was from years ago. Okay, if it was from years ago. That's funny. Were they literally crying or were they just reeing?
You should find it and comment.
I know. Hey, sorry I made
Just
you cry.
comment and be like, no, just comment, you look like a dude.
Why is this dude crying about what I said? I look like Annie Lennox with hair. I don't look like Annie Lennox. What? Y'all stop. Oh, man. Interesting. Okay, let me pop this off. You know what? I was listening to Blur, speaking of bands from the 90s. Britpop, too. Ooh, that's bright. Oh, no, it didn't post Thormode. Thormode, can you come? Okay, Thormode, can you click on the link and then come post that in the private chat here? Or wait, no, Thormode, hold up. Thormode, your link didn't post. I have to add you as a mod to get it to post. So hold up a second. I want to pull this up. Let me add you as a moderator so we can get this because I'm interested in seeing this. Add you as a moderator. Okay, let's see. Okay, add as a moderator. Okay, so you should be able to post the link now. I do not look like I was in 4 non-blondes. Take that back. Take that back.
The one is Jerry Seinfeld.
What the? Oh my God. Y'all gonna get blocked and deleted. Okay, let me see.
Even among women.
Oh, that's ContraPoints. Okay, hold up. I'm gonna pull this up here on my computer. No, ContraPoints and I go way back. I knew him before he transed out. I knew his original channel, y'all. I knew him when he was a boy. So yeah, I think I've seen this one though before. But But that's okay. We can look at it. It looks like this was a video. Ugh, God, he is a disturbing looking man. Okay. I look like that one actor in Kids in the Hall. Which one? I love Kids in the Hall. Okay, let's see.
Even among women, caring about beauty is often frowned upon. I feel like an alien species when I hang out with women in academia, and I know a few because I once got half a PhD before dropping out to become a, what do you call someone who makes videos? A cam girl. Most female grad students and professors I know don't wear makeup. To them, the idea of earnestly putting on press-on nails or false eyelashes is inconceivable, like maybe on Halloween. Now, part of that is that women in male-dominated fields sometimes feel like they have to present more masculine to be taken seriously, because of this prejudice that beautified femininity equals frivolous.
Because of this prejudice that beautified femininity equals frivolous.
But another part is clearly some kind of not like other girls weird flex. I think even grad students want to be beautiful. They just want to do it in that Becky kind of way where you scoff at anything glam or artificial. And
if women weren't being feminine, what would men have to emulate?
Yep. Hey, she's got it.
What would make them like us in any way? If women stopped doing the femininity, what tranny would look like a woman ever?
I had a point. I had a point. I had a point. Like, really, if you just shaved every woman's head, like, in the world, none of them would look like us. Oh, that was funny. That was funny. Oh, man. I was looking terrible there, though. I looked terrible. I can't believe that. Getting on camera looking like that.
You kind of look like a boy.
I know. But even then, I didn't look like
Trainspotting.
Like, I look like the guy from Trainspotting.
Yeah, like the main
Which
guy.
one?
The main one?
I did not look like Renton.
Yeah.
Maybe, what's his name? Let's see. Spud.
No, because Spud's got them crazy teeth.
Yeah, that was end stage feminism. That was definitely end stage feminism. That's a good way to put it. I love it. Me and Leah hanging out and she's knitting.
I think the trans stuff is all gonna die pretty soon.
I hope so. It's really horrible.
Even Facebook, like something I like to do for fun. So you know how in Facebook Messenger there's like a theme and you change it?
Yeah.
I would like certain people I'd be talking to, I would just change it to like transgender or gay or whatever. And I noticed they got rid of that. So that's like a step in the right direction. Well, they got rid of the transgender one, not the gay one, but it doesn't say gay. Now it's like pride or something.
Seesaw. Feminist eyebrows. Feminist eyebrows. Okay, what about what I said, y'all? What about what I said? Don't focus on what I look like. Focus on what I said. Yeah, you can change themes on Messenger, Chris. Mm-hmm. What I said was a fever dream. I had a point. I had a point, y'all. Thank you, Adriana. Long hair and long nails too. See these nails? Girly, girly. Glitter too. They're glittery. Girly, girly. All of this just dying to come out of me. It's sad. No, I hate y'all. I hate y'all. I hate y'all so much. I hate y'all. No. It was my same voice. God. I know. I mean, I don't get seen by men most days. I'm just doing it for me. I'm the only one that sees me. And the cat, I guess. I mean, look how hard I had to go out of my way to be unattractive. I had to have a funny haircut. Like, it was work. Yeah, thanks, guys. I know. It's not conservatism. It's God. It's nothing else. It's the Holy Spirit. Yeah, I was a wretch. I was a wretch. But I had a point. Because really, I mean, these guys, they look ridiculous. And, you know, the only thing they have to go off of is to, like, use femininity. I don't think I thought I made someone cry, though. It wasn't what I thought it would be. I know. You were better when you were without that silly skydiving stuff. I have had people pop on here though and say that to me. They're like, you're worse. You've devolved. You're not like whatever. You were way better before. And I'm like, dang. Cause okay, like I went on my Instagram yesterday because Glenn had said to me that he'd seen my Instagram and he was like, your progression was really striking because you just, like if you go back, it's like night and day. He's like, it looks like you were dead and then you came to life or something, So I was looking at it too and like looking at my older photos and I was really like stunned at how dark they were. Like how, I mean, a lot of the content of them was dark, but yeah, the way I looked, my eyes, it was, I know. Well, miserable people want everybody else to be miserable and they get mad if they can't spread their misery. That's the thing. That's why you got to stay away from people that are miserable because they won't stop until you're miserable too. And and once you're miserable like them, they still aren't ever going to be happy with the way you are. Like, I never interacted with people with pronouns listed either, Matthew. Do you all not understand that I was a TERF? Like, how many times do I need to explain this? There are different kinds of feminists. I was the kind that didn't like trans people.
Like the Harry Potter author.
Yeah, like the Harry Potter lady.
Because didn't she get in some trouble for something about trans people?
Oh yeah, she's been like really canceled and like maligned and badmouthed. She had like a lot of the Harry Potter actors come out against her Just stupid. How did I find God? Well, I was saved when I was a child, so God was always there. But I think like I just went through some experiences that revealed to me that we're under a spiritual battle and warfare, and that I'd been on the side of evil and I needed to choose the side of good. I don't know. I don't know. That's how it was. Like I started to see that evil was real and that like I was part of it.
Are any of your TERF friends still TERF feminists?
Mm-hmm. A lot of them. Well, yeah, a lot of them are.
Did they like quit talking to you and stuff?
No,
For your
no,
shade?
not my like close friends. Not my close friends. A lot of them like when I went to I mean, it was hard, I think, on some of them, but like the ones who really cared about me have still kept me in their life and, you know, are accepted like my changes, even if they kind of, I don't know, don't agree or aren't like on the same page. My friend that was in that video with me, she still has a lot of the same beliefs, but she recently got married and
Did she grow her hair out?
yeah, she has.
Yeah, that's good.
She had a shaved head when I met her. Now she got hair. Yeah, it does happen. Is Doll Snatch still a feminist? I don't know. We haven't really talked about it. I think so. She's still really anti-trans and anti like, you know, sex work and all of that stuff. So yeah, I agree with that. So it's like they believe a little bit of truth because they believe in like biological reality, Adriana, but it's like Satan still takes the truth and twists it and perverts it so that they're on this destructive path anyway. I know, it's an amazing name. It really is an amazing name. I was always jealous of that username. I was like, dang, that is a good username. It's just in your face. It's like, you know, yeah, exactly. He can. No, but I mean, there's a segment of, so there's a split within feminism between like liberalism and sexual liberalism and more of a class-based or caste-based analysis. So the feminists that are like sexual liberals, these are the ones that are more mainstream and they're like the ones that are promoting those kind of ideologies. And then there's a movement within feminism that's more conservative and that seeks to like sees these things as assaults on women and also is like really anti like reproductive technologies. So there's like parallels with oftentimes conservatives. They have similar goals, but not like similar beliefs that lead them to those goals. So they may be anti like birth control. They may be anti-abortion. They may be anti-porn. They're anti-trans. They may be anti like IVF and things like that. But the reasons for it are different because they see these things as oppressing women. Let's see. Do you think radical feminism is evil because they're more likely to be man-hating? I don't think radical feminists hate men more than liberal feminists do. I think they both hate men and women. I think feminism hates women and men equally, honestly, because they hate femininity. They hate womanhood. They hate women's like position and just ways of being. Like they want to destroy what makes women thrive. They want to destroy what makes women women, which makes women miserable. And they also hate men and see men as the source of all of the world's problems. And that's like radical and liberal feminists. It's not like, yeah, that's right. So like, yeah, liberal feminists see it as like people's beliefs. They think that if you can change your beliefs, then somehow you'll change the world. But radical feminists believe in like revolution and changing the world through like completely overthrowing the patriarchy. That's true. That's right, Thor. That's a good point. That's a good point. We lost Clay. That's okay, though. He can only listen to so much of this. Well, anyway, let's move off of the feminism topic, y'all. It's depressing. Y'all see my hat is red, right? It is red. Let's change the color of my light. Do you like the purple light? That is true. It does tend to spike the envy, doesn't it? You want me to put on red? Yeah, I haven't had a red light. There we go. Red light. What do y'all think? Get it off of me and just have that kind of like red din. That's kind of nice. Yeah, it does have those kind of vibes. I definitely recommend red light therapy to anybody who hasn't tried it. I have a red light therapy device. I haven't used it in a while, but I probably should actually, because my neck has been bothering me. Oh, now we're getting to cryotherapy. Dang. No, it's fun to see. It's fun to see. It's nice to see somebody also from the past had actually like clipped something I said and thought it was like worth sharing. All right, I'm getting back onto Reddit, y'all. Let's continue. And again, link to join if anyone wants to join and talk about anything. Wow, okay. Ugh. Daily vasectomies has got to be the worst iOS 18 bug of all. Dang. Okay, funny. Oh, there's Tammy Duckworth. Okay. I use a dual monitor. How about y'all? At least for work. Black people Twitter. I bought like 10 turtlenecks so I wouldn't have to think about what to wear to work every day. During a meeting, someone just asked, "Do you have any updates, Steve Jobs?" I'm going to HR. No, it's not that funny. 1972, the year we met, and 2024. Aw, look at that. Aw. What happened to her glasses? Aw. Black cat living in the woods. Look at that baby. Gender affirming surgery is a months-long dark comedy. What the F do you mean you're charging me double for everything? What do you mean they itemize the bill by left and right ball? What the F? They billed me for three balls? Dang. That's what you get. Hotel I'm staying in with my mom has the shower open to the entire room. Ew. Met a dude on a hardware swap to buy a 4090 and he bought me Indian food too. Or he brought me Indian food too. Nice. Blah, blah, blah. What do you think they should name this cat, y'all? They want a floral name for the cat. No, I didn't Golden Rule TV. I don't know. Like, what should we name this cat? Give it a floral name. Daisy, Hyacinth, Violet, Rosie, Lily. Trying to think of another flower name. Petal. Yeah, her name is Petal. That's Petal, everybody. Isn't she cute? Petal, the little baby kitten. Oh. White people Twitter. Oregon sent 60 fire trucks to California. California won't let them into the state because California is unsure of emissions on the trucks. California is a joke. Get out while you can. Oregon State Fire Marshal. We sent 75 fire engines. Your statement about our teams not being allowed into California is false. Our teams arrived yesterday and are working around the clock to help our neighbors. Yeah, be careful what you read. People do lie. There is people, I don't know, there is a real, like, it seems like an agenda to just lie consistently about, oh, wow, this looks good. Look at this. Laser etching over the name. Dang, it's looking good. Taking that junk and actually making it look good. Wow. If you were born in Star Wars, what would you be? I have no idea. Dang, what was that one I was on? It was like LinkedIn. I accidentally closed it. Homeless, okay, this is Seattle, Washington. Homeless parked here for several days, left 2 trash cans 10 feet away, destroyed a beautiful little park. Disrespectful pieces of S word. Wow. Am I overreacting if I send these texts to her parents? Yeah, okay, let's see. Alrighty, since we are playing this game. Okay, like, so he doesn't post what he said to her. I effed blank 2 days after you guys broke up. I guess we are even now. That's not really the flex you think it is. Or maybe this is a girl asking about sending it to her friend's parents. I don't know. It just proves the point I'm making the right choice right now, but I'm not surprised. Your constant need for validation, to keep male validation, even at the expense of your best friend's feelings, is a recurring factor in your history. For real, anybody have some girlfriends like this, y'all? I definitely have cut girls off for being like such. Well, I mean, for caring more about like getting some guy's attention or validation than like, you know, your friendship. That is a problem I'm sure every woman has experienced at some point. That's right, Golden Rule TV. I would be Darth Vader. No, I never watched it. Billy Carson and Wes Huff. Isn't Wes Huff that guy that like beat up that guy recently? Wasn't he the guy they were talking about on Punchy TV? Anyway, no, don't send that to her parents, for God's sakes. Trigger warning for grape. Okay, I'm good. I don't want to read that then. Why don't the UK join the EU? Are they stupid? That's funny. They left the EU. They voted to leave. But it was probably too late at that point. This is what one of my students turned in for her career budget project in my high school math class. A+ work. Really? Really? God, I would be so upset if I was a teacher and a student turned that in for a career budget. My God, that is upsetting. Okay, that guy looks weird. Would you eat this? It looks a little too rare for me. I might eat it if like I might suffer through it, but that's not how I like it prepared. That's too rare. Aw, oh, oh. Aw. Aw. The kitty wants to play with the kids. Isn't that sweet? That mouth is as big as a kid. Cute. Aw, she hungry. Oh, a bear. Look at this. Aw. I think that one just wants to cuddle. That's so cute. Ooh, it's a snake. Ooh. I'm a single dad at a very low point in life right now. I got home today and found this made by my daughter. Check in your bathroom, Leah. Or Leia, I'm not sure. You are the best person in the world, Daddy. You are the absolute best daddy I've ever seen, and I never want you to be sad, Leia. Why did she write on the, like, did she get in trouble for writing on the mirror? I know. Now he's got to clean that up. Like, how hard is that going to be? I hope the marker isn't too. Should I pull that up? Okay, so who is this? Wes Huff versus Billy Carson. Do y'all want me to watch it? You want to see me react to it? I'm just a monkey for y'all, aren't I? Aren't I? Ow, 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 ow. There it is. Wes Huff, Billy Carson. There's a bunch of dudes talking about it. Is there any link to? I don't know, man. This is like 2 hours. Does anybody have like a decent link to what you're talking about? Because this all looks. Yeah, all of these videos, I'm not finding anything relevant. Does anybody have a link to something? Pull up the highlights. What do you mean highlights? I don't see any highlights. I see a 2 hour long video. I'm not going to put on a 2 hour long video here, guys. Back to Reddit. Who is the greatest female movie villain? I don't know. Greatest? That's tough. Dang. Gen Z is killing office small talk with 74% of employees struggling to speak to coworkers. So, oh. Who had every right to become a villain? No idea. If you sleep with a coworker, you're going to have a bad time. Indeed. Indeed. In freaking deed. Amen. Hallelujah. Before and after virtual effects in Twilight. Awkward. Okay. I don't know. Guys, my mom stopped saying when you find a girlfriend and started saying if. Ouch, ouch, ouch. If you're lacking something cringe, I could pull up an old Terri video. Still going. We're still going strong, Zealots Den. Shoot, we haven't even hit 3 hours yet. How's it going? Okay, now I haven't watched it. I'll check it out. I've heard good things about Wes Huff and other places, so I don't know. Look up Conolidine. Okay. Conolidine. For pain relief. Okay, it looks like drops. Joint support supplement. That's what I need, another supplement. Okay. Safe, effective pain relief at 50, 60, or 70 years old. I'm not 50, 60, or 70. What the heck? I'm not really finding any information. I'm just finding people selling it. I don't know, man. Pain, I have pain. It's not that big of a deal. I don't feel like I need to take any supplements for it. I mean, maybe. I don't know. I'm just so like, over taking things, I take so many things as it is. It might help me. Again, it might just be another thing that I dump money on and doesn't do a damn thing to help me. I don't know. I'm going to have to look up differently. Although it might be good. Can you just take it like an aspirin? Like if I have pain, is it something I can take? Does it work like that? An ointment. Yeah, hit the like button, share the video, subscribe, comment, become a member. Well, do you take it every day, Golden Rule TV, or do you take it when like pain flares up? Oh, you baby, what's up? What's up? What's up with you? Come on up here. Yeah. Get up here. Handsome boy. Handsome boy. Where my handsome boy at? Oh, so handsome. Look at this handsome kitty. We got a handsome kitty right here. Oh, he's so handsome. Look at him. He's so handsome. What you get? What you? He's so handsome. Look at that handsome kitty. He's so cute. He's so cute. He's so handsome. He's so good, kitty. He's so good, kitty. He's a good kitty. I never met no kitty as good. He's just the goodest kitty I ever did see. Best kitty in the damn universe. Best kitty on earth. Best kitty we ever did see. Bestest kitty there is. Oh, he's a good kitty. Oh, he's a good kitty. Oh, he's a good kitty. Shout out. Oh, hey, Samuel. Samuel coming in with the super chat for Nero. Yup. That's what the people have been waiting for, Nero. They've been waiting to see you, baby. They've been waiting to see you, baby. Get a life, Mana. This isn't a communist hat. The beret is not a communist hat. Jeez. It's not even the only beret I own. I wear other berets. You haven't said anything about them. If it was a military style beret, maybe. You see the freckles? Do y'all like my freckles? Hit like for the freckles. Yeah, he's got amazing eyes. He does. He has amazing eyes. They're so beautiful. They're so beautiful. How I'm so lucky, got the best kitty. How I'm so lucky. Got such a good kitty. Got such a good kitty. How am I so lucky? He's so good to me. Yes. My freckles are too big. Shut up. Hi. Hi. My baby. Oh, you so baby. They look like liver spots. Nice. Y'all are mean. Mean, I say. All right, let's get in here. Back to Reddit, y'all. Am I this old? Maybe I never really played those games, so. Yeah, let's go on there. Am I the A? No, we're not logging in. Stop it. My sister, 24, and I, 26. We're really close our whole lives, and we moved away from our parents together when she was 18 and I was 20. I met my soon-to-be ex-husband here, and we got married, and my sister stayed close. We spent a lot of time together. Then a few months ago, I learned my sister was pregnant, and my husband was the father. Wow. Okay. I ended my marriage to him immediately. And I told my sister I wanted nothing more to do with her, and she was on her own. I had some of her stuff at my place and left it at my ex's place for her. For the rest of the pregnancy, they were living together, and then he wouldn't let her back in after the baby was born. She called our parents. Wow, this is messy. She called our parents from the hospital and told them she had nowhere to go, that he was looking for custody and didn't want her back. And I wasn't answering her calls. Well, why would you answer her calls? So they called me, and after I heard them explain what was going on, I told them it wasn't my problem. That's right. They tried to argue, but I wasn't having any of it. Why would they even try to get you involved after everything that had happened? Like, you're the last person that she should be going to for any help. She got a place at a shelter for single parents, and she's still there several weeks on. With the custody dispute, she can't move back to our parents, and I'm still refusing to help her out. My parents are angry because I won't even take her calls or reply to any messages she sent. Why are your parents trying to involve you in this hussy's problem? I actually blocked her because I knew she wouldn't stop. My parents don't know that part, but they're telling me I should be ashamed of myself for turning my back on her and the baby. I told my parents I owe her and the baby nothing. I told them it was just a shame she didn't choke on his D word when they were sleeping together behind my back. My parents called me disgusting for leaving them homeless, that I have room and I could help. Am I the A? Is she the a-hole, guys? Is she the a-hole in that situation? What do y'all think? I know, right? She could stay somewhere, for real. And it's also it's just crazy to me. I'm going to take my hat off now. It's kind of coming off anyway. But you're literally... I get why the parents might be upset about this situation, because I guess in their minds, that's their grandchild. And technically it is her niece or nephew, but man, that's just a situation. Her parents must really hate her. That's all I can think of. They must really hate her, because this woman was her friend, or it was her sister, not just her friend. This is her sister, sleeping with her husband. That's really, you're betrayed doubly there, She got betrayed doubly. It's not like this was some random mistress. This was her own sister sleeping with her husband. Like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't think she's wrong for not wanting to help them. Oh, stop. No, get down, 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 down. You disobedient little rat. Get down. What's she doing? What's you doing? What's you doing? Get down. Get down. You get down. I don't want you up here on my desk. I don't want you on my desk. Down. 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 Go on. Get down. Get down. No. No, you get down. Thank you, baby. Sorry, guys. He knows I don't want him up here. He's a cat, not a rat. That's right. I don't want him up here, though. I told him no. I said no. And he was like, I'm going to do what I want. Well, no. No, you ain't, sir. Okay, let's see. Let's continue. Am I the A for snapping on my BF when he wouldn't stop bragging about his size? Yikes. Yikes. Ugh. I'd probably snap too. I don't want to hear that nonsense. Am I the A for refusing to babysit for my siblings anymore and telling my family they can't use me as free childcare and treat me like S-word for being an unwanted pregnancy? Dang. Yeah, probably. Am I the A for telling my boyfriend that if he doesn't like what I'm making for dinner at my apartment, he can get his own food or just not eat at my place? No. Why are you cooking for your boyfriend? Boyfriend? Women out here doing way too much. She works. She has him sleep over. I bet she's giving him the S word too. And she's feeding him. Home cooked meals. I liked it. Yes, I liked tea time with Terry. Oh, hey, we got guests coming on. What up, though? David, welcome.
Hey, Terry Berry.
Man, that was some fun.
Did you enjoy yourself?
I had fun.
What happened to the hat?
I took it off. It was starting to like look weird. I don't know. It doesn't always, it wasn't staying in place. I didn't want to like.
It was a nice.
I'm not gonna nice hat. Some guy that ain't my husband. What are you talking about, Mina?
Oh, I'm the husband?
No, Mina's like, you're a psycho for not cooking. But I'm saying like, I was the thing I was just reading on Reddit. This girl like has her boyfriend come over and she cooks for him and then like lets him sleep over and all that. I'm like, oh, she's doing too much.
Yeah, that's a good wife, but yeah, she's doing too much for a girlfriend.
No, you don't do all that for a boyfriend. You might make him a sandwich that you bring on a picnic. Make him some types of salad. You know, you might make him something to like, you know, if he's doing something, you might make him something to take or have, you know. But you don't cook for him like that. That's right, Stacy. Stacy is no longer feeling alone. Stacy is also a Catholic.
Baby, go, I miss you so. Seems like forever since you've been gone. With Terri go, I miss her. Portland, man, Portland. They get no service over there in the woods.
No
Can y'all
service?
hear me? I'm gonna play this back. So, welcome to the Terri Show. I'm your host for the day, David the Zealot, and we are here live streaming from Boston, Massachusetts. Oh, hey Terri.
Oh my
You
gosh,
back?
hi. Hi.
I thought I didn't know who lost who. I was just talking.
I think maybe we lost each other for a moment.
Oh, well, I'll have to go back on the live. Well, I was hosting your show for like a minute there. So if it was you, I was maintaining the program.
Thank you.
So I was
don't know.
saying I just found out about Reddit. I didn't even know Reddit existed until like 2 years ago.
It's an interesting site. There's so many different interesting subreddits that you can get on. Like uh-oh.
But I was on there because they have like the JFK conspiracies and stuff.
Oh, do
You
they?
read some places. Oh, they got everything on Reddit. Moon landing stuff. You name it, it's on Reddit.
I usually just like go until I find an interesting subreddit and then I go in there and then I like read for a while. Oh, wow. Chris says that it's full of weirdo neckbeard atheists.
Yeah, exactly, Chris. That's right. They're the one. Yeah, they come up with some wild conspiracies on there. Yeah, well, yeah. Why the Catholic Church is rarely run by the devil? That's probably on there.
Oh my. A lot of people say that.
It is, so maybe it's true. No, I'm just kidding. But if everyone's saying it,
I don't know.
I'll tell you, it's nice to be on this stream. I was on a wild one earlier. People just yelling at each other.
I know. I saw you were on Gigi's stream earlier.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Yeah. Oh, they get some geeks on there.
I popped in there. I was so like, I hate when people start shouting at each other like that or like putting each other down. Like, what up though, Matthew?
Did someone
What's
say
happening,
Catholics? I heard Catholics.
Yeah, welcome, my Catholic brother.
I'm not Catholic at all. No.
Dang it. I thought about becoming Catholic in 2020 when I was going through my my spiritual awakening.
Oh no!
But
What happened?
My grandparents were Catholic. We grew up in that stuff.
Yeah, your name was a dead giveaway.
Oh yeah. Well,
He's a good
you want
Catholic
all right.
man.
This is the funny thing. I'm going to dox myself a little bit. My mom's name's Mary. My dad's name's Daniel. I'm Matthew. My grandmother's name's Mary. My grandfather's name is also Daniel.
Yeah, mine's not too different. We have a bunch of everyone but my brother got first and middle biblical names.
Yeah. But I'm not. I'm not on for the Catholic games and everything, like the rituals, and you need to do this and that, and you need to talk to some old man to talk to God, and then you need to repent, and you need to like worship the pea and Mary's, period blood and all that stuff. I don't like all that.
Wait,
Oh,
what?
it must be me because you're all going out on me. Yeah, well, I didn't hear all.
Am I going out?
I think
No, I think it was
David's
me.
having connection issues a little bit.
Oh no, I'm like all the problems with the Catholic Church, and then look at the Vatican. Just like look at all the symbology in there. It's all satanic. And then that huge what is it? It's the snake head. It's all satanic.
Oh man,
That's what we were just. That's what we were just talking about. We can find the subreddit about that. That's what we were just talking about.
You don't have to go to a subreddit. You just gotta Google the Vatican and look at all the pictures.
I've looked at this before, the building that kind of looks at like a snake head from certain angles.
From inside, if you look at it. And then they have the gigantic sculpture of like all the billions of tortured souls right where the Pope gets to walk in and sit down and like have his like evil grin like in Star Wars or something.
Yeah, I'm surprised you caught it from that angle. We didn't think anyone would see that, but you busted us, brother Matthew.
Well, Matthew, if you're afraid of that stuff, there's always the Orthodox Church.
Oh, I know, Daniel. I was watching y'all stream and Terry was on there. I was giving y'all hell.
No, you were great in the comments. It was Yoda that was being crazy. It was funny.
Oh
when
yeah.
I let Nate got kicked. That was so funny.
I stopped watching the comments, so I probably didn't see anything you wrote, Matthew.
It got crazy.
I wasn't being too bad.
No. It was my commenters, I can't control them. I have to just let them be.
She smiled the whole time.
Well, I was drawing. And
I
now-
got those markers, by the way. It just came in the mail.
What did you get?
Those markers, those acrylics.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
They're really good. Yeah. I went and like looked to see they have a lot of different art supplies. I might get some of their pastels because I like the shape of them. I haven't done any pastels in a long time.
You guys will have to do an art show together, a live stream. Like the guy who paints the smiley faces on the clouds and the trees.
Yeah. I've been drawing while I've been here.
What's his name, Daniel? It's eluding me.
Oh, Bob Ross?
Yeah.
Sat here today.
That's pretty good,
Looks
Terry.
Put it on big. Hold up. Oh, dang. No, that's not right. Let me stop sharing. Maybe. Okay, how do I get myself big? Let me see. Is that it? Yeah.
Hey there, little guy.
So yeah, you saw I was doing this similar kind of design on the black paper. So then I decided to put it on the canvas today.
That's cool. Okay.
Oh, those nails would give the best back scratch ever.
They're pretty strong. I use a nail hardener too. And then my
Speaking
real
of
nails.
like the way that it looks on there, you know how what's that type of art where you're scraping the black the film off of the paper with different tools to make art with it?
Like
What's
scratch art. I'm not sure what it's called exactly, but it's like
We did it in school. That's what it looks like you're doing in that one with like the designs in the top left. It looks like scratch art.
Are you into that, Chris? I don't like ASMR. ASMR bothers me. Maybe because it doesn't work on me. It's always just been kind of like, why is this person whispering? And is it carbon paper? Chris asks.
It's not carbon paper. It's like there's like a really thick, soft paint on the paper, and it's always usually black. And you take these little like different shaped like scrapers that instead of paintbrushes.
Something that was done with that. This bookmark.
Yeah, that was always fun. I would stim with that.
Yeah, my friend made this one actually. Like I had a birthday party a couple years ago, and these were one of the like party favors I had. We had like black. You remember those black velvet coloring posters? I got some of those. So people color with those, or then I had the scratch. I don't know what it's called, but it's like scratch art where you can reveal the color underneath and make.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, they're black, and you scrape it. There's also linoleum. Do you guys remember linoleum?
Yeah.
You take those carving knives, like pumpkin carving knives, and you just scrape away at it.
I
You
used to
make
love
stamp.
doing that.
Yeah.
I got on the in my high school. I got on the traveling like art exhibit by making one of those, and I also did a swordfish sculpture too. I was
Nice.
okay at art. My sister was really good at art. I was always more of a writer.
My 5-year-old does that all day, like Terry does. He'll sit there and he won't paint, but he'll go. He does it all digitally now. He used to do it with the stuff I gave him, like crayons and markers and stuff. But now he'd rather use his tablet and just sit there. He's got different editors he uses. He's 5 years old, and I don't know half the settings he goes into. And he can just make all kinds of little patterns and stuff. And then he'll just come show me and be super proud and then run back off and do it some more. It's so cute.
Definitely encourage that, man. That's a gift.
Well, my other son, he stims with audio, and he has audio mixers on his tablet, and he'll sit there and he watches videos on how people make songs, and he's making like dubstep and stuff. He's only 7, and he's making all this weird stimmy dubstep stuff, and like that what's that one song where she goes, "Oh my God." He thinks that's hilarious. He'll like remix that over and over again. But I was
It's a
never the
lot easier to
artist.
make
Like I would just do it for fun, but I wouldn't like finish anything.
I hear you.
So, may I ask, Matt? Do you or your family attend church at all? Just not Catholic, or?
I don't know if any of my family. Yeah, I think maybe my aunt and my other aunt go. But as far as everybody that we grew up with and like my cousins and stuff, I don't think any of them go to church anymore for the most part. Like I went and I joined a couple churches growing, like once I got out of my parents' house. I was at a Southern Baptist church for a while. But that was up in like Southern Illinois. And then I went to a non-denominational kind of like new age kind of place for a while. And it was called Joyful Spirit Church. And it was about faith, hope, and love. They had a band in the front. The pastor was the lead singer and the guitarist. But it was really cool.
Man, that's nepotism.
Yeah, it was. But as for entertainment on a Saturday, would I rather be there than at a Catholic church? Hell yeah.
I still have. There's actually a Catholic church near me that does a Latin Mass the first Saturday that I want to attend.
Have you ever?
Yeah. No, I've never attended a Latin Mass. I've watched them, but like it would be nice to attend one in person.
Yeah,
I've attended like English Mass in English.
Isn't that an Ozzy Osbourne song? Something like
What? Mass in English?
The Black Mass.
Black Mass is
it's a movie.
A black mass is supposed to be for the devil. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they made a Whitey Bulger movie. I know it's because it's in Boston.
But I don't know. I was always into like the churches where, and I did my tithe and stuff, and I went to Bible study at all of them. And I remember the Southern Baptist Church was all about brimstone and hellfire and Satan, but it was like a very older group. Like most people that were there were probably at least 50. And then me and my girlfriend at the time, we were probably the youngest ones there. I mean, we had some young kids with with some of the family, but it was mostly older folks. And I didn't know much about the Bible at that time. Like I was reading on my own, and they were in like certain scriptures, and I couldn't follow because a lot of it was like I I never would want to start reading what they were reading because I felt like I was already behind. And I didn't really have like a background knowledge. But to be honest, I never really could stay in the Bible too long. Like I'll get into like about where I'll probably read the Bible for a good few weeks, maybe once a year, and just go hard into it, and then I'll just leave it alone for whoever knows how long. Because I don't feel the need to like memorize things. I just feel sometimes if I'm going through something or I just feel like I'm missing out on something, then I'll start reading on it. And then if I feel the spirit, I leave it alone again. Like I don't need it to remind myself, you know, of what I was missing, what I thought I was missing on. If that makes sense.
I think like the best thing to memorize if you're going to would probably be the Psalms.
I like the Psalms and the Proverbs. I'll go to Ecclesiastes a lot. I'll go in. I mean, I'll go through all of the Matthew. I'll go through.
Oh, for your namesake.
No,
Did you
just because
ever
I mean
meet
it's.
your grandfather, Matthew?
Did I what?
Did you ever meet your grandfather?
Yeah, both of them.
Was the Catholic one a nice man?
Oh yeah, he was a real. He just passed away a couple of years ago. He was a super good guy. He wasn't really the type to like preach or anything though, but he was super conservative. Even though my grandmother was super hyper liberal, but he was like the soft and silent kind of grandpa. And then my other grandfather, he was much older on my mom's side. He was German and
Also Catholic?
but I really didn't get a whole lot of time with him. And he was kind of like, he was even more silent. Like he was in the World War. He was a bomber pilot. And he never really talked about it. He was a pilot in civilian life too. Like he had a plane. And my grandmother on his side, she was super religious, and she would actually come out and she would say things as we were children, and we just kind of like, yes, grandmother, yes, grandma. And she had all this stuff all in the bathroom, like all the different proverbs and stuff up on the plaque and all that.
Beautiful,
but my parents never really fell into that. I feel like my parents were pushed into it, so they weren't so into it. So then
so that's I assume that. So I actually asked that because I meet a lot of people my age and your age who had similar experience to you. So they'll say my grandparents were very religious. They were Catholic. My parents weren't so much, and then I never did much of it. But then I always ask, so most of the time their grandparents were wonderful people that they loved, and they were very religious. Their parents weren't so very religious, mostly for like your reason, they were forced into it and stuff. But I do find that interesting because as a Catholic, the Vatican II happened in the 1960s. So people your grandparents' age would have grew up like my father in the pre-Vatican II before any of the Novus Ordo came, and those were always very religious and very nice people. And then your parents and like my mother, they grew up in the newer version of the Vatican II, like the changes that they brought in. And then they weren't as religious. So I just find that very interesting that it seems to be a very time period specific losing of the passing down of the religion faith. But no, I'm glad to hear you. I love it. Everyone's grandparents are always the Catholic ones that I ask were always wonderful people.
Oh yeah, and like I don't think because I was so young at that time, I don't know if I just didn't notice if they were very religious. I mean, I grew up with my dad's side of the family more than my mother's because they lived states away. But like,
yeah,
I don't feel
because I can relate because I grew up a badly catechized Catholic who now refound my faith in religion, but I hear it's been popular as Catholics. For example, when my brother had my nephew, my brother never confirmed, and he wasn't really interested in. He didn't care one way or another if he baptized his child, but my mother really wanted her grandchild. So a lot of it's the grandparents who want their grandchildren to be baptized. So sometimes if a parent's not fully faithful, they'll do it for that reason, and then unfortunately they never raised them in the faith. So then
That's
the child
exactly
never.
what happened. Yeah.
I see it a lot, and it's horrible that's been so common in the past 50 years.
Yeah,
And
I
I
was
only know because like my
baptized
mother was
Catholic.
like, "What do you mean you're not going to baptize my grandson? Of course you are. I'm a Catholic." You know what I mean? And then the child's not that Catholic, but they're like, "Okay, to respect my mother, I will." And then they do it ceremonially, but then never do what they said they would do.
I actually, what was it? I had a buddy from the army. I went to go see his son get baptized at their Catholic church. And I was like, holy crap. Like, I wasn't used to such a huge church and the whole Latin thing and just everyone dressed super nice and just everything so ornate. And then the whole like procession, or I don't know what you want to call it, baptism, was just so different from what I would have thought of. Because I mean, I was a baby when I was baptized Catholic, so I don't know nothing of it. But it was very, very.
Baptized as a baby? You got baptized as a baby?
Yeah.
You must have been a wet baby.
Mm-hmm. And then I went and got baptized as a Baptist on my own when I was in my 20s, my early 20s. And I'm not hiding because I don't have a wife, Mana. She's just asking because she's interested.
No, I'm just kidding.
I was going to get my kids some of these. I just went to the store and I got some Dino Nuggies.
Oh, nice.
And
kids love Dino Nuggies.
Yeah. I just put the kids to bed, so I don't want to wake them up. They just passed out.
Nice. How old? You got a 5-year-old and another one? How old?
They're 5 and 7.
Nice.
And they say their prayers every day before bed. I talk to God about that, or I talk to them about God, but they don't know anything. They don't know what's going on. Like, I don't force it on them, but I mention it. I talk about it. I say, when they come and they tell me they're scared, I said, what you're feeling isn't real. I said, there's no such thing. You'll be okay. Like, if they get anxious, their mother will coddle them and then just kind of reinforce it. And of course, grandmother does it even worse. But when they come to me, I feel like they're usually more calm when they're around me, and they don't really like lose their cool when they're with me. But as soon as I let them with their mom for a little bit, they turn into like these monsters. And then when I get them back, they kind of calm down. I got to play with them and do my thing. But then if I talk about God for any reason, it's usually like I talk about good and evil, because my kids kind of like, they'll like, kids are funny. They'll ask you these questions that you would never think a kid would ask. And you just kind of get blindsided. And so what I just basically go to is, there's light and there's darkness. I said, don't fall to the darkness. I said, if you feel angry about something, you need to just calm down, take a breath, and God will show you what you need to do. Like, and my youngest, he won't say much about that, but my oldest, he's starting to come around, and he'll be like, I know, Dad. He's like, I know anger is not real. He's like, I said, because look how fast you can go from angry to normal, and how fast you can go from normal to angry. It doesn't make sense. It's just a feeling. It comes and goes. It's not there. And that's kind of where I got a lot of stuff when Jesse started talking about anger, Jesse Lee Peterson, that really rang true with me, because I saw like my kids had mom's anger with them, like big time.
What do you know about Jesse Lee Peterson?
That's how Matthew and I met.
Oh, get
Yeah.
out! That's my boy JLP.
Yeah. I'm a mod for JLP.
Hey, have you forgiven your mother, Matthew?
Yeah, I forgot. I forgave my parents. I forgave
Okay,
my
good.
parents years ago. Actually, I did it in not the same way that not the same way that Jesse likes to talk about it. I actually did it like much more straightforward. I had like this. I had a few moments with my mother, and that's why my mother and I don't have to talk much anymore because she understands me. But like, there was some times there where she ended up losing herself and blaming things on everyone else, and I had to have a straight talk with her. And I told her, I said, I forgive you for everything you've been doing. I say, I know that that's not you because it can't be. And I said, I know what you've been doing. I know you've been sneaking drinks because my mother used to hide it in her. She was a big Diet Coke drinker, and she thought that nobody knew that she was putting liquor in her Diet Coke cans. She couldn't realize that I could smell her breath and then see her slurring and being angry all the time, and then starting to twist things. And like, she was supposedly a religious one too, right? So it was like, oh, mom the religious one, because she was, even though she stopped going to church, she would be at home just like my grandparents and be watching those televangelists. And it was always funny. And then she'd get on her Hallmark, and she would give me like the cards, like the religious cards during Christmas. But so anyway, I forgave my parents. I kind of had to forgive my father in my own way because my dad started losing his mind. He's got what do they call it?
Dementia.
He's got kind of like a
Dementia?
dementia. Yeah, he doesn't like he can recall things from like a long time ago, like when I was growing up, but he can't recall a lot of things from the past few years or like yesterday.
Like
So and
Alzheimer's?
yeah, Alzheimer's.
Yeah.
So I mean, if I forgave him to his face, he'd probably forget by tomorrow. So I just had to do it. I just had to do it on my own. And I don't know, a lot of people getting drunk. And that's the thing, she'd be drunk like nonstop. And she thought nobody knew. It was like, like one of those secret alcoholics.
Yeah, it's bad when people are sneaking it. It's really bad.
Yeah. But she don't drink anymore. She lives with my sister now.
Praise the Lord.
Yeah. But my sister's full of hell too. I mean,
Yes.
she's not really like, if you were to think of it from an outside of JLP universe or outside of the Bible, she looks like a really nice, like super extroverted girl, family kind of person. But you could see that she nurtures the Satan side for sure. And that's why she's taking care of my mother. And then my dad, she was taking care of my dad for a while, but then he just became too much. Did you guys forgive your parents?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yo, what up, T-Dog? Zealot and Matthew. How you doing?
What's up,
Lupin? I have, Matthew. Thanks for asking. It's quite liberating. Jesse's right about that, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Because come to find out, most everyone has resentment with one or both of their parents.
Oh yeah, and you don't even have to realize it.
Well, that's the thing. Most people don't, and it was eye-opening after you watch so many of his episodes to see so many grown folks who are walking around with resentment towards their parents, and it shows in their daily life. They just they all hide it, but they're like 30, 40, 50-year-old people, and when he confronts them about it, most everyone's like, "No, I haven't," and I actually have some gripes against them now that you mention it.
What are you talking about?
Letting go of your resentment towards any parents.
Anybody? Like just
Your parents.
just everybody?
Yeah, most people have, if they look deep down, some bitterness or resentment towards their parents. Not all, not all,
There's
not all.
there's different cases everywhere around the world. You know, I mean, some people don't even know their parents.
Right, well, and then so then they're probably holding that resentment in, trying to act like it doesn't bother them or what have you.
Yeah, when they were adopted,
Taking it out
and then
on-
they grew up
taking it out on-
adopted.
Yeah, and then you don't, and then we all just unbeknowingly pass on all that resentment to people, our coworkers, people at work, our family, people in public. Just
Well, yourself mainly.
Yeah, yourself
amen,
and that
amen,
that
yeah.
bitterness kind of it just permeates through your soul, and it's a very sad thing. It's a very my heart breaks for the people that are going through that.
Well, in some ways, the people that you meet, the people that you know the most, they become part of your internal dialogue. And a lot of people still have their parents in their internal dialogue. And there's been some psychologists that are pretty smart that have said growing up, becoming an adult is becoming your own parent in your head.
Oh, absolutely. I agree with that. You know, it's
A lot
funny
of
because,
it-
like, I would
The
actually
only-
have the internal dialogue you're talking about that came from your father or your mother. I remember, and it would be the weirdest thing. It would just jump out of nowhere. I could be not even having a bad day. I would like have a thought about something that I maybe regret I said, and I'd be like, "You're so stupid," you know, like why are you so stupid? And I remembered then that my father, when I was young, my dad used to call me stupid all the time. So then I started bringing that back, even though that was so many years ago, and my dad didn't do it when I got older because I became very, very like I would fight with my dad big time.
Rebellious.
Yeah, rebellious. And so, but when I was young, I didn't have those. I didn't even know I had those memories until I was in my 30s. And I started realizing that I would call myself stupid. And it was because of that. And when you start to look at yourself, you do your shadow work, you kind of realize some things that you didn't even know that you had.
Did you just say
can
shadow
shed
work?
those. Yeah. It's where you fight your
like Carl
shadow.
Jung?
Yeah. Carl Jung and
I'd stay away from Carl Jung, man.
Rudolf Steiner.
What
We
is
got the
shadow work?
philosophy major over here.
Freud is way better than Jung.
No, Freud is not better than Jung. Oh my God.
Freud makes some good points.
What is shadow work?
Shadow work.
The idea is bringing your darkness to your consciousness. So, or integrating your darkness into.
You integrate your darkness into your being.
So
Yeah.
letting
Like
your
Lord.
negative emotions kind of take over your being.
That's not very Catholic.
I don't know. I don't think it's
Not
really
very
helpful as a concept. I mean, I did when I was an occultist.
Come on with your
science, like
demons.
value.
That's a battle. It's a battle.
There's a difference between being conscious of like your tendencies, your temptations, things like that. But then my problem with it was that a lot of it ended up being glorification of negative qualities and traits and things like that.
I don't know. I didn't ever think of it as glorification. It was more of a, like when you found bad things that you were grasping onto that was part of you, it was like a disgust. Like you felt like it wasn't, like it was like a cyst or something that you just had to get rid of.
What if it is?
Yeah. I mean, it might manifest itself physically. It might manifest itself in many ways. Like people have tics or facial, things that happen because of
the
their.
bad parts of ourselves, like that shadow stuff. What if that's something that you actually should get rid of instead of trying to integrate?
Well,
No, you're not integrating. Not in shadow work.
That's
No.
where you let Jesus Christ. That's where you let Jesus Christ purify it and overtake that. But
They say,
that's a long journey. That can
cleanse
be a
my
long journey
soul.
for a lot of people.
Yeah. I don't know. One day I just said I'm tired of it, and I just didn't do it anymore. I used to be very, very like, I would take everything that everyone said internally. And
Hey,
then
Matthew, I don't think you're stupid, man.
What?
You're not stupid.
Who?
Matthew.
Who said
Lupin,
he was stupid?
why'd you assume he's talking about you as soon as he said stupid? That's so
No,
funny.
I didn't know who he said. Oh, because I kind of know Zealous. I know Zealous Den. I know Zealous Den, and I know how he thinks.
Yeah,
think
I
that
know
was
everything about him too.
I don't know everything about him.
I know
That's not
Zealous Den
necessary.
better than he knows himself. His favorite color is blue, and he likes macaroni and cheese.
Stupid.
No, we all have that self doubt, self battle. You know, we battle with like our imperfections, and sometimes it can get the better of us whenever we think about it so much. And
just to be clear, everything that I've said was my past self. I don't feel anything like that now. Just to be clear.
Amen.
Like
Praise
that's
the
the
Lord.
dead part. So you don't have to like worry about me worrying about if you're thinking I'm stupid because I don't care. Like,
I don't know you enough I've
It
never
would be
met
kind of
you.
a fun thing to just say it just at random points, though. Just be like,
You're not
"Hey,
stupid.
David, I don't think you're stupid." You'd be like, "What? Where'd that even come from, man?" I'm just saying, I don't think you are.
do y'all stream together normally or something?
Well, Zealot's Den and Terry have come on my show a lot of times, and Lupin does sometimes. Sometimes I've even been on Lupin's.
Yeah,
okay.
I have a
yeah.
stream. It's like a Christian Joe Rogan thing, which is kind of ironic because Joe Rogan is being exposed to a lot of Christian things right now. It's kind of funny timing, if you ask me.
Hey,
Oh, yeah, I like them.
What's up with Mel Gibson going on there talking all that
Mama.
about
My last stream got taken down because of that Mel Gibson one because I was covering that.
I had to look it up afterwards, man. I was just like, "What is Pachamama?" And I'm like, "Dude, I kind of feel sketched out about this too. What are the Catholics
should.
doing? Why are they doing that stuff, man?"
Well, you're Orthodox, so really, what does it matter? That's what the
It doesn't matter to me. It's true, unless we unified. But
what's
Pachamama?
That's a long way
Are you
off.
talking about the smoke thing?
Yeah, the Pachamama thing, where he's just like, "All right, well, we're sorry for like disrespecting you guys, so we're gonna bring it into the church." And like one of the people in the church was just like, "I'm gonna burn this thing, or I'm gonna throw it right in the river." And then the Pope's like, "Oh, well, it's time to fish it back out again. Let's put it back in the church."
Yeah,
we're not venerating it. We're just letting people see it.
They brought a false idol to the Vatican, and
That is weird, man. That is weird because that is like literally a pagan god. Like it's like this world goddess. It's like, man, we don't. Why are you bringing that into the church, man? That's weird.
That's the way it's supposed to be, man.
Did he say when? Was that recently or like in the?
It was pretty recent, yeah, pretty recent.
I was gonna look it up. But yeah, no, there's a lot of weird stuff. You heard about like the white smoke and the black smoke. Depending
Yeah, I was
on
gonna say I did hear the answer about that today.
about the white smoke, black smoke thing.
Yeah, it wasn't how he portrayed it. Because even I was like, what? What is going on?
Mel Gibson's a smart dude, but he could be a Hollywood insider, Jesuit. He could probably be a Jesuit.
No, he would be a Jesuit. He definitely doesn't like the Jesuits.
How do you know that?
That's because his whole Sedevacantis thing is a whole conspiracy against the Jesuits.
His what?
Yeah, I think he was really hostile towards the Jesuits and the Jews.
Well, that's the thing. The Jesuits play both sides.
I might be hostile to one of those.
Yeah. What about the Rosicrucians?
I used to be one.
A Rosicrucian?
What's
Yeah.
a Rosicrucian?
It's a secret society.
It's the inner order of the Golden Dawn.
The Jesuits and the Rosicrucians would battle.
Basically, so that was like the chief rival was the Jesuits, and like they were I don't know if it's true or not, because they claim that the Jesuits are occultists as well, and they're basically kind of mad because the Jesuits have way more power than the Rosicrucians do.
Jesuits
They're in
are
the Catholic
extremely
Church.
powerful.
I don't know if you look at like early American history. There's a lot of Rosicrucian symbology in a lot of the architecture, and there was a lot of Rosicrucian people with huge manors and lots of money that started
built
up
this country.
towns. Yeah, I mean, it was like their experiment. Once I've been doing a lot. Later, Samuel.
Oh, David's
And
leaving.
Chris.
Oh, dang. Yeah, he doesn't want to marry me. He wants to have like 19 kids.
Catholic style.
Yeah, there's also like the Maltese, the Maltese. What is it?
The Maltese order. They got supplanted though. They got supplanted by the Jesuits.
The thing is, man, dude, they're so
They control
sneaky,
the island
man,
of Malta now.
that Hegelian concept, the Hegelian order is just so tricky, and it's just embedded within it. So it's it's a lot of crazy stuff. You got to look you got to look into it, and if you're not into it, then you're probably better off.
It's Mr. Clay.
His camera.
Looking good, Clay.
What's up?
That's a weird camera angle.
You don't like the camera angle?
Yeah, I had some dude I think he was like a furry. He was like he was mad because I was talking about the California fires, and he was flipping me off. But I think he was a furry, like one of those weird furry that makes their own like little masks and whatnot. I couldn't really tell
Why did you think he was a furry?
because it looked like he was wearing a face mask. And he was flipping me off. He was just one of those militant atheists.
Oh, yeah, a lot of those are furries, yeah.
Exactly, yeah. So I kind of,
I
put
bet he
two and
smelled
two
bad.
together.
Do you smell bad?
I don't have that smelling. I don't have that smelling system. Have you seen that smelling system where they're trying to make it to where you can smell like the ocean and you smell smoke and
I smell all that stuff right now, man. I'm
No,
an
but
excellent
there's a
smeller.
machine. There's a machine that puffs it out.
Oh, I don't need that.
Are you near the ocean?
I'm near Galveston. I don't know if you consider it's a Gulf. The Gulf of America now.
Gulf of America!
Thanks to Trump, not the Gulf of Mexico.
We're gonna own Greenland here soon too. It's gonna be
And
Trump
Canada.
land.
In Canada.
Y'all remember
We don't want
Smell-O-Vision?
Canada.
We'll take Canada, yeah. They just had to pledge allegiance to the United States and adopt our system. I'm pretty sure a lot of them want to.
Yeah, but China owns most of that land now.
Yeah, we'll take it from them.
Well, we're gonna probably about to go to war with it anyway.
I'm so
Freaking
glad I'm
Russia
too
and
old for that
Ukraine
shit.
are acting like goofballs right now too.
Who?
Russia and Ukraine. Like Ukraine is
that's a-
sending out the ATACMS that we gave them, and they're using it against the Russian mainland, and they're sending all these drones. And of
I
course,
don't
the
know if I
Russians
wanna-
are doing
I don't
the
know
same
if I
thing
want to
back.
talk about that on Terri Stream right now because I get deep into that. It gets bad.
Who do you think's right, Putin or Zelensky?
I'll go with the Trump answer. I just want people to quit killing each other.
I amen to that. You know what? That's a good Christian standpoint, and that's the one I adopt as well. End the wars as soon as possible.
It's
Well,
already
how
happened.
come
It's already
everybody
happened.
forgets the fact that the whole thing was started right after our supposed president right now? He wasn't president yet, but he went over there and he was talking with Ukraine and he was having some like huge billions of dollars deal with Ukraine.
Burisma?
Yeah, and then all of a sudden we got to go to Ukraine after that.
Yeah,
Like,
Biden.
Like
Well,
it's all because of
Ukraine as a like money laundering country.
it's
they're-
absolutely.
ever
It's
since the
one of
two-
the. Go ahead.
So I don't know.
Ukraine-
I have mixed feelings about it, but I honestly, I mean, I don't think the Ukrainian government right now is legitimate. So
No.
Well, Ukraine is notorious for being one of the most corrupt countries ever. It's in the top 5 at least.
They're just Russians for the most part. I mean, culturally they're Russian.
Yeah.
Ethnically, they're
Did you ever see Zelensky dancing in high heels? Did you ever see that video?
Oh, I saw that.
yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah, he was an like a dancer, actor. Like he cross dressed and all that, and then we made him president. And
bizarre stuff.
And now he dances with Jimmy Fallon and shit like that. So
Yeah.
like, what are we supposed to think? It's all a big joke. It's all Shakespeare.
What do you think the end game is?
I don't know. I feel like that they were planning on trying to do something. Like I think that the ones that are controlling Biden, because obviously Biden hasn't been in control of himself in a long time. I feel like those people were hoping for him to have 2 terms to finish some kind of a plan. But now that this whole thing with Trump came up, I think that it kind of put things back.
They didn't see it coming, Lupin.
But
no,
I
Trump
think
is
they
a
had-
force to be
I
dealt
think
with.
They've been playing this whole long game, and then Daniel was having a conversation with the guy about religion, and he kept whooping them, and then he kept going boom, 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 boom. That's what Trump's going to come in and do on January 20th. Trump's just going to come in like boom, 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 boom. Figuratively, of course. Figuratively.
Yeah.
You know what though? I do believe. I think we were talking about some of this oil stuff earlier during the beginning of the stream, and I do feel like because of the whole BRICS and everything, that we are losing our supremacy over that kind of monetary system, and that they are going to have to take more countries and more resources so that we could keep afloat. Otherwise,
Bro,
we'll have massive inflation.
We have enough oil in America, and if we did adopt Canada, and I mean, we would be self-sufficient for
Right.
pretty much.
Well, let me ask you.
I think that's Trump's plan. I think
And
he's
what?
thinking
Let me ask
ahead.
You guys, am I just crazy, or am I the only one who feels like we've been playing with Monopoly money for like 10 years?
Oh, forever.
Like we get checks and the economy goes on, but it's like with the debt, national debt, and like the printing of money, it's like am I the only one that's like I see dollar bills, but this is Monopoly money? We're all just
For sure.
Computer ones and zeros.
Yeah. Like winning one of those giant cashier checks and just like, this is $1 million. It's like made out of cardboard. You try to take it to the bank. I want to.
Mexico.
If you had money,
How
you
many
could go exchange it for gold, but now that's no longer the case.
No, we can't go back to gold. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think we will though.
What I don't understand is like the whole idea of money in dollars is it's based off of gold. So if it's not based off gold, what are we?
It was, but then
It's no longer.
But then when the Fed took over, and they became like the mafia, pretty much. They control everything, interest rates. They control the whole economy. So why would they want to go to something that they couldn't control because it would be based on something they can't control? They're not going to do that. So the only way to get rid of it is to get rid of the Fed, which I don't think is going to happen.
The Fed, aka the international banking cartel that prints our money.
Yeah.
The WEF that eventually is going to leave us with nothing, and we'll be happy
During
with
that
it.
whole COVID fiasco, when they were sending out checks to everyone and no one was working, I'm like, am I the only? I just like graduated high school, but I'm no economist. But that's not how economy works.
I actually made a lot of money during that because I did a lot of gigs. And the people that
Trump
stayed
is a
home,
businessman.
they were paying for me. So I was like, fine, I'll take this money. But the thing was, I had to then pay more in taxes, which pissed me off. And then everybody else is getting these freebies.
I knew people who would make the government would pay them more not to work than they would have got at their job. I'm like, wow, this is insane.
Yeah, I remember that. You worked it out. It was about 50 grand a year, but they kept going for a whole year.
Yeah. And you know, Trump did do part of that. He was trying to give out money as well.
Oh yeah.
They're sabotaging the man, but you know, I mean, this
I mean,
is
it
all
don't
part
actually
of
work,
the
though. I mean, his Trump
this
bucks
is
felt
global-
great.
This is a global plan. This isn't some small game.
You guys remember the old WWF Royal Rumbles? There's like 10 people in there, and Trump's getting called. It's his number. He's gonna come in and just throw everyone out one by one.
Well, they never shaved his head.
We'll see. I'm not going to
yeah.
worry that much though, because like obviously we have no control, and all you could do is just
Put your faith in Christ.
and
That's
just
it.
make yourself profitable. Like invest in yourself, know things, like know how to do things, and you'll find a way to make money regardless of what system they install.
What about the drone
I mean, I wouldn't
army?
be a graphics engineer or something right now. I would rather have a trade.
Troll army or drone army?
Drone army, yeah.
Right, like what is that? What was that movie with Will Smith?
Star Wars? Oh, iRobot.
iRobot?
Yeah. There's also Clone Wars, Star Wars Clone Wars.
Yeah, but
Oh yeah.
I don't know. I think a 5.56 can penetrate one of those.
But the thing is, unless there's some alien
hope so.
technology to keep keep these things infinitely powered, they're not going to be sustainable. We don't have that much battery life for something like that. I mean, I can't even keep my battery on my phone charged, let alone why would you have a robot that could, unless the robot could feed on the dead that he, produces.
They have those in China.
Yeah.
I mean, we have a military that uses more gasoline than the civilian population, like every single day.
Yeah.
Those guys go through oil like crazy.
When he told us they were turning the frogs gay, we should have listened.
Well, what did I miss?
Gay frogs?
No, my chat.
Oh, okay.
I haven't been looking.
I think the frogs are more bi. I think they just kind of get what they can take.
Well, isn't it though? Also, like with alligators, it depends on the temperature.
I'm not that familiar with amphibian sex life, to be honest with you.
Well, like with alligators, depending on like if they're incubated within a certain temperature range, they'll become male. If they're in a colder temperature range, they'll become female.
Somebody call Gavin Newsom. Somebody call
We
him.
call him Gavin the Gruesome.
Yeah.
He's going
Gavin the
down in
Gruesome.
history.
I bet you that dude doesn't matter.
How much did
Male,
Latina
female.
and Callie like make on
I
that
think that's
stream?
like all reptiles.
How much did Latina and Callie make on that stream where she was asking these crazy questions?
That's her specialty.
When she was like, cash at me outside.
Yeah.
I don't
People
know,
were
but
sending
I
her
made
money, right?
$20. I made $20 because she.
Yeah.
So I don't know what Fred gave her, but because I know Fred cash apped her, but I got cash apped, so I don't know if he got the same amount.
Playing a dangerous game on burning bushes. I keep a tight ship.
Sorry, I was like watching. I was like, I just got quiet when she got kicked because I was like, "This is Daniel's channel." Like, but she came onto your channel. Like, she came through your thing.
Oh yeah.
No,
Yeah, she's been on my stream a few times too, and I'd let her back on, but like she can't do that when man, that was such that especially because of like what they were talking about, and like he was like giving like a very like heartfelt confession, and like it just was so inappropriate for her to be asking that stuff. Be like, so did you kill any blacks when you were overseas? And just like, no, you're not allowed to say that, okay?
She came on to Zella's den for a few hours. Me, her, and AJ. She was actually sweet as pie.
Yeah, as long as the chat isn't in the background sending her money to ask questions like that. Yeah, she's great.
She got tempted. She
Is
fell to the
that
devil.
a question from the chat?
Some shekels.
She does love to get cash apped.
She got 30 silver coins for that question.
Clay, what's going on with you, buddy? I'm watching your face over here, and it looks like you're concentrating to bend a spoon or something.
I'm reading the chat and stuff.
Oh, gotcha.
I know I'm having trouble following the chat. Like Tomas and Thorma 9 are fighting over their masculinity. Tomas has a way with the ladies.
Oh,
And-
Tomas is here?
Yes, Tomas.
I haven't seen him in a while.
I know. How you been, Tomas? We've missed you. How's our little Dutch treat doing?
I saw one comment from Thor Mode or whatever, and he said that Satan made humans, and I was just like, all right, he's
No,
edgy.
he's crazy. Yeah. He's a pagan of some kind. I'm not sure. I don't know what's going on with him.
Can we talk about
What a
pagans
freak.
first?
Yeah, we can.
When did they become so popular? I don't think I met a pagan until like.
Oh,
10 years
they're
later.
out there, man. They've been out there, but you know what? They actually make great converts.
That's true.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but
because
since when was calling yourself a pagan proudly is like, I would say, what that's like what it's like a zealot. It has like a negative connotation.
I want to say like earlier YouTube was very, very new age, and a lot of people got into that really good feel good stuff that was really just kind of pagan in spirit, because people were so depressed about everything all the time, and I think that they just grasped onto that good feeling stuff that and then there's a lot of that guru energy on YouTube.
That's
There's
that's their whole goal, is to control your endorphins and your dopamine levels and everything. You know, just with tweets, any kind of social media. Anytime you get attention online, it affects your mental acuity and your mental health. And that's been their plan all along. And you hear from the people that invented Facebook, it's to essentially control your mental stability.
Right.
And it works beautifully.
Maybe
works.
I was so not immune, but like unfamiliar, maybe because of my Catholic upbringing. At least it was a very spiritual upbringing, and we knew like good and evil and demons, and so I guess I never got drawn or gave any thought to that kind of.
I think
Pagans are looking for like
Facebook.
two things. They're looking for tradition, and they're looking for like deep spirituality. And it's like these are things you can find in Christianity if you know where to look. But unfortunately, in the Protestant world, like the deepest you go is like C.S. Lewis. And I love C.S. Lewis. Don't get me wrong. It's just that's like the pinnacle of metaphysical Protestantism.
Is paganism
I don't know about that.
like a religion? Is it like
boom? No, just
paganism is anything other than Christianity.
I don't know about saying that Protestants don't have like spirituality. I think that's kind of.
Oh no, I
That's
said
kind
deep spirituality.
No, what is the
like-
difference between deep spirituality and
Something you can sink your teeth into, like not like a rock and roll like TED talk.
Well, a lot of people that are Protestants, they might just be Protestants because their family's Protestant and they believe in Christ. And
I was raised Protestant. Both my mother and father's side, they were all Protestants. Like my sister and I are the first ones to go to an apostolic church, like in our whole family line.
well, if you're talking about like how people were trying to find spirituality online, that's just I mean, what's the difference between that and picking up a Bible? You're gonna read online. I read the Bible mostly online and not in the book.
You
I
got to
would
go
go
to the
through,
church so they can explain it to you.
and then I would look at Strong's Concordance, and I would do my own little research. So it's like
You like Strong's Concordance, man? That book bothers me. My dad's got one of those things. I said, "What's the point of this, Dad?" And he's like, "So people can sound smart." I'm like, "Yeah, why do you own this?"
I like to look at the etymology.
Yeah.
It's always
I love
interesting, man.
etymology.
Just how
What about my Puritan works I've been reading?
what Puritan works.
My Puritan works, my Mortification of Sin book, what other book did I read to y'all? The Doctrine of Repentance.
The Art of the Deal?
The Art of the Deal is not a Protestant.
I don't know. I don't think too much about sin too much, but I don't know. How do you feel about it, Terry?
Mortification of Sin.
Yeah, that just sounds like a very morbid title. I can deal with too much of it. So what was your?
How is it morbid? We gotta mortify our sin.
Are you mortified by your sin?
Put it to death. I do be mortified by my sin sometimes. I be thinking about it and I'm like, oh, that's so embarrassing. Oh my God.
It does play on your mind a lot, doesn't it?
No, not that much.
Well, if you get mortified by it, that's pretty
I don't
extreme.
let the devil like take away my joy and get in my head and be like, oh, you did this, you did that. Oh, you're so wicked.
Well,
You're
I just Lupin. If you don't look back at some of your
belongs. I tell him to get behind me, Satan.
Yeah, I think most majority of people, if they look back at their sin, they should be mortified, or they're not.
It's a bit embarrassing, but
Jesus
mortification
once said that to the Pope.
mortification is to put something to death, which is to let it die, which is to like kill the desire of it, you know?
Kill that sin, Terry.
Yeah.
Well, sin is death. It's already dead. And then it's not yours.
Oh wait.
I know it's not mine, but that's the thing about the book. It's opening up you to the power of the Holy Spirit and to letting it take over in your life and stopping to pretend that you're in control.
And let the Holy Spirit take care of all of that. That's really what
It's about surrendering every day and like picking up your cross. But we'll finish it soon. I almost did it tonight, but then I was like, you know what? Let's do a chill stream.
Terry, you're like the most Catholic Baptist I ever met in my life.
What's that?
You're like the most Catholic Baptist I ever met in my life.
Well,
That's a compliment.
I told you my mom's side is Catholic. My mom is Catholic.
Oh, that makes sense then.
Yeah.
I thought you were part Jewish.
I'm not Jewish at all. I don't know.
Yeah, I thought you were Jewish too.
There's nothing wrong with me. If I was Jewish, trust and believe, you all would know.
Did you do a 23andMe?
I haven't done a 23andMe.
Do a 23andMe. You'll find out you got some Jew in you.
I might, maybe a little.
Yeah,
They're just
probably.
cataloging your DNAs for the aliens.
Oh, so they can clone me. Oh, yeah.
I don't want to get cloned.
Do you think there's aliens?
You don't have any.
I'm saying that tongue in cheek. I really don't care.
Okay.
I really don't want to get cloned though.
What if you're already a clone?
I'm not.
Do you think you have a?
You wouldn't know if you were.
Would you rather be cloned or a Jew?
What?
Would you rather be cloned or like a pure Jew?
I'd rather be.
Well, if you're a Christian, you are a Jew, essentially.
Yeah, spiritually.
Yeah, you're grafted into the family. So, welcome to the family.
Terry, you are baptized if your mom's a Catholic?
No, my mom is not religious. She's just Catholic. She has this funny story about how she stood up to some priests when she was a teenager.
How she what?
How do I put this? Okay, so my mom is the product of my grandfather's second marriage. He divorced his first wife due to her committing adultery, and he met my grandmother, and they got married. They were both Catholic, and my mom went through like all of that, and my grandma had 6 kids by my grandpa. However, on the birth of her 6th child, a couple of priests came to her when she was in the delivery room with my Uncle Justin, and they were trying to convince her to leave her husband. And my mom showed up and she's like, y'all need to get out of here. She was a teenager at the time.
Why did the priest show up?
Why were they trying to get her to leave them?
Because they didn't believe that her marriage was legitimate because my grandfather was divorced.
Oh.
So she wasn't their marriage. She shouldn't have been, with a man
With a
that was
Jew.
Was the family like even a part of the church?
Italian. He was not Jewish.
I will
Oh,
say
so
the
yeah,
Catholics are
it was a
very
Ca- it was
judgy
a Catholic.
in
It
the
was a
family.
Catholic church. It was a Catholic priest.
Oh, they got jokes tonight.
We're Catholic. My mom was like, with all due respect, Father, you need to get out of here.
That is
Oh, she's from
Jewish as
Boston
all.
too?
That
Your
is
mom's
Jewish.
from Boston
Nah, that's Jewish as all heck.
She's from
New York.
She's from Manhattan.
Oh wow, yeah, that was a good impression.
That was pretty good. 10 out of 10.
Get out of here.
That sounds like from Goodfellas.
But so anyway, like I was always drawn to Catholicism, and then when I was a witch, I did work with the saints.
Baby, come back.
So when I was like, when I was coming back to my faith, I thought about like becoming Catholic, but it just didn't work out that way. It's a lot of work to try and like get into something that I wasn't raised in.
Yeah, it's a
You're
lot of
gonna
work
love
to
it.
get
You're
into a
gonna love it,
work-based
Terry.
salvation system. Hey, Zelly, you're a Catholic, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then Daniel, you're Orthodox.
Yep. Unorthodox don't believe in work-based salvation. That's actually a heresy we fought off.
Clay, what are you?
Catholic.
Catholic. And Matthew, how about you?
Oh, I'm not Catholic.
Are you Christian?
A
or-
non-Catholic.
I'm just a Christian.
Catholic or
Christian.
non-Catholic?
That's sometimes the simplest answer is the best answer.
And you
Sometimes.
listen. Okay, so we got 3-on-3. Okay, fight to the death.
I'm a pacifist. I'll let the
Well, I don't have any rules, so
Yeah,
I'm an Orthodox, so I don't actually have to defend the Catholics, although sometimes I will.
I was
It's-
JK.
It's strange because I hear a lot of times I hear the Orthodox want to just reunite with the Catholics. Is that something that you are looking forward to, Daniel?
I think Daniel would say it vice versa, isn't it?
Yeah, the Catholics really want the Orthodox to join them because it would make it easier on them.
To come
But
back, you mean?
yeah, and the Orthodox are like, well, if you guys just want to just turn back your clocks before 1054, that'll be fine. And they're just like, but we have all these great innovations like Immaculate Conception. We're like, yeah, but we don't like that. We don't
Tomas
enjoy
has
them.
a question for you, Daniel.
Oh, to Daniel, are there any Christians that believe in works-based salvation? There might be. I know there's something called Lordship salvation, but I don't know too much about it. I think it's appropriate to say Christ is our Lord and we have to follow his commandments, but that's not work-based salvation. We can only do Christ's commandments through his grace. Like without grace, we couldn't do anything.
Daniel, do you put a, well, I don't know if this would be a question for you. Orthodoxy is a little bit off topic for me. Maybe it'd be a better question for Zealot. Zealot, do you put Christians and Catholics in the same category?
I believe Catholics are Christians, yes.
Okay.
What about you, Lupin?
I believe that there are some Catholics that are saved, and I think there's some that practice.
Let's hope I'm one of them, Lupin, huh?
Zenny.
What's that?
I said, let's hope I'm one of them.
It depends on how much. The less you know, the probably more saved you are.
So stop studying is your advice?
No. Continue in the word. Continue in the word.
Good advice. Good advice.
That would be
Then
my advice.
yeah, Jesus is God. He's both fully man and fully God.
Amen. I agree with that.
Yep, me too.
Amen. Okay, so
Yep, we came up with that. You're welcome.
I don't. That was actually pre-Catholic church. Well, Orthodoxy. I don't know. When do you date Orthodoxy?
We both
So
claim the original church, and then
yeah, we
broke off.
split from each other. So, the Orthodox like to argue that we stayed the same. The Catholics kept changing, but the Catholics are like, "Hey, we're bigger. Why'd you guys leave?" Shouldn't have anathematized our bishops.
So they split on July 16 in 1054 as from the Great Schism.
Officially, yeah. I guess it was
Isn't
in the
that
works.
I thought that was just a Tool song.
Nope. No, that's where they got it from.
I forgot how the song goes.
I know the pieces fit.
Oh yeah, there you
A
go.
lot of Orthodox say Daniel's church is currently in a schism.
Oh,
That's not
snap.
true. He's saying that.
That one
He's
guy
saying that
said.
just to get a rise out of me. No, we're not in the schism. We're part of we're part of SCOBA.
That one guy with the deep voice said that about you. He's like, his church is in a schism.
These new converts, they're going to join the
He's like,
Catholics
I
any second.
need to go there. I need to go there and talk to him.
There's a big misconception that I despise like Catholics and Orthodox. I just find just some of their practices a little unbiblical. That's about it. But I don't try and put myself in the judgment seat. I pray that the Lord will just open your eyes and you find Christ, and that's that. That's going to be a personal.
Let's hope God didn't mislead us for thousands of years. That would be pretty bad.
God won't mislead you. God won't mislead you.
Most of those faiths, though, are about like finding Christ and all that stuff.
Lupin, what do you find unbiblical about their practices?
Yeah, thank you for that, Lupin. That was really nicely said.
There's quite a bit. It's a lot of their what they would call traditional tradition. I see as a right, like they must do it, and things that when Christ died on the cross, whenever he was on the cross, that was a one-time deal. It doesn't need to be repeated at all.
Oh yeah, that's in the Bible that it only happened once.
Right, but the practices that Orthodox and some Catholics practice, it's a repetitive thing where they must, continue it. Whenever Christ did it, that's it. It's done. It's over.
Well, what Christ did was an eternal victory for sure, but we had to try to meet it every single moment.
Why do you think you have to meet it? It's already been met.
Yeah, I just want to give credit.
We have to meet God every single moment, because when we have to lock our eyes on God, kind of like Peter when he walked on the water. As soon as he turned his gaze away, that's when he started sinking.
That was before Christ was crucified.
That's true.
So how do you keep your eyes on God when you're doing some rituals at church?
So, well, I would say when we're keeping our eyes on God, I mean, throughout your day, you're keeping in your heart an unceasing prayer of Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me, a sinner. That's something that, you should be doing in your prayer life. As for liturgy, that's when we come together and to worship together as a community. And we come to the church because that's the meeting point between heaven and earth. That's where we're sort of practicing for eternity, and it's also where we come to be fed spiritually.
Okay, so my belief on that is when we say practicing, when we say we need to come to it every day, and that we need to revisit our being reborn in God and all that stuff, like it's more of like an emotional need than it is a spiritual need. That most of the time we go to church, we go there for the familiarity, we go there for the feelings it brings up, and the pride, and the
pride.
Pride.
It's very like it's very all the traditions and the rituals, they're all like rooted in the Bible, but I feel like that they miss the heart of what Christ said, and they kind of want to just live in the moment of Christ instead of living with Christ. If you know what I'm trying to say.
Well, Catholicism definitely wants to
I
replace
don't.
Christ.
But Matthew, I gotta ask you this: have you ever been to an Orthodox liturgy, like once in your life, ever, even once?
What's the difference between that church and every other church I've been to?
A lot.
Well, a Catholic church is very different from any Protestant church.
Well, if anything, there's more things that you do than Catholics when it comes to rituals.
I get what he's saying. He's saying you guys aren't progressive.
To be fair, if you haven't been to a Catholic or Orthodox church, what you were explaining why you go to church is no reason why any of us go. That's like the opposite reason. We don't go for feelings. We don't go for pride. What was that, Terry?
I go there for the Lord.
Exactly. We don't go for feelings or emotions or for pride or any of the reasons you said.
So y'all have no emotions at all.
No, that the emotions are of the devil.
Whoa, I don't get that.
It does feed me spiritually. I do feel like,
I have emotions when I'm at church. I'll say that much.
When I leave the church, on a Sunday and I've worshiped and I've, been encouraged and encouraged others in the faith, and I don't know. I guess that does feel good.
It uplifts your spirit.
But I don't think that's not why I go, because it doesn't happen every single time that I feel like a thrill or a good feeling. It's just I do it out of duty, I guess.
Yeah, and it has nothing to do with your salvation either. You don't go to church just for your salvation. You're already saved once you accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. You're already saved. I would imagine. Don't let me speak for you.
Yeah, no, at a Catholic church, so as Dean said, we're going to go for fellowship. We're going to go to praise the Lord. We're going to go to ask for forgiveness. We're going to go to pray. We are going to go to praise God. It's all God oriented. We're going to read some scriptures. We're going to hear the gospel read. We're going to say
Can I ask you a
hallelujah.
question?
Yeah, of course.
You said, are your sins forgiven by the church or by a priest or by the Pope?
we sit in the pew and we kneel and we pray to God, ask for forgiveness. We offer up any prayers for anyone else that may need them. That's when we do our praying. We usually get to mass before service, and you kneel and you pray to God.
Do you go
and
to
in that you should
confession?
be asking. So we can go get most all of our sins that forgiven just when we go to church. No priest involved.
You don't go and ask God for forgiveness. You get forgiven by the church. Well, the church, and I guess you're saying the church is God.
No. So I I go to church and I get there early and I go and I genuflect and I get into the pew and I kneel down and I put my hands in a praying stance and I ask for forgiveness and I pray to God for anything and everything.
Okay.
Just like I would do in my room, just like I do at the dinner table.
Okay, that was the second question I was going to ask. Must you do that specifically at the church, or can you do that anywhere?
But that's one of the reasons why we go to church.
Okay.
That's true, Sonny. I do not hang out with the AA guys after church.
What Zenny said there.
Who is that?
That's
Tell her to go
exactly.
check out a Catholic church. She'll love it.
Why
Yeah,
is it so? Mana keeps lying and saying I'm an alcoholic and stuff.
Zenny, go Google a Catholic church. You'll love it.
Go to an Orthodox church, Zenny, an Orthodox church. Now, I will say with the Orthodox, liturgy is all centered around the Eucharist, which is communion. Eucharist just means Thanksgiving, and every single Sunday we're being reminded of Easter, of resurrection, and that's why we celebrate on Sunday. Is because that's when
Daniel,
Christ was resurrected.
Why don't you add Zenny to your prayer list? I will too.
I think I might have already. I've gotten a lot of.
on your prayer list?
I think so. I'm pretty sure. I'd have to check.
Do you
again,
guys
but I think I
consider
do.
the Eucharist and communion the same thing?
Yeah.
So we take the Eucharist at communion.
Okay, because I've done communion.
Differently, though. I think they see it a little differently, though.
I believe so too. It's more
Yeah.
like a ritual. It's more ritualistic, I believe, in the Catholic Church versus more of
Well,
a.
yeah, I'd say it's less of a ritual than a Protestant church, because a Protestant church just says it's a symbol, and that's like the definition of a ritual.
Well, symbolic in gesture. I don't think that's ritualistic because you guys do the
It's a
well.
ritual because it's just a symbol. We actually believe
It,
it's truly the body and blood.
yeah,
Like we're
that's kind
actually taking in the body and blood of Christ into ourselves.
Do you think that the bread could turn into actual flesh, or the wine can turn into actual blood?
Yes, absolutely. And let me tell you why, because God can do anything.
What does that mean?
Anything he wants to.
What does that mean?
You deny that Christ has that ability? Do you think Christ
No,
can't turn bread into flesh?
Christ could do everything, but I'm not concerned
Correct.
about what Christ can do. I'm concerned what man
And that's what
can.
he told us he's going to do in the
what man
Bible.
can
So we just
corrupt.
listen to simple
God
faith.
makes bread into flesh through us. Like, I think it was more of, I think the way that people take it in the church is like so face value, but like the bread of God is what he feeds us spiritually, and then we can make more flesh. We can have our children, we can have a family, we can be prosperous. That's what it's all about. I don't really think it's all about a ritual. I don't think we have to relive at face value.
He said, do this in remembrance of me, which means you had to keep doing it.
But why do you? But once you're saved, why do you need to do something in order to remember?
Because God told
So
us
you
to.
never forget.
We don't have to understand it.
No, I mean, no. If you're going there to remember, why?
Yeah.
Why are you
Because-
doing that to remember?
Because we're human beings and we forget very easily.
Well,
That's
also,
I don't
Matthew,
believe that.
Well, Matthew,
I've lived it, brother.
Well, Matthew, he said, "Do this in remembrance of me." Not study the Bible in remembrance of me. Not do everything I said in remembrance.
He
of
said,
me.
"Do this in remembrance of me." When he did it, he didn't
That's
say
Can you
we
ever
need to
think of a time like when you've been really close to God and you're just like, I feel so close to the Lord. And do you still feel that way right now?
Yeah, like I don't have any gripes. I don't have any whims.
So
why
this
would
is
I
the
need?
height of your belief in God is what I'm talking to right now. You've never had a
Yeah,
higher
like I don't
feeling.
have. Why would I be wavering once I'm saved? Like, why would I waver? Like that doesn't make sense to me.
Okay, so you're saying you've never been more hot for the Lord than right now.
That's like saying, am I pumped for the next game on Sunday?
Correct. I'm asking like that. Yeah.
That's very vain.
No, it's
in my
not vain.
opinion.
Making a point is that human beings get hot and then they get cold. We need to keep ourselves hot.
No,
Like a
children get
candle.
hot and cold, but when you're a man and you're saved, you should be the same way all the time. Like,
but you're not. Nobody is. We're men and we fail. We fail more so than kids do.
I think that's the lie. That's the lie.
That's a battle of the flesh.
That's the lie.
There's self-delusion out there where you can feel like I'm always this way for God and I never change, but you do. Everybody does. And that's
But
why
God
we
is
need to stay
always-
close to God in every moment we can.
I don't believe in that.
breath we take.
No, I believe in kind of the opposite. That God is always there for you. It doesn't matter what you do.
He's
it's
always there for us,
God
but
doesn't
we forget him so
God
easily.
God doesn't need others to help me. God doesn't need me to help others through prayer. God already knows me. So if he knows
course
me,
he
why does he
does.
need some like
But
why
you
would I
forget
need
him?
That's works to me. That means works. Like that's faith through works.
Did you say
If that's, if that's difficult, that's good. You know, if we don't find prayer difficult, maybe we haven't begun to pray.
No, if you have to sit there with your hands clenched together in order to
Hit
pray
with your head,
and to
Daniel.
stop talking and stop thinking and try and then physically go through the motions and then do that so that you have muscle memory in order to do it, and on only that time are you speaking to God. I feel like that's very like shallow when it comes to the spirituality, like being with God. I feel like if you're not with
So if you're
God,
asking from an
how do you
Orthodox
act?
perspective, we don't typically clasp our hands like what you're describing. We try to like use things like this, like prayer beads
What
and
does that do?
prayer ropes. Well,
What is it?
Each knot or each bead is an arrow prayer where you ask the same thing from God. Lord, have mercy, or Lord, illuminate my darkness. Lord, open up my lips, and my mouth will declare thy praise.
I know. I've
repeating
done all
things.
the. I've been in church. I've sang all the hymns. I've gone through all the motions, and I feel
Well, this
like
isn't something
I
you'll
was
find in the
nowhere
Protestant
near.
church.
I was nowhere near God. I was going through the motions.
Yeah.
Do you say the same? Do you say the same prayer every time? Do you repeat prayer?
Thanks,
The
Thomas.
same prayer.
Absolutely, I do.
And do you know what Jesus said about that?
Oh,
He said
goodness.
so. He said a lot of things about prayer, and one of the things that
Jesus
there's
warned
one of the things
against
that is
vain
said in the
repetition
Bible
and
by Paul is that we should be praying unceasingly. Now, how could you do that if you changed up the words every time? That's not what he meant. Now, there's a pretty lousy translation in the King James Version that says vain and repetitious prayers like the heathens do. But if you
right.
actually translate it, typically it's not said repetition, but it is about vanity. And it is about how the heathens did it. But a better translation would be like babbling like the heathens do.
Jesus warned against babbling on like the Gentiles who believe they're
Right. So
repeating
if you were
words,
continuing to keep
prayers.
changing your words around so that you can be like, oh, look, I'm not saying the same thing, that's more like how the heathens would pray than how God taught us to pray. Remember, the Lord taught us how to pray. He said, Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from the evil one. For thine is the
All right.
kingdom, the power, and the glory of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, now and forever.
So
And
like, and I remember in Catholic Church, it would always not be us speaking like we are, me and you. We're speaking to each other, and we're trying to witness for each other. But like in church, it's like a chant, and it's like a mesmerizing kind of like the way that everything is said. Every prayer is said in a
Matthew,
weird
so
way,
they're
and
in there
it's like
worshiping God. They're not
you're
making
getting in
friends.
there like listening to a trance. You know what I'm trying to say?
That's how
No.
historically God's always been worshipped. Hymns, chants. How do you think
Do
they
you,
said the songs? They would hymn
But
them and
Jesus
chant
didn't
the
sit
song.
around with all his disciples and start chanting.
you don't think that prayers are unique to you and Jesus Christ? Like, do you have a unique prayer to Jesus Christ on a personal level?
I write prayers.
You write prayers.
Yeah.
So if you're wondering, so like for example, every time I do grace before or after I eat a meal, I freestyle the grace. If that's what you're asking, we
Drop
do
a freestyle right now.
prayers.
Drop a freestyle right now. Drop a
We do
freestyle. Let me
freestyle
hear
prayers.
it. Somebody put a beat up.
No, but one good thing I would point out about the Catholics and Orthodox about all these rituals that you guys call them and the thing. So when what Protestant leads to is the culture now where like people don't make their beds, men don't hold doors open for women.
Hey, I'm not making my
They
bed for
don't.
you or nobody.
So it builds character. It makes us better people. It all those things were forgotten because why do we have to do all that stuff like you guys are saying about the church?
Yeah, but here I am. I'm not a Catholic or an Orthodox, and I hold doors open and I make sure that the children are taken care of. I do all my duties as a man. I don't need to have a church to tell me to do that.
I
That's
bet you're
2025.
slacking.
It's
I
equal
bet you're
rights. Girls
slacking in
can
some
open their own
departments.
door.
Hmm?
I bet you're slacking in some departments.
Matthew, I seen you at fellowship online.
We all are. We're all
That's the
lacking.
whole point in the church, in that doing all this.
I'm
stuff
usually
reminds
not
us to
actually.
always-
I'm usually not actually at Sunday fellowship because I'm working on Sundays.
Me neither, because I'm at church. But I
But
see you.
I'm gonna have to go. I just want to say, Daniel and Zilla, I know you and I, we've kind of like had some disagreements and whatnot. I just want to let you know that it's not out of disdain or anything like that, or I don't want to be argumentative or whatever. It's just what has been revealed to me, and I know what you have been revealed to yourself. Too, we may have conflicting revelations, but
Yeah.
as Christians, we go and seek the truth. So I don't want you to feel like I'm like attacking you or whatnot, and like try and keep it
Oh,
spiritual.
same here, Lupin. Like if you ever feel like I'm trying to say that you need to become Orthodox just because I've had the same beliefs as you before and I've gone beyond them, don't take it that way.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with you too, Lupin. But no, I actually thought tonight was quite a nice conversation, and everyone was polite, and we got some questions asked and stuff. Yeah, no, I got no problem with you, and it's actually quite nice when we talk like this. Thanks for having us, Terry. Nice to meet you, brother Matthew.
Nice to meet you.
Don't leave just because I'm leaving, man. It's a Tuesday. You guys
No,
party.
I was gonna leave like an hour ago, but it was a
Yeah,
good
he said he was
conversation.
going to leave a while ago.
What?
David, are you leaving too, Lupin?
Yeah, I got a busy week scheduled, so I got a lot of things I'm gonna be doing. I told you about it. I'm not
Yeah.
gonna repeat what I'm gonna say because there's a lot of weirdos out there.
That's true. Sal. It is nice when nobody's drunk.
Well,
bless
I wouldn't go that far, Sal.
Yeah, Lupin might be a little drunk,
Maybe.
a little tipsy.
You never know.
Have a good night, Lupin. God be
It's
with you.
Tuesday.
God bless you.
Hey, it goes down on Tuesdays too. But anyway, you guys have a blessed night. God bless you all. God bless everybody who's in the chat. Everyone take care in Jesus' name.
Lord,
Amen.
I just want to lift up C-Sal's children in prayer. May they go to sleep soon so she can get on and say hi.
Is that what she's waiting on?
Yeah, the little chilies. Hey, baby. Look who's here. There we go. Say hi.
Some green eyes.
Good. You are so
The
good.
purring machine.
Yeah, he is. He's so sweet to me. I've had the week off, and it's so sweet, like not working, just going about the house daily. Like today, I was doing my chores, and he was following me everywhere. It was so sweet because, like, usually when I'm working, he just goes to sleep, like on his perch or on the couch or somewhere. But the fact that I was moving around, he wanted to look after me, and I don't know, it's just sweet. I felt really touched by it. I didn't realize that he was like, you don't notice how much they like guard you or look after you.
I know when I had a cat, I'd be folding the towels and they would climb right on the towels.
Yeah, I was doing laundry and he was very interested. Do you see a person wise in their own eyes? There is more hope for a fool than for them. Indeed.
See a person wise in their own eyes. Can you bring that back up? What did it say?
Oh, yeah. Do you see
Sure.
a person wise in their own eyes? There is more hope for a fool than for them.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I have a lot of like a lot of the things Jesse says I just have in common with Jesse, and that's why I've stayed with him for so long. I mean, some of the stuff is silly,
Like
and like the whole blat thing, it's just for fun, I think.
Yeah.
Like like bringing out the stereotypes of whites or blats. That's all. Like, I think that's just the. Because not everybody wants to come and just be all churchy. We want to talk about, we just want to have like a lot of things to talk about. Otherwise, why would he have 3 hours? You know, we got to have people talking about how it's the blacks doing this and the whites doing that, when really it's just everyone is the same, trying to get it done in different ways. But it's just, he gives you one option and he tells you that there is only one option, and it's just to give up the whole lie. Like the lie that you didn't even know you were living the whole time. But I like when he gets on and has like the Monday mornings that he has the females all come on and get all churchy with us.
Female Monday.
Yeah, female Mondays. Because they're all
And the
chatty.
Bible Thumper Thursdays.
Well, the Bible Thumper Thursdays is fun, but the thing is, it's always the same people saying the same things. It's kind of like, but when you got the women getting on there, they get all like in their emotions and start crying, and it's hilarious.
Why is it hilarious that we cry?
Because like women are always like putting themselves in a pocket, and they just don't know any better.
Well, yeah. It's amazing to me how many people do cry when they call him, men and women. Again, you can always tell when they're about to cry too. It's like, you're gonna cry, and then the dude starts crying, and he's like, sorry.
What happened to that drunk guy that used to call in a lot? He was from Bulgaria or something.
Denny?
He was no, I don't know his name. He used to call in almost every other day, and he was drunk as a skunk like every time. And Jesse was super patient with him. He never really cried, but he would just go on and on. And Jesse was trying to get him to call in one day sober. And one day he tried calling in and acting like he was sober, and he wasn't.
Can anybody join Jesse Lee Peterson's stream?
You can. Anybody can call.
Yeah, they have a call in. So you call the number basically, and it's just part of the show. He has times during the show that every hour he takes calls. So they'll do like little news segments, commentary, calls, that kind of thing every hour. So it's for 3 hours, and he counsels people over the phone or talks to people about ideas.
They usually talk about like what's going on in the news that day.
Mm-hmm. So this is what this guy Zenny says is the best pastor in the Toronto area, according to Zenny. But apparently he's not going to his church. If he's the best pastor, why aren't you going to his church, Zenny?
All right.
This is like an hour and 22 minutes.
Ooh.
Why do people keep sending me these or asking me to watch these like multiple hour things? I'm not watching something this many hours, especially on my stream. Come on.
If you see that clip with Joe Rogan interviewing Kid Rock, and he says if there's anyone you could go back to visit in time, who would it be? And Kid Rock says, Jesus. He goes, what? He goes, well, what if Jesus, like, no, he goes, something like, no, just yourself, like, for real. And he goes, oh, me with Jesus by myself? I got him all to myself? That'd be awesome. He goes, no, what if he wasn't real? He goes, well, he's real, obviously. And then Joe Rogan, I know Joe Rogan is definitely not Christian because he keeps asking everybody, like, well, how do you know he's real? And then Kid Rock just says, because of my faith. And then just Joe Rogan just sits there for like a good 10, 12 seconds. And he goes, okay, that's a good answer. because he really doesn't have a whole lot to say to a Christian in most occasions. That's why I was interested in what you guys were talking about when you said he was talking with Mel Gibson. I got to watch that.
I haven't watched that either. I don't know. I so rarely watch Joe Rogan.
I used to watch him all the time, every show.
You want
There
some
was a
catnip? You want some
there was
catnip?
like a Tucker Carlson Joe Rogan show, if I am not mistaken, where Tucker Carlson was talking about like how aliens like are probably demons, and he's just like, you know, I was told things that like I don't even want to tell my wife because of the spiritual implications.
Oh yeah, I think I saw a meme about that. But like, how much can you really take from Tucker as like? Is he just really just an outsider, or is he just playing that way? Because he's always been part of it. You know, he was working for a major broadcast company, and now he's saying that he's against them, which really he just had a falling out in his contract, or he wanted to, you know, be like this super red pill guy, and now he's just the voice of truth and reason. I don't really like buy all that. I think him going off and leaving the network and starting his own podcast is really just for him. I don't think it was for the greater good or anything like that. And that we shouldn't put our faith in talking heads in general.
Yeah, I would. I wouldn't. But still, I love his signature bewildered face.
Yeah. And he has a lot of things to say that are very like, wow, that if that was true, like what are we gonna he's just gonna give you a little bit and piece about aliens, and he's gonna say, well, I can't say because it would just ruin all of humanity. Like I think that's a pride thing.
Well, so like I think the Vatican knows about it for sure, and I think the U.S. government probably knows about it too. That these aliens are definitely demons, but some of them are okay with working with them, or at least like using their technology and backwards engineering it. They're like, oh well, we could use this as a weapon. You know, our enemies might get one too. We don't know where they're landing. You know, so we gotta.
Well, isn't it
reverse
strange
engineer it.
how
Oh well, what are you gonna do?
like isn't it really, really strange how much information is coming out now than there used to ever be? Just like you're just overloaded with tons and tons of theories and like stories, and I don't
The
think
internet.
the internet has so much, and you're getting overloaded all the time to the point where like, what is it they say? You know, you're just basically just trying to stim all day, and then you're trying to have this like this rush, and everyone's fighting over that. Like, how much are they going to sell you that rush?
Are you serious, guys?
Alex Jones was replaced by Android.
I don't believe that because he's still all red faced all the time.
I think this is my favorite conspiracy theory about Alex Jones is that he's Bill Hicks.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's the
He
old
looked
one.
the same.
Yeah.
And plus, he worked for the same productions company, so it is kind of like strange.
Well, it's really funny because that whole Bohemian Grove thing that he did that supposedly like made him famous and everybody started knowing who he was. He really didn't go and see a whole lot. If you look at the video, it's like super low def. It's from way far away. There's not really a whole lot, but that ritual that they were doing, you can't really see what it is or what happened before or after it. It was just that was in a time where before that was like public access TV era when he was doing that. So it was much more like wow. And since then, there's been more people that went back and did videos around there and talked with the people in the town around there, and they don't really have any new information. And yeah, some of the people in the town, they say they don't want to talk about it because there's too many like big heads there that maybe they would get in trouble or whatever. But I don't know. Like, if there is a cabal, why would they do it in a supposed secret society that everybody knows about?
I mean, I don't know. I don't put much. I don't know. I never cared much about the Bohemian Grove thing.
Well, like all these new secret societies, like we've had so many channels that go through like the secret societies. You had the Rosicrucians and the Jesuits, the Old Fellows, the Masons. Or not
If
the
they're
Old Fellows.
so secret, why do they have buildings and whatnot?
Yeah, they're like out in the open. There's you can find stuff in public knowledge. You can go look at old newspapers and see all their stuff. They weren't really secret. So I don't know. I think we're just looking for a boogeyman.
Well, secret society doesn't necessarily mean that the society itself is a secret. It's more that they have secrets.
Okay.
Because you have to be initiated into it to like learn.
I mean, that's just like every corporation. Like everybody.
Kind of, I guess, in a weird way. Maybe.
I mean, you sign a
corporation.
non-disclosure agreement when you work for a company.
Do you?
Sometimes.
Yeah,
I don't.
I can't videotape. I can't, record. I can't share information. That kind of thing. Like I've worked
Who do
for
you
lots
work
of companies. I worked for chemical plants and oil refineries. And
don't say the actual name of the companies.
yeah, I worked for. Oh, and then like you can't even like at a like say you worked at I worked at this is back in the day. This is like one of my first jobs. I worked for a database, and this is like before Google even took off. And our facility had like 12 pieces of personal information of everybody in America, just from all the disaster recovery tapes we had. It was like
Well,
physical library.
Okay.
And like it was like everything was underground. You had to go through like huge security with proximity doors and stuff like that. It'll be Chad. We'll take the CH from Christians.
What up, Claude Balls? How you been? Any update on Kent? Is he doing better now? He was telling me that, I don't know, I shouldn't repeat it. I don't know much about Kent Hovind, but I know that.
Me neither.
Who's that guy that?
Really
I do
into
pray for him though. He's on my prayer list, Kent Heaven, because I learned about him through like internet people.
Yeah, I just don't.
I've seen a video of him.
What's her name? She always has that one guy that comes on and talks about him. What's her name? Yeah, Missing Mod. And
yeah, that's the only reason I really know anything about him, but I still don't because I didn't know the name of his company or whatever that like place is. I don't know much.
Is that the guy that has like a TV show or something? Dinosaur World?
Yeah, he has a
Dinosaur Adventureland.
Yeah, something like
Yeah.
that.
Yep.
Big Mama comes around and says stuff about him sometimes.
Yeah.
And that other guy.
He reminded me
Jacob?
of he reminded me of David Griffin a little bit. Like he's just like an old snake oil salesman, Like there's just a certain type of charisma that those people have that will draw people, man. It still has a power.
What does he do that's wrong though?
Well, he has a cult, basically.
A cult?
Yeah, it's like a Christian cult.
Okay.
He's got their own little beliefs, about dispensationalism. I hate dispensationalism. Do you guys believe in that stuff? Dispensationalism?
I don't know what it means.
It means that like God changes, which is like so heretical. It's like, oh yeah, God's rules with humanity change over time. That's why we had the Mosaic Law. That's why we have what we have now. Different parts of the Bible mean different things now. Like you can't apply it all to yourself. It's like, no, God's always been the same. Human response has changed, not God's dispensation.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to like really figure that out. It doesn't sound like what I believe at all. Claude says he doesn't want me to marry Kent. I don't think that's highly unlikely for a number of reasons. Mainly, I wouldn't. I don't think I could. I mean, I don't know.
You'd be his fifth wife.
And no, I could never be a fifth wife.
So he's one of those. He's a polygamist.
I could only
No,
be
you
second
just
wife if
can't
like
keep him.
it was a situation where the guy was widowed.
Ah.
I don't believe in divorce. Moving on.
You were never married?
What, me?
Yeah.
No.
Not even like during your feminist days to like a woman?
No, definitely not.
Oh, okay.
Never been
Because
married.
I know when
Not that I
when they
believe in marriage
when they
between
legalized female or male, gay marriage, that a lot of people jumped on that.
no, I don't I never met any woman worth marrying, I would say. And I think I was never meant for that. That was never meant to be my life. It's not. I don't believe that's marriage. Even then I took marriage seriously. Like, I don't know. I mean,
Man, I know a lot of
understand
women,
why, like,
even right
fans
now.
and women would get married for like maybe certain reasons. Like, I understood why they wanted those particular rights for certain reasons. But I don't know. I still didn't think it was marriage in the same way.
There's a girl I work with and a guy I work with that both just had gay marriages within like the last month. He invited me to his, which was hilarious.
How did you
So
feel
weird.
about that? Would you attend a gay wedding?
Oh no.
Man, I remember
I never
going
let
to
him know. I never let him know my beliefs because I'm at work.
Yeah.
But he's so openly gay. Like he's one of those. He's more gay than JC. He's super like he runs up to me and gives me hugs,
Mm-hmm.
and he's super gay. But he does a good job, so that's all I care about at work. And then she's one of those. She's like the bull, and it's so funny because like she's this tiny little girl, but she tries to like walk with a man's gait, and it just doesn't fit. And just to see like the roles be like totally perverted, where one man is acting like she's supposed to act and vice versa, and they both totally get along. They party together all the time. Just to see the roles reversed like that is so fun. And then the thing is, they'll always invite me to go out, and I'm like, no, I got family duties and this and that. And they're like, you're no fun. I'm like, yeah, I'm in the city of New Orleans, so this is actually a very prevalent thing. Like, there's so many gays in New Orleans,
Yeah.
and they're openly like you go anywhere. It's not like it used to be, and none of them are spiritual. Like, none of them go to church or even talk about spiritual things whatsoever. They're actually super heathenistic when it comes to talking about religion. They'll just say, F God and this and that, just like as a joke.
Hmm.
Yeah, I don't really understand the point of marriage if it's not within religion.
Yeah.
Well, they just do it for the power that they feel they get from it. And that they feel like that they've won something when they do it. And then the other fact that it's just dumb is that they're the ones that get the divorces mostly. And I've seen them.
Yeah.
It's because
Actually,
their entire relationship is based off of sex.
Right.
I have a couple of friends who are going through they were lesbians that married and they're going through a divorce right now.
And it's ugly too, huh?
Divorces are usually ugly, so I'm not surprised, but it's just been kind of interesting for me to observe because I have known them for so long, and it's like the glue that holds their relationships together is different. I think with lesbians, it's more political than like sexual a lot of the time. So a lot of it's about like beliefs and lifestyle.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't know. It's
How does a feminist view like, I know you're not a feminist now, but how does a feminist view marriage?
I think mostly they're against it. I don't know about all like feminist ideologies, but I think, yeah, when I was a feminist, I would caution against getting involved in marriage. Doesn't make sense to, it's like a satanic inversion, of God's order. So what I think the devil does in the mind of a feminist is convinces them that you don't want to yoke yourself to a man, kind of like how in the Christian faith we don't want to yoke ourselves to an unbeliever or somebody who is not equal to us in some way. So
So you're saying, yeah, okay.
So for
like
feminists, it would be like tying yourself down to your oppressor.
Mhm.
Like they view men, since men are like the benefits of the beneficiaries of the patriarchy, you would just be selling yourself into that system. It wouldn't be a good idea. So they're generally pretty anti-marriage, most of them. Although they will support gay marriage as a again, another destruction of marriage.
What was it? Jesse had a few. There was that feminist guy that came on and talked about his wife and how he had a partnership. That older guy, and how he said that everything is equal with them, and they just talk about their feelings all the time, and he would never do anything to, like, when Jesse would ask him, "Did she obey you?" They get like so freaking like triggered, even the men, when it comes to feminism.
Yeah.
And it's almost like you feel like you need to, if you were yoked with a man, that you lose something and you don't see anything that you're gaining when you're yoking with a man. And I don't understand that, because like there are so many responsibilities that you get to lay low because now you have a man to take that over for you. And same thing with a man with a woman. Like, you get to take care of now a set of duties, and then they take care of a set of duties, and it should just be more natural.
It's complementary.
Yeah, complementary.
Well, I mean, yeah. I think to the feminist, even like
Gender roles.
the feminist men and that exist, or whatever, the men who accept this ideology, like their whole they don't believe in gender roles. They don't believe that these things are. They believe these things are somehow oppressive to the individuals, and they want men to give up their role as well as women. They want women to take on more of the male role and men to take on more of the female role. And make everyone, unhappy.
So do you think that like there's been like a massive shift with the new Gen Zers on how they're becoming more and more conservative? Do you think that maybe things might be swinging back towards like old traditional values?
Ortho bros.
Yeah.
I don't know. Well, time will tell.
Because I mean, that's hopeful. And supposedly there's like, well, I think you were talking about it, Daniel.
Yeah, think about it though. Like, if your parents are like super liberal, like you're gonna think they're idiots, and you're gonna turn against that and be like, "Yeah, those guys are gay. Let's be trad.
Yeah,
I
I
want to
think
be
that might.
traditional."
So
Yeah.
they're gonna rebel. They're gonna rebel against that kind of thing. You think that it would swing in the way of conservatism?
Yeah, yeah, because they're gonna see their parents are all lame and liberal. They're gonna be like, "Look, they're getting mad about Trump again. I think Trump's funny." Like,
Yeah.
especially if you're a kid, like Trump is great if you're a kid. Like, I still get a kick out of him.
I know. Yeah. I don't know. I think there's been, I think it's interesting that the men get triggered by that as well. I think the men feel like they benefit from giving up their role as like the leader of the family. They feel like they benefit from putting that responsibility on the woman's shoulders or sharing the burdens of like, I don't know.
I think that they still have more barriers to overcome when it comes to like conservatism because they don't have, like, say,
Are
you know,
Z?
huh?
You mean Gen Z?
Yeah, Gen Z, like, they don't have the ability to have a one income in some cases, unless you maybe come from a family that's more, um, like maybe you have more generational wealth.
Yeah.
And if you come from a broken home, like a liberal broken home, you would have to start from your own sweat. So it may be harder for them.
But a lot of these liberals make a decent amount of money though, and like they'll just have a few kids, so they probably will have more money.
Yeah. But like, I know what, like my family, my grandfather had 9 kids with his wife, all on one income, and he wasn't making a lot. I mean, but it wasn't like he needed to at that point. And it was easy to be that way. Now I think it's a little harder.
Yeah.
And
I think it's harder, but not impossible. And I don't know. There are, like, I shared Suzanne Venker before here on the channel. She really advocates for marriage a lot. She's a Gen X content creator, and she talks about like how to make it work on like a one income, and at least for a period of the time during your children growing up, because what she did was she did that. Her husband provided, and then once the children reached a certain age, she was able to start doing like part-time things or like start her own projects and start contributing financially. But she talks about how to break it down, how to budget, like how to make it work. And a lot of it has to do with like giving up our lifestyles.
yeah.
And she says like over time you will build wealth this way because you have two people working for the same goal. You can make money stretch a lot more when you have two people that are strategizing together and doing a budget together to make it work. So I do think like, because I feel like for my generation, we were talked out of having kids so much,
Yeah, we were.
Millennial, like I was getting it everywhere. Like, you'll never afford kids. You'll never afford kids. You'll never afford kids. And I was struggling to like provide for myself just, so I was like, I believed it, like totally, like, no way. Like, is this ever going to happen for me? Like, but I think that's, we can't believe that. We have to believe that things are possible. Like we could have a home and a family in order to make it happen. It's like faith,
Mm.
I mean, I think people were more thrifty in the past as well, and that's part of how they made it work.
Well, I had a couple like instances like on either side where I know that there's a younger couple I know that they had one kid and then the next year they had another kid, and then this past year they just had twins. So now she has 4, they have 4 babies. He's the only one working. They had to downsize, go into a small house. So they have 4 kids in a small house with 2 bedrooms. And now he makes pretty good money, but he's never home. She does get to stay home, but they're just like living off of like bare minimum. And you could kind of see that like she's always stressed now. Like they used to be like much more like happy-go-lucky kind of people, and now that they're just like super stressed out all the time. And it might just be because they're so young, but that's hard to have that many kids now. 3-4 kids is insane. Like I had my kids a few years apart, and I still felt it because I remember she was still working part-time while I was working like 70 hours a week in order to have a small, condominium and barely get by. And then in order to try to make the bills work more, she was starting to work more. So, but the only way there's like a threshold because daycare per kid per week was like $120 here. So it's like $240 we were paying every week. That's $1,000 a month just to have the kids not with you. And it was almost like, so how much are you making and how much are we paying for daycare?
Yeah, it's
It's
often
worth it.
not to work, just honestly.
Yeah.
And a lot of women, like when their husbands do want to, send them back to work, like I've heard a lot of them be advised, like, okay, well, show your husband how much daycare is going to be and how much you're going to be getting paid after taxes. And
Right.
And then the thing about daycare is too, like your kids suffer so much when they're put in daycare. Like,
Yeah.
and I remember actually being a little kid, and the ones that were put in daycare had way more behavioral problems. So, you would talk to other kids like, oh, did you ever go? I never was in daycare myself. I always had like either relatives looking after me or then eventually my father when he got custody of me. So I never got put in anything like that. But yeah, the daycare kids were really maladjusted a lot of the time. They acted out more. They were more stressed out. And as they grow up, there's all these studies that say they're more prone to depression, parental alienation, all kinds of things, because those tender years are when they're supposed to be nurtured by their, family.
Right. Then there's these, now women are all independent now and they got to have their careers and all that. And so they don't want to be home with the kiddies, even though like they're going to get depressed later when they find out they missed out on so much, and they're going to be more depressed as they work more and more and climb up that ladder. So if you have like children and you want to have your career at the same time, it ends up being not fulfilling.
I'm amazed at how many of my female coworkers, like, I don't know how they do it all.
You only basically see your kids for maybe 3-4 hours a day.
Yeah.
And it's when they're tired and cranky and they got to do their homework. So it doesn't make sense to me to have a woman working while having especially young children, because they take a lot of cues. They should be taking their cues from their parents and not from a teacher or someone who doesn't care about them.
Yeah. I mean, that's the other thing about daycare, like the turnover rate is astounding. So like kids can't bond with, if you get a good teacher or something, or a good like nanny, the kids can bond with that person.
Yeah. Well, we ended up finding that.
Yeah.
But it wasn't until they were like 3-ish.
I'm getting out of here, guys. I'm gonna fall asleep. But
all right, Daniel.
God bless you both.
Good night, Daniel.
Good night.
All right. Have a good night. God bless.
See ya.
So we found a daycare, and it's just one woman, and she does the whole deal herself. So she ended up being like my kid's pretty much like second mom. And it was always like, when are we going to go to see her? I'm not going to say her name, but when are we going to go to see her? When are we going to go see her? Are we going? And if we were getting in the car, it was, are we going to see so and so? And then, and the other cool thing was, since she owned that was her only job. Her husband he owned a motel, but the husband would come over and help and cook, and they would do crawfish boils and bring all the parents in. But it was only maybe a dozen kids total. So it was kind of like a family atmosphere, and they were super Christian. Like, I remember they had to sit down and have a talk with me and ask me about my beliefs, and then they were asking me if I was saved. So, and they made the kids do prayers at daycare, which I was okay with. And she would give me pamphlets, and she would give me these pamphlets like, "Are you going to hell?" and that kind of stuff.
Oh, the chick tracks.
Yeah, the little tiny books. And it was just like, well, this is better than the other options we had. And it cost a little bit more, but it ended up being worth it because by the time they were done with that, like my kids could have tested 3 grades up from what the normal kids in this area tested. So they were testing at a 3rd grade level before they got into kindergarten. And then they're kind of like socially, they've got social problems. Is that Cecil?
Yeah.
Where'd she go?
Oh, so she got tired of listening. She was like, I'm done.
No, the kids woke up.
Well, sometimes, yeah, I think sometimes she has a body connection. So she, come back, Cecil. I know she is pretty, isn't she? There. Oh, she's coming back in. Okay. Hey, girl. Hey.
I'm so sorry, y'all. I'm a freaking boomer. I'm trying to figure this out.
It's working.
Sorry.
Are you on your phone?
Yeah.
It should be simple on there.
It's because the
It's
volume.
easy to pop off on your phone if you're clicking or looking at the chat at all. It's so easy to click out.
Oh yeah, I don't even touch it.
I'm not. I'm trying to take it like off speaker so I can just put the phone on my face like a phone call. But
Oh.
I'm trying to figure this out. Sorry. Anyway, super interesting combo, guys. Sorry for interrupting.
Yeah, it's interesting.
I think you can. You got a Bluetooth?
No. Does it sound like
No.
it?
No, I said I was asking because it would probably be better for you with the kids.
My daughter fell asleep, but my son, I'm terrible this way. You know, they say you're not supposed to let the kids take long naps, especially in the afternoon, blah, blah. And I don't have the heart to be like, no, you can't fall asleep even though you're super tired. I just let him fall asleep. So he
No.
took a nap and now he's wide awake.
That's what I'm saying. I dealt with that. Like my youngest especially, he'll get up and he'll get out while everybody's asleep and be in the living room and getting into stuff. So I can't do it. I'll actually tell him, you got to get up, bud, because he'll be so zoned out, and then he'll fall asleep on the couch, and he'll have the zombie eyes when I wake him up. So then I have to like put him through the motions. I'll be like, hey, come on, we're gonna make you a sandwich or do something.
Right. That's so, what you were saying, Matthew, about your acquaintances that had one baby after the other, that's what we did. And man, yeah, for especially the newborn stage, the first 4 months, I had our toddler and then, the newborn baby girl, and it was rough, to say the least. It was. And I stayed home, thank God. I can't even imagine trying to work part-time or anything. That'd be insane.
Yeah. Tearing you away from them.
One of my managers, she's oh man. She did that. She had a toddler and then she had another kid and actually 2, and then another one of my coworkers did that, and she's working full time. Both of them are. And I'm like, we work from home, so it's a little bit easier, but still you're working, you don't have.
Yeah, you got to bond with them like in that age It's really hard to do if they're a daycare. At
and
least
not
one
even
of the, even
uh-huh.
if it's just the wife, somebody has to bond with them, because if it's just a stranger all the time, because I mean, I was always at work. There was no way around it. But if it was just somebody that they could latch onto, because kids also need routine. Otherwise, they're going to just develop all kinds of behavioral issues. They're going to be like full of anxiety because they don't know like they don't know the schedule. Kids need schedules big time. And if you change one thing, everything becomes all out of whack.
It's amazing to me now. I think about like what the feminists always wanted to like expand daycare, or like have daycare become like, or a lot of them I knew one of the demands that they had would be like 20 available 24-hour government provided childcare, and I'm like,
Yeah, free
when
childcare.
when I think about it now, my mind is just like blown by it. It's like they just want to make women as miserable as possible, and also like disconnect women from their kids as much as possible.
Yep.
Ugh.
I was listening to this.
I think of it.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. This doula, she was saying, because when I was pregnant, I started reading and following a whole bunch of doulas on YouTube and Instagram and stuff. And this lady was not religious or anything, but she said that one of the most surprising things when she was a nurse, a registered nurse, and then she became a doula, was that she had to teach women to be, what's the word? Not motherly, not nurturing, but to be not loving, but to be kind of like gentle and kind of motherly. And she was shocked. She didn't expect that she had to do that. And I was like, man, yeah, women, we have lost that like nurturing, loving gentleness to us. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the softness is really gone in women. It's like that's a big thing about that. Women have lost that femininity, that natural softness. I can imagine women manhandling their babies just because they're so used to. Ooh.
I think it's even more like, it might be more common now that women might just disconnect from their children and only use their children as like as a talking point, because like a lot of women I've seen, they'll just plop them in front of an iPad or whatever, or a television screen, and just leave them to their own devices. And it really ticks me off, because like you're supposed to be the mom, you're supposed to be the one, showing them, teaching them, getting them, like introduced to the way life is. And then instead these kids are sitting there watching like crap all day. Like, yeah, we had televisions when I was young, but I remember my parents only let us watch it in the afternoon when we got home from school after our homework was done. Even when I was super young, and we only had one TV in the whole house. Now kids have like tons of little like things to play with and stim. Like they'll just sit there and it's constant. What is that? Endorphins? Not endorphins. What do they call it? Even adults are doing it. It's like you're overloading your brain with all this stuff. So like when you get into just being still, or just not, maybe just give your attention to one thing, they can't even do it anymore because they're desensitized. So they're just like, they're lost when you're not doing something like that. They can't like just sit there. And my kids, when they were going to daycare, my one kid, he would start to do the rocking thing a lot as like a soothing mechanism.
Right.
And he still kind of does it. And it's like, you can kind of tell that he's just kind of soothing himself. And it's just disheartening to know that like because we chose to like put them through daycare and go through all that, like I'm gonna have to try to help him along through that and get rid of those kinds of behaviors. And but the thing is, like if you're in a household and then they grow up that way their whole life, like how are they ever going to like be able to be emotionally available to anybody because they never really had it. Like they never had a bond, like a close enough bond with their parents.
But what? Well, not yeah, but not really, Matthew, because you're gonna be there for when they're 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Like childhood, yeah, it's important, and but I think we put way too much into like, oh, what is my, at least I do, what is my kid thinking or feeling or blah blah. Um, but what they're gonna remember is the kind of dad you are when they're teenagers, I think, more than when they're kids.
Maybe. But their
At least I don't
behaviors, I
I
think
don't
their
remember.
behaviors are foundationally when they're younger, like they're
I
going to
ju-
be formed from like their younger age. Yeah, they're going to when they start to mature and start to question things that you can help them along with that stuff. But like their personality type, what is it going to be? I think that comes from when they're super young, and I could tell the difference between my oldest and my youngest. How my youngest is going to be super defiant. My oldest is going to be the soother and the caretaker because he actually likes to do that with my youngest. He'll make sure my younger son is always like okay, and he'll come and get me if something's wrong and be and try to soothe my younger son. It's so funny. He's like the little parent.
yeah. I don't remember anything of my like young childhood. I only remember, and I remember the cool stuff about our dad. I remember him taking us to the beach and camping and all of that. I felt the love. And I remember him, taking the belt and spanking us and not being angry at all and explaining, I told you not to do this and you did this. So now there's consequences. And but I still knew that he loved us, and that was a huge foundation for me to feel loved, to know that I was loved and that our parents loved us. And I don't remember anything about my like young childhood, as a matter of fact.
I kind of have an opposite thing with that. Like, for a long time, I resented my dad because of the things that I remembered from my early childhood, and I resented my mother, and I really didn't, like, I didn't. My parents did a lot of great things when I did get old. When I, say I was a teenager, like a young adult, and a lot of great memories. But I do remember I held on to a lot of resentment for the things that I did when I was really young. And that was the things I had to actually overcome, was because I feel like that was like what set me up for later on. Like I don't
What do
think
you mean? How young? When you say really young?
I was like probably it was before I was probably like 6, 7 years old.
Oh, okay.
And I had two younger sisters. Well, one was just born around that point, but the other one was like only a couple years younger than me. So I was kind of like a latchkey kid at that point and that point going forward. And so I was the oldest child taking care of my younger
That's
sisters.
that's crazy. You were 7 years old and you were doing that?
Well, it was, I didn't really start doing the latchkey thing until about third grade.
Wow, that's insane.
And, but I mean, it gave me some good things too, like independence and overcoming things. But at the same time, I feel like, because this is how my parents were set up. My mom worked during the days and my dad worked nights. And that was like my whole childhood. So my dad would be gone. I would only see my dad like for a couple hours before he went to work after I got home from school. And then my mom wouldn't get back until like right before my dad was leaving, which is why eventually they ended up divorcing. because they just really didn't have a relationship. And then, but they didn't divorce until I graduated high school. But my sisters had to deal with the whole divorce while they were still in school. So my youngest sister, I think she was 9 or 10, and my middle sister, she was about 16. And at that point, I moved out. But they had to deal with all that, and that's why my youngest sister doesn't even talk with my dad. She hasn't talked with my dad in a long time. And then, and then my other sister latched on to my mother because they ended up moving out, and I stayed with my dad. And but even with that, like I remember, I stayed with my dad, and then I ended up having to move out because me and him just had a falling out because they got so bitter. And I was like, I can't do this anymore. So, and my dad was using my little sisters as like a tool to get at my mother. And that's eventually what I almost got in a fist fight with him. And then I stopped talking with him for years. I would go to my mom's just to see my sisters. But I remember when I was really little, the things that I had to deal with were, when you're during summer break, you would have to you're at home, right? So we didn't have a babysitter or anything. And my dad would have to sleep all day, right? And my mom would be at work. So my dad would literally just put me in the bedroom with him and make me just lay down silent all day long in the summer. And I would hear the kids outside playing, and I'm sitting there, and he might allow me to bring in a Hot Wheel or something. But if I made any noises, it was on me. So like I was basically like for a whole summer, I'd just be sitting there, and my mom didn't even know this. So like I wouldn't even be able to do anything all day long until my mother came home or until my dad woke up. And I remember having to sit there silent all day long for summers. And it messed with me because I remember having all my friends outside playing, and I would hear them outside all day. I'd be like, what's wrong with me? Why can't I do that? And my little sister ended up having to do it for a short while because as she got older, they used to send my sister off to a babysitter, but I would have to stay home. And then, so a lot of that stuff I actually brought up to my dad later on, and he'd be like, "No, I didn't."
That's crazy.
I'm like, "Are you kidding me?" Like, I remember these things, Dad. He's like, "I don't remember that." I'm like, "Okay."
My mom got so mad when I went and forgave her. She got pissed. She was like, "What do you mean you're forgiving me?" And she grew up apostolic, so it's all about perfection because they believe once you get baptized, you can't sin anymore. Because there's a verse. Anyway. So it's really hard for her to admit when she's wrong. On top of, being a typical female, it's just normal for us to not want to admit that we're wrong. And you put all the religiousness on top of that. And it was rough, but yeah, they pretend. I don't know if they pretend that they don't remember or they genuinely don't remember. Maybe they really don't remember. I don't know.
Maybe they don't. I mean, it could be just that they don't want to, or they don't want to acknowledge it.
And
But
I don't know. I believe dude, I can't remember anything about last year. Like at the same time, you're so freaking tired and you're just trying to get the bills paid and keep the kids alive and stuff like that. So I don't know. Maybe they really don't remember. I don't know.
it's possible because they don't remember half the stuff anyway. I mean, my mom, she has the most terrible memory ever, but then she could bring up something that you did 10 years ago.
Oh, that's me. That's me. That's so true. That's so true. Oh my God. I can remember something from 15 years ago. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know.
I was a latchkey kid too. Started in
You were, Terry?
Yeah. Once my dad
Terri,
started working again, yeah.
are you an only child? Yeah, you are, huh?
I don't
No.
know, not technically. I have 3 brothers, but I was raised by myself. I was like alone growing up. So my older brother was adopted. And then my 2 younger brothers are from my mother's marriage to my stepfather. So my father didn't have any other children. It was just me growing up. So I was pretty isolated. And I think that's part of like, you know, I'm so independent now just because of it. In some ways, it was good for character building and like maturity. Like I had to learn how to cook for myself and do things for myself on my own and dress myself and be responsible. But I don't know. There's also all these ways that I struggle to like be normal.
What do
It
you
really
mean?
helped. I think it helped with being able to be by yourself and
Yeah,
just
I
be
don't.
okay.
Yeah, I'm okay with like. I don't. Yeah, I don't have that struggle that I don't need to be around people all the time. I don't need to. I don't know, socialize in the way that other people do. I mean, I still
Right.
need to socialize, and I do socialize, but like, or I don't have this like burning need to be in a relationship like a lot of my peers do. So it's saved me maybe a lot of unnecessary heartache and that kind of thing.
And I'm trying to think. I don't think
That just-
there can't be latchkey kids anymore. I don't think.
It's illegal. I was gonna say it's illegal to leave a child younger than 12 alone by themselves.
Really?
Yeah,
Huh.
it's
That's,
against the law.
I don't know if that's totally. I mean, I appreciated having time away from my dad. Like,
Yeah.
especially like summer. Summer was so fun. Like, I just get up and like go ride my bike and like go to the park and like meet up with my friends. Like, I was so free.
Right.
I can't imagine like if I had a parent there all the time, like bothering me, like, oh.
Well,
yeah, it did make it hard sometimes though when my dad would be around
Cool.
and I'd be like kind of I don't know.
Because my parents didn't really get involved with me, maybe because I was the oldest and I was a boy, that they really didn't like fuss with me too much. I was kind of like the practice because they kind of did that more with my younger sisters. They were on them about every little thing, and I don't remember my parents ever being on me like that.
I think every child gets a different experience, you know.
Yeah.
Because I have a friend she's the youngest, and she has her family is like hates her basically, and she's kind of like the scapegoat child. I don't know how else to describe it. She's about my age, and her older siblings, like they had a totally different mother than she did, totally different, because they're like when she was born, her mom got sick right after with cancer and was sick for a number of years. So she didn't have the energy to like take care of her in the same way. And, you know, I think also like she drained her mother a lot more in that way as, you know, just being a needy small child. So her mother kind of like resented her and still does to this day. And like, they'll do things for her siblings they won't do for her. Like her older sister gets all the help, gets all the praise, gets all the, you know, anything this girl does is like,
Yeah.
no, even though she's like kind of totally dependent on them in a lot of ways and kind of like more burdensome, like she's seen as she just, you know. And then I don't know, my friend, she's similar to me. She hasn't had kids. She's been a career woman. She has accomplished a lot though. She's like, she got her master's degree recently. All paid for by her job. She got a promotion. She's bought a house. She's accomplished all these things and she's like wanted to celebrate, but her family just doesn't care at all. They don't give And she's like, I don't know, she is the most like successful one of the 3 kids. I don't know. It's kind of like, I don't know, she just feels like totally unloved by them. And I think it just has to do with the fact that she was the 3rd, her mother was sick, you know, she had a totally different upbringing, and her she didn't get to bond with her mother the way like her siblings did.
I think that might be my youngest sister. She was exactly like you explained, and that may be why she doesn't really have a connection with my mother as well. Like, and she went, and she's the only one that finished college and went and furthered it. She makes really good money, but then she had gotten married, and she just had her first kid last year, and that's when my mom started paying attention to her again, so she can come over and be grandma all the time.
Yeah, I think that has something to do with it because, yeah, if you have a kid, yeah, there's something you can play being grandma, and that can make up for not having a relationship with the daughter or the child.
Yeah, that's that mama spirit.
It is. It's interesting though, yeah, my friend is like still very tortured by this. Like every time I see her, she's brings up something to do with like the way her family is. Her immediate family anyway is making her feel like she doesn't belong.
That sucks.
I don't know.
But I
yeah.
mean,
Also think
but
she-
it doesn't suck once you like get over it and you get
Yeah.
past all that. It doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah, I think she should just like. I think she just hasn't really forgiven, really, because it's so easy to. I mean, I could look at my family and feel like they aren't. I don't know. I probably couldn't. It's not in my nature. Maybe I don't
To give that much.
I don't expect anything, you know, from my family. And I do have people in my family who are very loving towards me and care for me. But my mother, I would never have any expectation on her at all.
Is that with your brothers?
My brothers, I'm not really close to any of my brothers. I mean, I didn't meet them till I met them at the same time I met my mom when I was like 33, maybe.
Oh, okay.
Like, it's hard to, I mean, if I see them, like, we can talk and I feel totally comfortable with them and I trust them in a lot of ways, but I don't know. There's not any closeness there. We didn't grow up together.
Did you ever try to reconnect with them?
I mean, I don't know really how. I do talk to them sometimes. I don't know though. It's not really, I don't think we can be like sibling. I don't know that we can have that kind of close relationship. My older brother's son he's reached out to me a few times, like my nephew. So there's a bit of connection there. I am in contact with all of them.
I don't know. I guess if you didn't grow up with them, it doesn't really feel like a true family.
It doesn't. I mean, they do feel like family. They do feel like family, but I just feel like my family's not close. Oh, Mayna. Oh, Mayna.
What am I missing?
Mayna's just judging me.
I can't see the chat, so I don't know what she's saying.
She's saying I need a husband so bad.
She's such a jerk.
I know. It's like God. Stacy says I wouldn't like married life. She just likes the dream.
It depends on the guy you marry.
I know. I have to find one that's like me, you know?
A little liberal, but a little conservative. Yeah.
Yeah, conservative where it matters, liberal where it matters.
Yeah.
You know, also not codependent, like doesn't need me to like, you know.
I don't know if that's the goal though, is to like look
I know.
at it like I need to be married.
I don't see it that way. Like I always feel like if God wants me to have a husband, he'll put me in front of a man that, you know, I'll be a good wife to. And that will be a good husband to me. Like I'm not looking.
Yeah, that shouldn't be the like if you're searching for that, it's just gonna be unnatural.
Right. I don't want anything like that. And it's like
We joke about it all.
it's fun. I do like boys. I do think they're cute sometimes.
Don't say boys. It sounds so wrong. Say men. Say guys.
I mean men. I mean men. I think they're cute, you know. I mean it like to be immature. Like boys are cute.
Oh, okay.
Obviously not like young men. Young men are rarely cute. They have to be a bit older to be cute to me, like that.
Hmm. You don't want those hag maxers?
Oh no. But they sure want me.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't
But
that insane?
right
That's so
reason.
crazy.
I don't think it's for the right reason. I'm looking at them. I'm like, why? I mean, I get that I'm attractive. I understand why they might be attracted, but
It's
I'm like,
probably just for the S word. You know what I mean?
no, that's what I'm thinking. I'm like, are you trying to?
I don't know.
Do?
They usually have the tism too.
Well, but yeah, like who doesn't have the tism?
What's the tism? What's the tism?
Autism.
Oh.
Golden Rule TV's being really nasty. He's like, too late for that, Terry. Going to a wedding is like going to a man's funeral. Just because you have a bad marriage doesn't mean marriage is bad. Jeez, man.
Yeah, I know countless people that I grew up with that all have great marriages.
I do too. I know so many people who have great marriages.
They have like awesome kids.
Marriages. Yeah. I hear little ones.
Like my buddy's always posting pictures of him going hunting with his sons. And him and his wife are the same way they've been since I've ever known them.
It's definitely possible.
It's possible, man.
Better be.
I know, right?
We're depressing the heck out of the poor chat.
Come on. The chat is depressing us.
It's terrible. Not for Mena. For Mena, it's not possible. But for everybody else, it is.
No, but isn't Maina married?
She is married.
I don't know. I just love giving her a hard time. I don't know if she's married.
I've got to get my tablet so I can see chat.
She was all like, oh, my husband's paving my driveway. Don't you wish you had a guy doing that for you, Terry? I was like, I don't have a driveway.
That's such a douchey thing to say.
All right. Where's my
The
tab?
only way to know if a marriage is happy is if you live in their house with them. I don't want to live with some other couple. That's weird.
That's so true, though. That's so true. Because
Yeah, but you're also projecting on them.
That's true.
You're gonna validate them based on your own life, and it doesn't make sense.
I think though you can tell if people like sometimes people are happy together. I think you can sometimes tell that people enjoy one another's company, like especially like older couples that like do all kinds of fun things together. Their kids are grown. Like I look at that and I'm like, you know, That's what I'm looking at. Not always like the people who are, still raising kids or like middle aged. I'm always thinking like it's usually the older ones that I'm looking at that are like retired and they still enjoy each other and they're like each other's, best friend. That's Gregatron, that's terrible.
Well, that's not even a marriage at that point, Greg.
Yeah.
I can't see chat. What are they saying? I feel like the little sister.
I'll pull it up for you. I know married people who mess around like they're not even married.
Yeah, I've known a few marriages like that too. It's horrible. And they call themselves Christian. That's the worst part. Like, bro,
Yeah,
what the heck?
I've known people like that, but they usually break up.
I've seen plenty of those Christians that, go to church every weekend and end up in divorce too.
Yeah, that's insane.
But
A travel partner. I think it's more than a travel partner. Many marriages are segslit. Without eggs, can that even be considered a marriage? I think it's similar. Like if there's adultery, it's definitely not a marriage. And if there's no like none of that going on. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Maybe some people don't want that though. If both don't want it, then I guess it's okay.
I'm kind of with Stacy on the I don't want a woman in my house because sometimes they're just too much. But at the same time, it's like, I don't know. I do like my privacy, but there could be a time and place.
God said it. I want it.
I can't remember who was the person.
Men though, like not wanting to do it. Like I've heard a number of women like writing places and asking like, my husband isn't interested. Like I try to encourage him, he doesn't want to. Like,
dude, that must be. Oh my god.
And
Yeah,
that
must be so heartbreaking.
I know. I can't even imagine. I mean, just like, it's like.
Because women's egos are so much bigger and more sensitive. Can you imagine your husband like, no, I don't want to touch you? Like, what? Oh, hell no. No, at that point, you don't have a marriage.
No, I'd be like, what's wrong with me? Am I ugly? Am I hideous to him? Am I like, I'd be getting all insecure.
Yeah.
Is he cheating on me?
Right.
Is there something else going on? Like, yeah. That's just Stacey, I might think that he's.
You got to keep them guessing.
Diddy's baby oil is so sweet to me. It's amazing. You think he means what he says?
I think he does. The name and the picture, it just screams.
Yeah, he's totally genuine.
That's sweet. I didn't know if he was still here or not. He was cooking earlier. Yeah, Stacy brought up the corn and how it's made many men like not have any interest in their wives. Which I would feel like, but that too has got to be devastating. Like, God, can you imagine?
And also, men must get tired. Like, if your husband is constantly like, if they wanna be intimate or whatever, and the wife for whatever reason, I'm not in the mood, or my head hurts, or I'm so busy, or this and this and that. I mean, there's always gonna be an excuse for not doing it. Like, also, men, get tired of
Women
the
use the
rejection.
excuse of the children as well.
Oh, for sure.
You say hi.
Because they'll be like, well, they'll make themselves busy.
Dude, my way of thinking, I'm trying not to be too TMI, but my way of thinking is like, when are you not going to be tired to have sex? You're always going to be tired. There's always going to be something to do. The to-do list is never ending. And that's
you know how I dealt with that? I'm like, you're tired. That means all you got to do is lay there. Like that's you're laying down anyway.
That's a great point. That's a great point. But you know what the problem is with that? That we have been fed, women have been fed this fantasy of no, it has to be magical every single time. Like what? It's retarded. It's ridiculous. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not supposed to say that word.
Starfish Maxine.
Oh, jeez.
Adriana, that's hilarious.
Kind of gay.
Diddy's baby oil says he'd rather do the real thing. Well, that's good to know, Diddy's baby oil.
Don't spill the milk.
You love me. No, I
Thomas always tries to act like the outsider now.
really wasn't that pretty, Maina. I got prettier as I got older.
I don't think Greg wants to know what starfish maxing is.
And I don't know, like
Yeah, I don't know that either. I assumed starfish was just laying there like a starfish. I don't know.
I don't
You
know
don't
why
want to
my
know.
says this either, because like I didn't know any rich people when I was 20 either. I wasn't good looking. I was overweight and unfeminine, and I didn't know any rich people. So you're wrong, Mina.
You want cereal?
Yeah, are you gonna let him nap now?
Cereal? Where's the cereal? Oh, are we out of cereal? Hold on.
Well, not when I was 20. I wasn't 300 pounds, but I was overweight for sure.
I grew up a tomboy too. Oh my freaking!
I wouldn't say I was a tomboy. I just wasn't feminine because I wasn't like active or like doing anything productive. But it's like, I don't know. I didn't have a mom, so that's another thing. Like I didn't know how to be a girl a lot of the way. Like
I didn't know I was a girl. I didn't know I was a girl until like I was freaking, I don't know, 7, 8 years old. I thought I was just the same as my brothers, and they treated me the same and everything.
yeah, I just wasn't sporty enough. I wasn't very active like that. Dang, Adriana. Dang, Adriana. I don't know if I should put that up because that word might be problematic. At back way. That's problematic word. I couldn't imagine you overweight. Please don't, Diddy's baby oil.
Or with those horrible eyebrows or that terrible haircut. Oh my God, Terry.
Well, I wasn't overweight then.
No, you didn't look over.
Maybe 10 pounds, maybe.
There's beautiful overweight girls. There's girls that are beautiful, that are cute, and they're overweight.
Down. Thank you.
But
I don't know, like, yeah, I know, but still.
No, that's enough.
Having a fat ass is different from being overweight.
Yeah, I was. I think too. I just didn't feel comfortable in my body and that kind of thing. I did have when I was 21, I did have a boyfriend for a couple of years, but that didn't work out. Thank God, to be honest. No, I'm not talking about that. We're talking about a different time. We're talking about when I was like, I don't know how old I was in that video. They are to this day. To this day.
To this day.
To this day.
What kind of a crazy question is that? That's insane, bruh.
This
The
day,
internet, what the
I got the
heck?
thunder thighs. Thank you, Grandma. What did I think
That's
about
wild.
Denny's call about fat women? I don't remember Denny's call about fat women.
He said she was super nice. He really liked her, but she was really fat.
Denny from Bulgaria?
Yeah.
Which Denny? Yeah.
I didn't know they had fat people in Bulgaria. He should wife her up right now. She's an anomaly. They're a second world country. They might not have food sometimes.
I know.
She got reserves.
Can she push a plow?
Yeah, she probably strong as heck. Why can't I ask? Why I can't ask? That's my boo. Aw. Terry, your friend is a C block. Whoa. Dang.
Who, me?
Yeah.
I'm a C block?
Apparently.
What? Why? What am I doing?
You're wrister blocking.
Oh. sorry, Diddy's baby oil.
Reserve. Oh, Lord, Terry. I'm making jokes, Tomas. I'm not being serious. I'm making a joke.
Here. You want cereal?
So
I'm
he
eating
knew her
it.
from way back when, and they reconnected through Facebook, and now she's fat. I don't know. I mean, geez. Why did he even call about that? That's so weird.
That's very weird.
Like,
Maybe the topic was about, because they're like, is it okay for a man to tell a woman that she's fat? So maybe that was somewhat of the topic.
I saw this like viral video that this girl did where she went on a like Tinder date or something. She matched with this guy. She told him she was fat, and he was like okay with it, and like her pictures showed that she was fat. But I think maybe he didn't realize how big she was. So they meet up and they're gonna go into the restaurant, and he tells her like he pulls her aside before they even go in and says like, yeah, I don't want to go on this date. And then I think we'll just cut it off here. And then like she got herself all done up and everything. And yeah, and then she as she was leaving, he said, "It's because you're fat."
Just in case she wasn't sure.
So she went on TikTok and did a video about it, and like obviously that got a lot of responses.
I went on a date one time with someone I met. I don't think it was. I forget. I think it was Plenty of Fish. And
Fish.
yeah,
I
and
went on there.
this was like more than 10 years ago. And I went on this date, and she ended up not looking anything like she was on her profile. But I still stayed there and we just talked with her. I knew right away I wasn't attracted to her. And then this other girl came up as she had gone to go get drinks and started chatting with me, and I ended up leaving with the other girl.
Wow.
See, it's always better to
Terrible.
meet people in person,
Yeah.
because then you know if you're attracted to them or not, like right away.
Right.
Hey, no screaming.
Gregatron says that fat women treat you well. They will buy you a drink and cook for you. That's right. A fat girl will hold you down. Whoa, no, I didn't see that. Did you see the lady who met with a man on Tinder and did not disclose that she was pregnant? Why was she?
That's
Didn't she have
so low. That's disgusting.
Why would you?
Date while pregnant. That's so gross.
That's so crazy. Social media has given men a look into how women cope with rejection. Straight to TikTok. Yeah, I agree. But I do think this girl, like from the pictures I'd seen of her, like she wasn't hiding her weight. She was very clear that she was big, and she made it clear while talking to him, like that she was how big she was. But I think in his mind, he just wanted to see her in person to determine whether or not he could do it. But I think it's low to like ask a girl out on a date and not like go through with the date. Like really, you're like it's dinner, or I don't know, like or
You know,
I don't know exactly what they were doing. Like you can't just be a gentleman. I don't know.
but also like in my last job, well, before a little bit before I got married, so 5 years ago, I had never heard this, and maybe it's just because I don't have a lot of girlfriends and stuff, but one of my friends, a coworker, she told me that she would go on a bunch of dates, and I'm like, oh really, you're looking to get married or stuff like or something, build a family? She's like, no, I just want free food. Dude, she legit said that she liked going on a bunch of dates because the guys would pay for her meals. And I was like, what? I was dumbfounded. I said something like, that's crazy. But I stopped talking to her. I was like, that's that's so low. And of course, men must know that they're just being used. So imagine this guy is sitting there. The girl is fat, which really is the least. I mean, if you're born with not very good facial features, you can get cosmetic surgery. It'll cost a lot. It'll take a lot, blah, blah. But being fat or being, healthy weight is the easiest thing. You don't have to pay anything. You just have to stop eating. Anyway.
Sorry. Tomas is like, he was doing his part to aid her in her weight loss journey.
I don't know. It must be, I don't know. If I was a guy, it'd be terrible dating right now.
That's a good point here. As collateral, men date for sex, so why can't women date for food?
Yeah, but if I give you food, then I had better get the sex.
Exactly, because then it doesn't make sense. Like, what are? But it's all skewed because there shouldn't be any possibility of sex, and there shouldn't be any dating out at restaurants. You should be meeting at church. Families should be, that the way God made things to works so much easier and better for everybody, but people don't want it.
Yeah, I don't agree with going out on dates with strangers you met on an app or a website. Like, you should know that person some other way. Like, it should be somebody that like through a hobby, community you're involved in.
Or work.
Or work. Oh, I don't know. Depending. You can be careful.
No, work's a very easy way to find people.
I met my husband at work, that's why.
Yeah.
I met my husband at work, and he was such a hard worker. It was a huge turn on. I was like, oh my God, this guy works hard. And he had the best attitude always. He had the best attitude, and he always helped me. And he was always, so we knew each other for a few years before we started dating. And he was always the same. He was a great guy. So I was like, yeah, I've got to husband him up.
Mm-hmm. Better be bringing that food in. Here's lunch, honey.
And he used to go to church Saturday and Sunday. I was like, oh my God.
That's hot.
Yeah. Because
he goes to church more than once a week.
Because he played the guitar. He played in the worship team sometime, not every weekend.
Oh my God.
But he went to church Saturday and Sunday, and I was like, bruh, I don't know anybody that does that. And then he would run marathons with the boss, sometimes like on Saturday mornings at 4 a.m. I was like, geez, Louise.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'll be like, why aren't you married yet?
Well, it's because he's younger than me. I have a confession. I have a confession to make.
He sells that got hag maxed.
My husband is younger, yeah.
How much younger?
I'm not gonna say, but it's a few years younger. I'll just leave it at that.
What do you think about that? Because yeah, I do have guys that are like a couple years younger than me sometimes, and I'm always kind of like wary, and I'm wondering if I should maybe get over that, because it seems like if he's, I don't know, if he wants, the same things, and if he's like, he's like, am I being silly to maybe not date him?
It depends. My husband had a rough upbringing. His parents, divorced when he was very young, and his mom is a mess and stuff. So he was very mature, way more mature than I was when we first met, and he always wanted a family. Like he wanted to settle down, wife, kids, the whole shebang. So it was kind of perfect. And also it depends on the woman. I know how to submit. I know how to obey. I know how to talk to my husband and not talk to my husband. It hasn't always been, perfect. We've had arguments here and there, but mostly, especially because he's younger than me, since the beginning, I was like very clear. I know that, I have to obey. You are the man, you're my husband, and you're the leader, and I respect that, and I'm not going to try to change that. So that helped. That's made the whole difference, I think.
Yeah, I wonder. I do be mouthy.
Old ladies do be loving me too.
Huh? Oh yeah.
It's always the older ladies.
Gregatron says that older women like him more than women his own age. I think an older woman can appreciate a young.
I'm not an older woman. Okay, I'm not that old. I'm not an old lady. What the heck?
No.
I'm sorry. Older gals.
Shoot, I was gonna say something I forgot. Oh, I can't remember.
Well, I mean, like if I look at a man like Gregatron, I think he's a couple years younger than me. I admire like his work ethic, his responsibility, like his character, like, and maybe a woman his own age doesn't like see that, or maybe is less likely to. But as like someone my age who looks at men my own age a lot of the time, and they're not even at like Gregatron's level, I'm like, wow, this young man has his self together.
Right. Oh, I remember some people. He's not 25. He's 26. Just kidding.
Yeah. Right.
Somebody asked Jesse this a few years, because I was worried. I was like, oh my God, Jesse Lee Peterson says that, if the husband is younger, it's not going to work, blah, blah. And then somebody called and asked, and Jesse was like, well, if you obey him, you both are Christian, you know your role, and, you're forgiven and you're doing fine. It shouldn't be a problem that he's younger than you. So.
Yeah, it's probably best not to put too many rules or limitations on things, like, because I don't know. But then I wonder, like, because if they're too much younger, I'm like looking at it, I'm like, I don't know. But who knows? Maybe like in 20 years, it will matter less to me. When I'm a fabulous, old lady.
It doesn't even matter it doesn't even like cross my mind. It really doesn't. Maybe when we're older, maybe it will. I don't know.
Yeah, I wonder about that.
But then if anybody's gonna be younger, I mean, you want the man to be younger. You want your husband, because he can help you. But like if your husband is older than you, like a lot older, you know what I mean? It feels like you're supposed to be the strong man that's supposed to help me, protect me, or whatever. But how are you going to do that if you're 70? That would not be.
That's a huge age gap, though. Older
Yeah.
could be like 2-3 years old.
Yeah.
Older. I mean,
No, there's a guy
it doesn't matter within a
At
couple of
that
years
point,
either way.
right.
My
By
friend
older,
says I should get a younger one so that he can do all this stuff for me. She's like, you need a younger one so he can just do all this stuff for you.
Yeah.
Like do all the technical stuff for you. And I'm like,
You gotta be smart.
I know. And I also I want it to be somebody who like I can bond with well and, admire as well. There is a man I'm interested in, but there is a pretty significant age gap between us, and he's older. So I don't know.
What's the significant age gap? Is it more than 10 years?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. More than 10 years. Yeah, it gets tricky. That might be too much.
Alas. Yeah, it can because you're different generations,
Right.
Virgin, yeah, I know. You're gonna get a virgin, Chad. Don't worry. I want one too, Adriana. We're gonna get our virgin Chads.
I don't know why I thought Adriana was married.
Or maybe you're mixing her up with Latine.
I don't know.
I don't think this guy wants a nurse. He's always looking for ways to be of service to me. Like he goes out of his way to do things for me. And he's in good shape, but I mean that can change.
Well, and also what's wrong with being a nurse for your husband? There's nothing wrong with that. And vice
The
versa.
issue is I can't do it really, really well because I got my own.
Right. Oh,
business.
yeah.
I mean, I would want to, if something happened to my husband, I'd want to be there to take care of him, but I would worry that I couldn't,
Changing the subject a tiny little bit.
Yeah.
Who said I can't remember. Somebody said something about like a girl hired this private detective because their husband was the GPS on the phone. He used to go after work to this one place and be there for like an hour and then come home. She was like, where the hell is he going? So it turns out the guy was just like sitting at the park, like reading or something, being quiet. And that she was like, oh my God, I can't believe, that he would just be there by himself.
Mm-hmm.
And I got all in my head about it. And when my husband came home from work, I was like, I don't want you to ever think that you can't come home and just be by yourself or be comfortable in your. I said, and I don't know if it's even realistic, but I did say like, I want you to be comfortable as if you're living by yourself. Like this is because you know how a lot of people are like marriages are like, oh, the house is the woman's kingdom or whatever, and it's her blah blah blah.
Yeah.
I'm like, I would hate to live in a house like that where I'm like, oh, this is my husband's house or whatever. No wonder so many marriages are getting divorced. Like society sets them up for failure with all those pendejadas, as we would say in Spanish.
I don't think there's anything wrong with a man wanting to just have a little bit of peace after he gets off of work.
No, there's not.
I mean, maybe like it's not anything to do with what the wife is doing. Maybe the kids are really loud. Or
right.
Maybe he just needs some time to himself, and he's trying to like get that without, burdening his family in some way.
Right, and that's where like, what's the problem with a wife that he couldn't tell her? Men should be able to be like, bruh, after work, I want to be at the park reading for an hour in peace and quiet. And she shouldn't be like, well, what? Blah, blah, blah. It should be like, okay, you do you, or whatever.
I would feel bad though if my hubby felt like I don't know. He wasn't, that home wasn't his piece.
Right.
I feel like I'd failed him as a wife.
But it does get loud with the kids. I'll give you that one. That's true.
He probably just needs time to do like go from
Yeah.
one world to another, prepare for his
I know a
whole.
lot of people that would love to just go to the pool hall and shoot some balls for an hour before they went home because they just don't want to deal with all the mess. And maybe
Yeah.
they're better off for it because they're still, when they get home, they give themselves to their families, you know?
Maina says she wants you to shut up because she wants to know about my new boyfriend. He's not really new. He's been around a long time.
Sorry.
He's not
So-
new. I think I've probably mentioned him before.
She's talked about him.
Yeah. See, Matthew remembers. Matthew knows about my autistic king.
About your what?
My autistic king.
Oh, he's autistic?
Oh, yeah.
Why do you say that?
Why do I say that?
Yeah.
No, he really is. He's definitely I don't know how to describe it. He just is different. Like he's really highly intelligent.
That's sexy. Okay. So 1 point for the autism kids.
Yeah, he's not like autistic and like wears weird outfits and like pretends to be a cat or something. If he has TISM, he'll probably never make the move, says Stacey. Do you think so? I mean, I think he's just, I mean,
What are you doing? Sorry. Sorry.
it's cute.
So Terry, is he more like quiet? Does he stay to himself?
Yeah, I mean, he can socialize with people, but he doesn't like to very much. He does like to socialize with me, though.
That's perfect.
I know he's I don't know how to describe him. I like his energy. He makes me feel comfortable and safe. I don't know. Like I feel like very just natural with him. But I do see in some ways that I don't know. I don't know, but it might be okay because I am more used to being. I don't know. He's very sweet.
I say go for it. I say go for it. My husband and I, we were working together, and he had flirted with me a little bit, but I was trying to, be professional and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But oh shoot, what am I doing? I was like, I for lunch I was gonna go get sushi, and I brought him a roll, and he was like, "Oh no, I'm okay." And I'm like, "Oh no, here." So I tried to feed him, and that's when I was like, "Oh man, I'm falling hard." Like I wanted. So you gotta make a move too. So I would say make the move, Terry.
I think, yeah, but it is awkward because we're never alone.
So what? Why not just say like, "Hey, you want to grab lunch tomorrow, or you want to go get some dinner, or blah blah."
Other people.
No, I don't know. I've never done it, so is it that crazy?
Like, it would be okay if it was like.
Women aren't supposed to do this.
Yeah,
Well,
Men
yeah,
are
but-
supposed to do this.
Matthew, but you have to remember he has autism, so he might never make his move. He might, I don't know.
Y'all are crazy.
I know, I do feel uncomfortable with it, and it's like the few times in my life where I have like showed interest in me, he totally like recoiled and rejected me.
If a dude couldn't come over in front of other people and ask you out,
That's
is he
true.
going to be able to do anything?
That's a good point.
Indeed, it would be nothing like that. I do know he's been single for like, what did his friends say? He told me he's been single for like 28 years or something. So he's very naturally like comfortable being that way, but definitely would not say anything like that, Adriana.
Do you want to? Hey, do you want to fornicate with me tonight? That's crazy.
I don't believe in that, Adriana. I'm saving myself.
How about a little sinning tomorrow around 7 p.m.?
He's very faithful and very serious about his faith, which I also admire. I feel like he could, lead me in that way. But I don't know. His friend did call me and invite me to his birthday party, but
You have to go to the party, Terry.
no, it already happened. So like,
You didn't go?
I couldn't go.
Why not?
Well, the venue wasn't like accessible. I couldn't get in. I was discussing it. Like his friend called me and she was like, he said she asked him if he wanted her to invite anyone, and but she was throwing it for him, and he said me. He named me. He'd like to have me there, and then we discussed the logistics, and like the place wasn't accessible, so I couldn't get in. So that sucked because I would have loved to, go. And then I had my birthday party and I was going to invite him, but I didn't see him before it happened. What, Tomas? What, Tomas? He says Terry. Now Terry. Terry. Just say what you want to say, Tomas.
Say what you want to say.
Why do you do that to Fox? That's right, Denny's baby oil. I'm saving myself for my husband. I ain't letting no strange man climb on top of me.
What the heck?
Oh,
I already said it.
Matthew knows. Yeah, I don't want to. So yeah, she said that he wasn't interested. She said that he wasn't interested in me romantically.
Wait, what?
His friend said that. She's like he likes you, and she's like, no, not like romantically, but I don't know if like
What?
No.
Are we talking about the same guy that you've been talking about for the past 10 minutes?
Yeah.
Oh. Is she lying or was she being truthful?
I don't know.
Huh.
Never listen to the woman.
This bitch. No.
I don't think that if she was, I don't think she would be lying if she said that. She might be saying that to because he asked her to or something, or maybe didn't want to make it a romantic thing, make it more of a friendship thing. He gave me a cinnamon roll, actually. How do you know that? How do you know about the cinnamon roll?
Terry's freaking out now, paranoid.
He snuck me one of them cinnamon rolls, one of them really good ones. He's like, he came up to me, he's like, you want a cinnamon roll?
You probably said it in a stream earlier.
He's not married, Mina. I would never mess around with a married man. Are you kidding me?
Here. Come on.
That's sick. Never, ever. But yeah, I do expect a man to make the move. But Stacy says he'll never make the move, and she has autism.
Stacy is autistic, so don't listen to her.
Well, I know an autistic person might know about an autistic person.
I mean, I love cute, dumb women because they're like the easiest to handle. So it would make sense for a man to want an autistic woman, but the other way around just wouldn't work.
You don't want the man to be autistic, right? That makes sense.
That was Stacy. That was a different man that wanted to escort me home. That was a different man. I was talking to the man I like, and then a man I'm not interested in came up to me and was like, "Hey, can I walk you home?" I was like, "No." Why? Thanks for making it awkward.
But I mean, there are autistic men out there that could handle asking a woman out. My son would probably be one of them.
That's right,
Huh?
You're gonna teach him, Matthew. Be like, you gotta ask girls out.
No, my kid isn't afraid of nobody.
Right on. I don't think it's about fear, though.
Yeah, it is.
Is it?
Yeah, fear, insecurity.
What am I to do?
You're acting like you only have one option. Jesus.
What do you mean?
What do you
you're
mean?
like, what am I to do?
You got an old dude that you've been seething over for like a month and a half, 2 months.
Pining for.
It's been over a year.
Okay.
I wouldn't say I'm pining. I just.
You've been pining. You've got enough people know about the cinnamon rolls.
Matthew reminds me so much of my brothers. Just the way he talks. He talks like he's calling you an idiot, you know? But in a loving way, like in a brotherly way. He's not trying to insult you.
No, I'm not.
This is interesting. She says it's not about fear, it's about being fundamentally self-enclosed.
What? What does that even mean?
Stacy doesn't even know.
Stacy, you're autistic. Shut up. Just kidding, Stacy. Don't ban me.
No, we love you, Stacy.
We love you, Stacy. I'm joking.
Contribute to the chat. You are a joy to our chat.
She called me old, so I don't know.
She's just flirting with you, Matthew.
I know. She keeps like calling me.
She hollers at you in the chat.
So
it means you're a little bit of a tard, says Adriana. I think it just when I see it to people, like it's just like there's certain things they don't understand.
It's the color red. It's the color red.
Like there's certain connections that don't fire in their brain, like or certain things, or they need to do things in a specific way to get them done properly, and they.
Terry.
What's up?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but you seem like a woman that has a lot of personality and somewhat of a strong character. Yeah. I don't think this guy, like the autistic older gentleman, I don't think in the long run, maybe the first couple of years, but I don't think in the long run it would work as a marriage. Because you have a lot of personality and you're gonna, especially somebody like you're gonna want that conversation. And didn't you say that he's more like he likes to keep for himself? He doesn't like to talk too much and stuff like that?
Yeah, well, that's kind of why I like him.
Because he's opposite of you? That's what I'm saying. You like it now, but how do you know that you'll like it 10 years into the marriage?
I don't know that it's opposite of me. Like, I'm generally quiet until people approach me, like IRL, like in real life.
Yeah.
I'm kind of loud in a quiet way. Does that make sense?
No,
Like,
that's such a woman thing to say. That makes no sense at all. What do you mean loud in a quiet way?
I just kind of, because I think of my style and the way I carry myself and the way I conduct myself and the way I look, that kind of is what like is loud about me. And then people are just naturally drawn to me because of those things. It's not really a so like I'm good at attracting people to me.
So then why do you only have one option and he's 70?
I don't have one option. I don't have one option.
Freaking men.
I think like I don't like many people. I don't like most men. It's very difficult for me to meet someone that I like actually admire and respect and like look up to in any way. And like I do have suitors come up, but like very quickly they'll get dismissed because of very clearly they're just looking for sex or like they, I don't know. Like I know we're not compatible. So
Mm-hmm. Well,
it's like, I'm kind of like picky, I guess. I don't know.
picky could be one of them, but you might also be limiting yourself.
In what regard?
Like, how much do you know about someone before you actually have to go out with them?
I don't need to know very much about them.
So if you're not dating around, you're not going to get to know people.
Well, I know I do go on dates. That's eventually golden rule. Like they want it like on the second or third date, golden rule. They don't want it after we get married. They want it right now.
Oh, I see what he says. No.
Like
when you're in your 40s, I don't think it's all about sex anymore.
I'm not there yet.
Well, you're almost there. But what I mean is like I think like the whole cess thing is it's not as important because that's going to come along anyway. But
I
if you're thinking,
know though, because like I've dated men that are older, like 40s and 50s, and they want it right away. I think it just has to do with individuals, like, and I have to just find someone that I'm compatible with.
but you're making a lot of assumptions for the men that you haven't even like.
Well, no, they try to get in my pants right away.
Oh.
I'm not assuming that, like, it happens. That's true. I gotta, tell me about it, Golden Rule TV. They do. That's
Diddy's compatible.
That's what he says. But I don't know. He's not making his move.
Has he made an application yet?
No, he hasn't. That's right, Adriana, and it's disgusting.
I love all the memes of that, and it's usually like they're playing with like action figures or they're fishing.
What up, A Hammer? White women are a dying breed. Do you think so? What's happening to the white women? I need you to explain more.
Yeah, I don't know that one.
I've seen A Hammer before. That's right, Adriana. Well, it's so like gross. It's like so immediate, and it's like I don't know.
But isn't that empowering too?
What's empowering?
To be wanted?
I'm not wanted what like the S is wanted. It doesn't feel empowering. It feels just like, you know.
Because women usually use the S as a tool for power.
I don't want to have power over my man in that way. I want it to be like, you know, I'm not interested in that stuff. I want to have something real.
Well, don't go on the internet then, because I've been on the internet and there ain't no real ones.
I don't be looking here on the internet. Oh, okay. This is what he means. Exactly, Tomas. I just want, yeah, and submit to God's order and right way. And it's like, it's hard. I mean, it's not that hard because it's not hard for me to be like no to a guy, but it is hard to like have to deal with.
Stacy, don't be jealous.
Gosh, submit to something greater than she is. Indeed, that's right. That's you. She has someone right here that loves her. Aw. He's so sweet. Oh, thank God for my simps. Diddy's baby oil. Anyway,
Well,
I think it's
I don't know
good.
how it always revolves around to Terry's dating life.
Yeah, it's a mess. Right now, the roster is kind of empty.
Well, Tomas fell out, right, Tomas?
Tomas never wanted to be on in the first place.
No, for a while he was like the swordsman.
Yes, he was acting all valiant and gallant. But he has decided he doesn't want that. It's fine.
Yeah,
It's fine.
you had your chance, man.
I'm not hurt.
I don't know, like I've been hit on by women before, and it was kind of like uncomfortable.
Yeah,
Like
it is weird.
when the women do the whole thing, because I'm usually more comfortable doing it myself. So if she's gonna try to lead like from the beginning, it's just gonna be weird.
Yeah, I agree. It seems something wrong with it. Like, but then again, I do know couples that have been together and the woman like was the first one to kind of say something.
Yeah, lots of women are staring.
That's right.
Like-
That's right. The stare. Make sure they don't see you staring. That's right. That's right. That's how you do it. Seems most white women don't make any babies these days.
There's a lot of white women making
I
babies.
know, it's right. It's so true, Gregatron. Do you think that's my problem, Gregatron? Aw. Oh, mi amor. Dang. Laying it on thick.
What was it? I was taking a break, and this woman walked over. She had a watch on and her phone in her hand, and she came over and says, "Hey, do you know what time it is?" And I'm like, "What? Like you literally have your phone and your freaking watch But this lady was probably a good 10 years older than me. She
Dang.
wasn't bad looking, but she had the full on gray hair. And I'm like, I didn't even notice the whole phone and watch thing until like I told her the time and she walked away. And then I'm like, oh my God, she was just hitting on me. And I was totally oblivious. Like, and that's
What?
usually the case.
Get on a guy that way? Just ask him what time it is?
Yeah, they just want to start talking.
Oh, okay. Well, that's different. I didn't know you could do that. I don't have an issue with talking.
But I'm usually oblivious and then I don't realize it until like one of my friends, like a girl says something, like she was totally hitting on you. Because I'm not looking. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand that. I don't know. A Hammer says your mother instinct has been educated out of you. How do you educate out a mother instinct? I know, for real, Adriana.
Nobody even carries handkerchiefs. Except for old guys who blew their snot in it.
Was it Gregatron? Is it her actual hair or is it a weave? Terry has a Nero instinct. Indeed, I do. That's my baby. That's my kitty. That's my kitty baby. It's a wig? Oh, dang. Okay. She fussing with her wig hair. Teaching women they should wait to bear children, then they loose, dang it, their best years for rearing.
So they should just get pregnant by accident?
How do you get pregnant by accident?
By having the cess.
Is that by accident? That's how babies are made.
Yeah, usually.
So how's it by accident then?
Because you ain't planning on it. Like, because Hammer says teaching women they should wait to bear children, then they lose their best years for rearing. So, are you saying it's okay to just have the cess?
I don't know. I watched a funny video today where it was like a woman at a clinic that was 30, she's 35 and she finds out she's pregnant and she's like, what am I going to do when my kid graduates? All the other kids are going to be like, oh, that's so nice your grandma came. And my kid's going to be like, that's my mom.
It's kind of true, but it's not at the same time. Like, have you seen what old people looked like back in the day compared to now? Like,
yeah, old people
what
look a
was
lot
it?
better now.
People look so much better than they used to. Like, who was it? Who was the old white racist guy with his wife? And that was like the TV show, Archie Bunker. You know how old he was? He was like in his 40s.
No.
Yeah, and she was actually a little bit older than him.
Whoa. I would have guessed like mid 50s to 60s.
But like, there's a lot of that stuff. Like, if you look back at old photos, that people that were like 25 were looking like 40.
Yeah. People definitely age, or I don't know, are looking better than they used to, at least. And we have a lot more just knowledge about how to stay youthful or to take care of our skin and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, grandma had 10 kids and our last one at 45 plus. Yeah, I know some women that have kids in their 40s, so I don't think it's that weird. I mean, just have them when they happen, I guess, you know?
Yeah, Latin women are pretty prevalent with that.
When she found out she was pregnant at 45. Oh. Why'd she cry? I'd be all excited. I'm like, okay, cool. I'm getting another rush of hormones here. Gonna get like all pumped up, you know.
Wasn't there's actually a video of these two girls, they had to be like almost 20, and their older looking mom saying that she's pregnant, and the girls just started crying. They were like, "No, like you're too old."
Well, Stacey, I feel like those are really overblown, like really overblown. The risk, it's not that high. It's higher, but it's not like, you know, and even so, like, you're pregnant. What are you going to do? You got a baby coming.
There's a billion other reasons that could happen.
Yeah,
Can you
that's true.
hear
I mean,
me?
I know a lot of people who are young who have kids with Down syndrome.
Right. It's like, I don't know. All these anecdotal things.
Megatron. Yeah, I'll cry out of happiness. Are you kidding me, Golden Rule TV?
It's because my grandma, they were apostolic, and it was a very taboo. It was like shameful for the whole church to know that she was pregnant at 45. It's like, oh my God, you're having sex with your husband at 45. It was that crazy. It was that taboo in my yeah. His Mexican apostolics are on a whole different level.
What if your husband wants to have sex? What are you supposed to do? Not have sex with him?
You're supposed to keep it under wraps. You're
He's
definitely not. Definitely not supposed to get pregnant at 45.
sex. Like,
Yeah, but she cried. She was so embarrassed, and she didn't go to church for the whole pregnancy because she was ashamed. She could not bear the church looking at her 45 and pregnant. She was like, "This is ridiculous." So she
I'd be
didn't go to
like,
church.
man, I'd be like, hell yeah.
Well, honestly, how could you look at her negatively? Because she's with her husband, right? They're going to do things. She's not using contraception. So she's doing everything the church wants her to do. And she
Yeah, and
accidentally got pregnant. So
Yeah.
what's to be shameful of? I don't understand.
the having sex at that age.
Yeah, but you're
even if
married. It's a duty.
Yeah, even if you're married. Yeah, it was crazy. I'm telling you, we don't talk about sex in my family. Now it's a little bit more open, but not even like during the holidays and stuff. If it's just my family, my brothers, and my mom and stuff, you don't say that. That's taboo. That's very inappropriate. You don't talk about sex stuff or period stuff in front of men. You don't do that. So, but I thought that was funny. And she was a terrible parent too. They didn't raise my aunt well at all. Just in front of the TV and gave her McDonald's Happy Meals because they were so old and tired.
Oh, that's not good. Not McDonald's Happy Meals.
Yeah.
There are meals at the grocery store you could feed them.
And my grandma was my grandma was a housewife. She never worked.
Mm.
So it was just because she didn't give a crap, she just didn't care at that point. Oh, whatever, just feed her a Happy Meal.
How many kids does she have?
4.
Okay.
4.
Yeah, at 40 and she almost didn't make it. Dang. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, what can you do? You're gonna have sex with your husband. If you get pregnant, you get pregnant. It is what it is.
And the baby was healthy too.
God,
I would have assumed.
until I got fed all that McDonald's.
Yeah. And she's like super selfish too. My aunt, she's like, because she was the only child practically.
Nice. Yeah, I imagine. I remember. Yeah, I remember reading a autobiography of like the singer Pete Burns and his mother. He didn't know how old she was when she had him, but she was old. Like she was much older than all the other mothers, and she felt really left out. And she was also like, she was from Germany, and he was English, and like so she married her English husband, and he brought her to England, and like she just was all isolated, and then she ended up pregnant, like I assume probably in her late 40s, and had this little boy, and just like it was very difficult on her. I don't have S word with my husband. Like, why would I? I just married for the security and money. Well, the S word is like, okay, do you, girl, do you. Do you, girl. Oh my God. They were jealous that your grandma was still getting action. Yeah.
Yeah, I believe it too.
She was tough. Well, she seemed to be pretty fragile. He has all these stories about coming home and his mother would be like, on her third suicide attempt. Like she really was.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where like the mother's hell really got imposed on the child, and he grew up like over identifying with her, I think just because of the trauma bonding, and then like she was really glamorous though at the same time. So she was like, he would watch her get ready in the mornings, and she would take like hours and hours to do her makeup and get her outfit together, and before anything else got done. And so he became the same way when he got older, like very flamboyant and like theatrical about his appearance. And then he ended up becoming a plastic surgery addict.
Jeez.
I know. All because he didn't forgive his mama.
I would hate her too if I had had that mother.
Yeah. Oh man.
What were you guys talking about before I came in? I don't want to commandeer the conversation.
I don't know. What were we talking about? Matthew?
Probably Terry's sex life or something.
What Seth's life?
Or lack thereof.
I don't got one.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. She said that. Yeah, you were telling her that she has more than one option.
Oh well, she was telling us she was dating around. She was having dates.
I do date here and there. I've dismissed most of the guys that were on my roster.
That's true, Greg.
I've heard that too, Gregatron. I think as women age too, like their testosterone levels go up, so they're more likely to be like into that. That's what I've heard. Although
Isn't that unfair?
I've heard from friends though that are in their 40s and like starting to go through perimenopause, like who say that they haven't had any like change in their desire. That's probably correct, Tomas. That's true. Why are you stressing? You'll be okay. Me? I'm not stressing. I'm okay.
It's not stressing. It's just chit-chatting.
Yeah, I'm not stressed. We're just talking. Honey, I'm okay. Irish Repub's advice. IDK. Maybe if you see something interesting, make moves. No one's perfect.
That's what I'm saying.
Do you think it's acceptable for me as a young lady? Oh, I feel so awkward though because he is older than me. Like chasing down this old man.
No wonder Matthew's like, you guys don't have to make a move. Well, Matthew, when was the last time you made a move? Shoot, sounds like the women are coming up to you and asking you out.
Yeah, but I've been like, I don't want a relationship, so I haven't made a move. I used to make moves all the time.
Explain the freckles. Okay, hold up. This is how we do it. It's makeup. I felt like doing freckle makeup today. I was like, oh, I was looking at my massive stash of makeup and I saw my little freckle thing. And I was like, I haven't done those in a while. Let's just do it. Have fun.
They look cute.
They're cute. They're a little, silly, but you knew it. Yeah, no, I wouldn't not chase, but like.
That is just as bad as butt implants.
It is not as bad as How is it?
Fake freckles.
Implant?
It's the same thing as
Fake
makeup.
freckles.
How are the freckles any different than lipstick or anything else?
Because freckles are an identity.
What? That's crazy.
Yeah.
I was inspired because we watched Hake's beach premiere the other day, and he was showing off his freckles, and I was like, what if I had freckles?
Like all the girls used to draw the mole.
I draw the mole sometimes. Actually, I accentuate what I already have, technically. I make it darker. So
C-Cell did it.
What?
C-Cell, you ever draw the mole?
No. What mole? No, I don't. I don't. I think I have. Yeah, I do have a tiny little mole on the side of my lip, but it never crossed my mind to like paint on top of it. That's crazy.
Do it sometime, girl.
Not crazy, but the new BBL. That's funny.
How is it the newbie? Like, there's a total difference between some makeup paint that you put on your face and like, what do? They inject, like, they suck fat from one part of your body and then inject it into your butt.
Yeah,
I think that's a big difference.
It's fake.
Well, let's see. In Mexico, we call women who chase arrastradas, basically translates to women who drag themselves on the floor.
I've never used that word before. I don't know what part of Mexico she's coming from.
I'm left. Mena.
No, don't read Mayna's comment, you guys. Don't read it. We're not putting it up.
What did she say?
She said something disrespectful.
Sounds like her. The filthy Australians.
Yeah, she's filthy.
I can't with that. I disavow that for the sake of the channel.
Yeah, I wonder when Hake is going to ask Terri out. I've been waiting for it for years, and it's just
years
not freaking happening. And I'm like, bruh, I might send a coffee now.
Plus, also, we live in different states. It's not like
So what?
practical. Well, how are we going to go out?
You don't need a lot of dates, just a couple for Hake to jump on a plane, land in wherever it is, Portland or whatever, and then you see if there's chemistry.
Oh, Lord.
That's it. You don't have to date a long time.
I don't think he's interested.
He said the other day that he went on a date.
Yeah, with a
Yeah,
woman.
did you see that? Did you hear that?
I did
I was
hear
like, what? Yep, he went on a date.
Good for him.
I was like, you bastard. You bastard, it wasn't Terry.
Stacy, not me and Lupin together. Good God. uh, Stacy. God.
He gets around.
Huh?
He could probably get around.
He calls up drunk and asks her out. It's hilarious. He asked me out one time. I'm glad he still comes around. Lupin, you were here. You were here when he asked me to go to Chipotle.
Oh, yeah. And you were like, no, you have to take me to an authentic Mexican restaurant.
I didn't even realize he was asking me directly out. I thought he was just asking me if it was an appropriate venue for a first date.
Are you serious, Terry?
Yeah.
Isn't that like so obvious? Like I think it was just like you and him, and then he's talking about, and then he's like, do you think? And he was all awkward about it too. Do you think that that's a good Chipotle would be a good date? And I'm like, oh my god, just ask her out, dude, already.
Well, exactly. Like that's not really direct. It's not like, well, can I take you to Chipotle sometime?
And then you were like, you were savage. You were ruthless. You're like, no, I would never go on a date to Chipotle. I was like, oh, this poor guy.
I mean,
was funny.
I might go like, I don't know, like with somebody who I've been dating, you know?
Yeah.
Like maybe, but I still feel like, I don't know, a date, I'd rather.
I've seen lots of people have dates at Chipotle. Like every time I go to get Chipotle, there's a man and a woman together.
Are they like work husband and wife though? Like
No, they're younger.
Well, young people work.
No, they're having food at Chipotle.
Are they teenagers?
And they're being cute and shit with each other, so they're obviously dating.
Well, if you're already dating, like that's what I'm saying. If I'm already comfortable with someone, we've been on dates before, we've known each other for a while, I could see maybe like grabbing Chipotle together. I couldn't see taking a woman to Chipotle as your first date, though.
So Terry, you want to see some effort from the guy's part, because like Chipotle is so generic, it's whatever.
Yeah, I also like prefer real Mexican food too. Like
I did take a girl to a real Mexican place for a first date once, and it was actually pretty good. And it was nice because they had like good margaritas and shit.
It's not a good ambiance. Yeah, I feel like you have a much better experience at a real restaurant. You know, it's not a good ambiance. It's not as. I don't feel comfortable hanging out as long in Chipotle. It's like.
But if you want to, if you're doing a first date, like, don't you want something that's like easy to get out of if you really wanted to?
Yeah, something like short and quick.
Easy if I need to.
Yeah, like if you don't end up liking somebody, you could just be like, all right, I'm just gonna grab my food and go, or.
I don't know. But again, like I don't go on these dates that are with random people. You know, I feel like I know them enough to get through a date, even if it's like we're dating and we're talking and we're like, oh, realizing there's maybe differences. I feel like I can get through the date and be okay. Like
Chipotle is really slack, and they don't have any decor. It's like a cafeteria.
Yeah, exactly. It's not a nice ambiance for a date. It's not.
They actually used to have music on, I think, for a while, and they just stopped like even playing anything.
That's true, Irish Repub. Yeah, because they were trying to make it about money too, Irish Repub, and it's not about the money; it's about the quality. Like,
Wouldn't it be easier if the guy just said, asked the girl, like, "Hey, where do you want to go?"
hell no.
No.
No, I hate when guys do that. I mean, I'll come up with something, but for me,
This is why you're single.
to me that's a red flag with a guy.
I was gonna say that'd be amazing. That's so easy. You pick, and then there's no problem.
But the thing is, like, I want a guy to show me that he can lead, and if he doesn't know how to make a plan, and I have to make the plan, and he's the
He
one
already
asking,
started asking.
I feel like,
If he came to you and said, "I want to take you somewhere. Where do you want to eat?"
that's different. If he's like, I want to take you somewhere, where do you want to eat? But I mean, I don't know. I still might be like, why don't I prefer you to pick something?
There's not going to be like a perfect
Or I might
way.
be like, impress me. Something like that.
No.
You know, like, I don't know, impress me.
But for real, like I don't care. I'll take you to the damn buffet. I don't.
You would
For
take
a buffet.
a buffet.
A buffet sounds oh my god, I love buffets.
A fat heifer you would take to a buffet.
No,
Buffets are the
you should take
best.
that as a compliment. That'd be like, eat a cheeseburger, woman.
Do they have buffets with cheeseburgers?
No, I mean like you.
buffets.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with the buffet. There's a really good Mongolian buffet around here. We got there's a Chinese buffet that has like everything.
Okay, I do like a good Mongolian buffet. Not gonna lie, I do like, especially if they have the like, the wok where they cook it.
Yeah.
Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Love that for a date. That would be great for a date. That's
hmm
different.
Then you can have whatever you want.
Yeah, but I could have whatever I want with a place that has a menu too.
Man, I kind of miss that about Chicago where I grew up. There were all these like Greek restaurants that were 24 hours that literally had everything you could think of. 24 hours a day, you could just go there and just order any kind of food. They don't have that around here.
Tomas says, what about the man providing the woman with a short list? Well, that would be nice too. If a guy had a couple of ideas I could pick from, that would be nice. I would prefer that to like him being like, where you want to eat. Because let me tell you, every guy that's ever been like that has always been like a total beta. I dream of the man who's like going to be like, wear this, I'll pick you up at this time, or like meet me here at this time.
All right, now we're starting to think about like Hallmark movies and shit.
I know. What do you mean? Where this? This isn't a movie, Terry.
To dream of a guy that's like, I'm gonna make a plan and show you a nice time, and you don't have to like decide anything. I'm just gonna figure it out. Like, damn, it's so much to ask that a guy knows how to like pick a decent
Dress me. Dress me.
Make a damn reservation.
How am I going to dress you? I don't know your size.
I didn't say dress me. I didn't say dress me.
I said dress me. I might be oversimplifying it, and maybe I'm just a typical pick-me, but if the girl likes you enough, she's not gonna care. That's me. I didn't care if my husband, I don't even remember if my husband asked me or if he told me let's go here, or I know he asked me, where do you want to go? What are you in the mood for? I was always in the mood for sushi. But I don't remember, because when they like you enough, it's not even, that shit's not even, I'm sorry, that crap's not even gonna matter. Especially if they're thinking about the long term, the long run.
Yeah.
It does matter if a guy doesn't know how to make a plan. Like,
maybe
the point of dating is like a guy is supposed to show you that he's capable.
I don't know. I never thought about that, Terry. Like that never crossed my mind. I never was like, I wonder if this guy knows how to make a plan and blah blah. That never happened, and things worked out.
Well, things have not worked out for me. I've dealt with many men who are like, "What do you want to do?" and put everything on me, and then it's like they're totally, like not men, you know, and they put me on a pedestal and then knock me off, you know.
Right.
Like, I don't know. I'm just, you know, that's been my experience. It's like, you know, they're looking for mom. They're not looking for a woman. Yeah. Hi, sweetie. I don't know. Maybe this is just me. I mean, it's like, I'm not offended if a guy asks me where I want to eat. It's not a deal breaker, but it is like one of those things I'm like, okay, like, what's he going to be like? Is he asking me because he doesn't know how to make a plan?
Shit, I'm trying to think of the places I went on first dates. They weren't really memorable, so.
Right. I don't remember anything. Then again, I didn't date that much, but.
I think Chili's was one of them because they had the bottomless appetizers.
Ew, not Chili's. Oh.
Yeah. That one
husband
lasted like
loves
5 years though,
Chili's.
so that wasn't too bad.
I don't know. I've eaten there like maybe once. I remember hating it, thinking it was so gross.
Yeah, Chili's is not that good.
I liked it. And then what was the other one? I think the other one was like a bar and grill.
Yeah,
Texas
I know,
Roadhouse.
you guys
Yeah.
like, you know, if it's like that can happen like through the course of a marriage anyway, but like if I'm going into it and I already know like I'm going to be the adult in the situation and all the like planning's going to get put on me and like, you know.
Adriana's got a good idea.
What'd she say?
She said he can drop me off at the grocery store and then pick me up when I'm done and I'll cook.
No, that's not appropriate.
That's a great idea.
That's not appropriate for a first date. Where are you going to eat?
Yeah, well, it depends if they know each other from church or something and it's a first date. I think that would be okay, but if it's strangers, no, not in your home.
No, I don't even want a guy I know from church coming into my like home for our first date. I'm not comfortable with that.
Whatever, like
Because guys in church be trying to smash too.
I've met people at housewarming parties and shit like that.
You guys want to hear the cutest thing ever?
Yes.
So this is how my parents got engaged, okay? My parents met at church. My mom, she was 22 and my dad was 23. What's so funny? Did I say something funny?
No.
They're thinking, oh God. I'm over here talking about the sweetest way my parents met and this guy. And Irish Republic was like thinking about Pound Town. Jeez Louise. Anyway, they talked a few times at church, always at church, a few times. And then my dad was like, you want to go get some ice cream or whatever in San Diego? That's where they met. And they went on a double date because obviously you couldn't go out on a date with a guy by yourself. That was not appropriate. So they went and they were standing at the marina in San Diego looking at the twinkly lights and stuff. And my father proposed marriage to my mom. My dad turned to her and looked at her and said, if I could marry you tonight, I would marry you tonight. I would not wait a month or a year. And my mom was so flabbergasted. My mom was so shocked. She didn't say anything. So my dad assumed that was a yes. My dad assumed, and he's like, "We're gonna be so happy. We're gonna have so many kids, and blah 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 blah. I have to introduce you to my family." And my dad had so much personality and charisma, tall, dark, and handsome. So of course my mom said yes. But that's what happened. They went on one date
Wow.
and they got engaged. And then my mom was like, "Well, I'm gonna," and obviously they got to know each other out 1 year because he wanted to get married like 6 months. And my mom was like, I can't plan a wedding in 6 months. So it took a year. But yeah, that was it.
That's so beautiful.
But
I love San Diego. It's so pretty.
yeah, but it's like there were rules, and I think the rules made it so much easier for them.
Yeah, rules do make it easier. It's harder when there's no rules.
Right.
Dang.
I love double dates. I wish I could do more of them, honestly.
Bring me back to the good old days.
I know.
Well, anyway. Okay.
Now you can like pick girls out of a catalog.
I know.
That's all that like the online stuff is. Everybody's just ordering a
Yeah,
date.
it's like that. That's how I always see it. Like I had a friend over at my house before and she was swiping through Tinder. And I was like, man, she looks like me when I'm on Amazon. I said, you look like I look when I go shopping online. Ugh.
Yeah.
And then I think I talked about this, but she ended up dating a guy she met on there that had a skullet.
They had
You know what though? Like
Skullet for a couple
I'm
months.
not trying to put y'all women down, but like I've heard a lot of women say that they want to wait, they don't want to do it right away, but they always do.
Okay.
You mean sex?
Yeah, like a lot of women, they'll try to act like they're this like I'm not that kind of girl, and then they are that kind of girl.
And then they are that kind of girl. Well, I mean, it's it's unfortunate, but that's society.
That's why I don't be letting men in my house. I don't want them trying to like get me into some kind of situation, get my blood going or something like that.
Yeah, I never do this. I can't believe we just did that. Oh my god. You know.
I don't know. I am celibate, man. I don't know. I can't relate. I've been celibate most of my adult life. Like it's like I can't like if something like that did happen, like ugh.
Yeah, but you would never tell anybody you did it.
No, I'd be so ashamed. I might have to go to a Catholic church and confess to a priest.
But then it'll be all fine.
The priest will forgive you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the priest doesn't technically forgive you. They just help you with penance.
Right.
And like they counsel you and then give you penance so that your guilt is assuaged.
Isn't that so insane? Your guilt is assuaged. Then what the hell did Jesus Christ die for? I don't get it. It's so obvious.
People walk around with guilt, though. How am I going to get a man when you want to be alone? I don't want to be alone, but I don't want a man I'm not married to. Like, I don't want to risk like being in a situation that could lead to that
So
happening.
you meet some Tom Jones or whatever.
Would you protect me? Would you protect me? Would you help protect my purity?
I thought you said he doesn't even have teeth, Terry.
He don't have teeth. All he's got is claws.
How the heck is he gonna protect you?
I know he can't.
I'm so sad.
He's just gonna make some angry eyes, maybe cry a bit. Men are not going to do what I want. What do you mean, Stacy?
I've only met one girl that ever really did wait, like purposefully.
Yeah, that's not too common.
Dang, maybe y'all should be smarter about how you lie then, Golden Rule TV. Dang. Instead of being angry at women, why don't you all just do better?
You know that verse in the Bible? I love that verse in the Bible that says, "He who findeth a wife findeth a good thing." Nero is going to fight like that cat from Scary Movie. I don't know what movie that is. It's because it's so hard to find a wife. Like you can find a hoe everywhere, and you can find a girlfriend, and you can find a strong, independent woman, but actual wives are not very common, even in the Christian church.
Mm-hmm. I love you. You gonna protect me? You gonna protect me? That's so nice. Stacy says they're not going
Cats
to.
aren't allowed.
My husband won't let me get a cat.
Why not? You know all those memes that because you know why? It's gonna he's gonna bond with the cat. It's like family wants
Greg.
cat. Family wants cat. Dad says doesn't want cat. Family gets cat and dad are best buddies.
One time, I had a cat, and we only had one. I only had one nephew, my nephew, and he was like 4 years old, 3 years old. And the cat, my nephew got close to the cat, and the cat was young. I saved the cat, but it wasn't like I didn't pay for the cat. Anyway, the cat freaking scratched my nephew's face along the cheek, and I was so traumatized and I felt so horrible that I was like, I'm never getting a cat. I wanted to kill that cat. So I don't trust cats. And I told my husband that story, and when my feelings override me, I'm like, oh, I want to get a cat. He's like, no, remember what you said. So that's why. And dog.
You should never trust a cat. I don't know. I trust my cat. I know his ways, but you have to learn their ways. You have to learn what sets them off because they get set off. You know, you have to learn about them. You can't just.
I want a rag doll. If we do, I think in a few years we are gonna buy pets, but I do want a rag doll. But they're so expensive; it's insane.
I've never thought to myself, I would just love a box of shit in my house.
You can train the cat to go outside, I think.
Yeah, a lot of them do. He'd prefer.
Cats don't like to be trained, though.
That's true. I wouldn't mind the cat genie. I would have a cat genie. I wouldn't be scooping freaking poop in the air. Hell no.
She says they think, yeah, Adriana. I agree with Adriana. Who are they to insist? Like, and that's the thing. Like, I don't want. It ain't right.
Adriana, don't act like the man has to insist. It just happens.
Nothing just happens. What do you mean it just happens?
I don't think.
Sometimes it just happens.
What kind of girls have you been dating, Matthew? That's the problem.
When you're in your 20s and 30s, you could do whatever you want. You're grown, and people do grown things.
Yeah, but I'm also like, you know, I'm pretty sure of my. Yeah. I'm pretty confident that I don't have this problem, so I don't know.
No, I'm just saying in general.
Like, honestly, like, it doesn't just happen. It's a choice people make. Like, I'm willing to, like, honestly, I just want that good for society. ready for people to be having sex outside of marriage, period. So I don't want to engage in it. I don't want to contribute to it.
Well, it makes sense for you. You don't have any children, so you can't say that you haven't been trying to like be celibate. But if a guy like me came up to a girl and I'm like, here, I got two kids, I'm celibate. We're gonna wait till marriage. It just sounds funny.
Why does that sound funny?
Why does that sound funny?
Because obviously I'm not like
I would expect a man with kids to be very careful about who he slept with.
right. See?
I would expect him to like probably be celibate, honestly, especially if he's single.
The right woman is going to see that and be like, oh, wow, this guy's legit. And you know what I hate too? I hate when people are like, oh, you have to know. No, they're like, you have to have sex before marriage because you have to know about sexual compatibility.
Oh, that is such a nonsense concept.
What? I'm like, wow, Satan out here working overtime to confuse these poor people.
I had that with a friend because I told her like a couple of years ago, I was telling her that I wasn't gonna have sex outside of marriage, or that I'd come to that conclusion. And I'd been celibate for a few years before that anyway. And she was like, really? She was like, no way. She's like, I have to like do it. And like, I don't know. I was like, I don't know. I think like the thing is, from what I understand, like couples who are virgins when they marry report having much more, like, or much more contentment with their like, sexual life because they don't have any, anything to really compare it to. And then but people who have, multiple sexual partners or like are into that sexual compatibility thing, it's like, they're in their head, they're comparing, they're thinking like they're making that more important than all the other things that go into like a long-term relationship, like a marriage.
Right.
And it's not more important than like your values, how you get along, how you treat each other, your lifestyle. Like it's way less important. And how do you just get it annulled if you've consummated the marriage, Golden Rule TV? Like you can't really just annul a marriage that's been consummated. God, I can't. Silly. But this comment, yeah, I wanted to respond to Adriana's comment here because like that's so desperate. Like that's such desperate energy to just give in because you don't want the guy to leave. Like
Is that true?
huh? What?
That just, I mean,
Well, women will give it up because they don't want the guy to leave. Yeah. Of course, that's true.
That's really bad.
It is bad.
Because giving it up doesn't stop them from leaving.
I know, exactly. And like, there you are, you've done something you didn't want to do, or you wanted to wait and then you gave it up because you didn't want to lose this guy's affection, attention, so-called love. And he didn't have it for you, because if he did have it for you, he would honor you, you know? And he'd be
Right.
like, you know what, you're right. You've saved yourself, and you deserve to, you know, give that to your husband. But most people don't have any love.
Nobody got
Gregatron
love.
was saying something similar. Gregatron was saying something similar, that there are about women who have kids who say they're celibate. I don't know. I would think, like, I know if I were a single parent, like, big if right here, I'm like projecting, but I always figured that, like, if I ended up in that situation, I'd take myself out of the dating pool. Or, like, you know, I wouldn't be looking, I'd be celibate. If something came along, like, I'd grab it maybe, but not, like, I wouldn't put myself out there.
I think so, more so because I don't want to bring in someone into my kid's life that I don't know or trust.
Right, exactly. I mean, my dad did that with his girlfriends. Like, he moved a couple of girlfriends into our home, and it was so traumatic. Like, I can't imagine doing that to a kid. Especially like a girlfriend, you know, not a wife, not somebody that like a girlfriend.
Right.
Or moving a strange lady in your house.
All right.
How are you going to be celibate and you got kids? What do you mean, Gregatron? You celibate because you're not having. What do you think celibacy means? What?
Mina's got the hots for Cecil.
I know Mina's a little gay.
I think she goes both ways.
I think so too. Yeah, I know. Celibacy is it's a choice you make, right? It's like you make a choice at some point that you're not gonna engage in that activity. It's a proof that she had it or he had it. It's not a proof that they're currently having it. Pregnancy is a proof that maybe you've been having it. But, like, so if you've had it, you're just supposed to keep having it? Is that your argument? I don't understand. So if somebody's had it, they just have to keep having it until they die? You just have to keep having it? What? I don't think it worked that way.
No, if anything, you're more picky because
Yeah.
you're looking for someone that might be compatible at least enough to have a long-term relationship, because you obviously you spend more time with your kids than anything, so you'd need someone to be worth it.
Yeah. Yeah, you're not just bringing them around. Yeah, it's not just you that you have to worry about. It's your kids.
Because you already have your time's already precious. You probably work all the time, and then your kids take up all your time. Why would you want to waste time on a crappy date?
Yeah. Or, yeah, just getting it from somebody who's like a random. Especially if you're a woman. I understand why a guy might want to, like. But
It is funny. But realistically, she should be a lot more. I mean, maybe she was in a long-term relationship. Things just didn't end up right, and you're the first person she's seen since in the dating scene.
Hmm.
But it's funny. We're all like Christians, and we go do a Christian stream all the time, and all we do is talk about sex.
It's a big part of human reality. I mean, it's the fall, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Gregatron has a question. This is exciting. I love Gregatron's questions.
Golden rule. Have you read the Bible?
Yeah, all about the S word. Every bit of it. You're right. I never really thought of it that way. And Stacy says, in heaven, no one will ever be thinking about any of this. I know. Not even no kisses in heaven? What about a snuggle? Lord, would I marry a man who has 8 kids? Jeez.
That's a lot of kids.
Dang, yeah. He sounds pretty fertile. But the wife was passed away or divorced. I would not marry a man who was divorced, Gregatron. Widowed, widower. Are the kids grown? How old are the kids? It would depend on how old the kids are. Like, they'd have to be like, I don't know. Like, I don't think I could take care of any tender age children. Like, they'd have to be like at least school age. The man and I are the same age. The same age, dang. And he got all them kids. I mean, I know some couples that are my same age and they've got grown kids and then they have some tender age children as well.
Yeah.
So they had like kids when they first got married and then a couple years later and then some years later and then some years later, you know, like the kids come every like few years. So, but 8 kids, like, I don't know, he's my age and he has 8 kids. I don't know. It's a lot. It's a lot, Gregatron. I don't know. Like, I don't know if I would be good for that situation or not. Like, do I have it in me to be like a stepmom to all them kids? Would I be good for the children? Would I be like, would I take from them? It's a lot.
I hope some of them are grown.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I would think of at least a few of them would be grown. Stacy says it's being cucked. Wow. Do you think so, Stacy? I mean, I know women who've gotten involved with like, or they like married a guy who already had kids from previous marriage and then they got pregnant right away. So like they're taking care of these 2 kids or like 3 kids and then they get pregnant and then they got the baby to take care of and then the other kids and then they got, you know, another one on the way. Like I worked with a girl like that. She had her husband who has been previously married, had a couple of kids, got her pregnant right away, had a kid, and then she got pregnant again like pretty quickly after that. And I'm like, oh my God. And she was so young too. She was so young. She was in her early 20s. And I was like, man, here you are, 23 years old with 4 kids. Dang.
You want to hear a weird story?
Yeah.
There was a girl, she was one of my best friends growing up. And her mom had her with her first husband, and then she got remarried. And at that point, that's when I met her and her family. They were good friends of our family, and we all did everything together. Well, she ended up leaving her second husband after 2 more kids. Then she got married again and had 2 more kids.
Whoa.
So she's already had 3 marriages and 6 kids. And then I want to say 10, 15 years later, when most of the kids are all about grown up, she got back with the original husband and they're married again and they both run a church. He's the pastor.
Whoa. That's wild.
Like
I'm glad that God restored their marriage.
I don't know how it happened. Like one day I just saw them together again and I was like, wow, they look so much older. But like now they're like, all they do is talk about Christ and everything on her Facebook is about Christ and their church. Because I don't remember her ever being a church going person or him either. He was in a band. He was an awesome drummer. They lived the party life and all that. And then her actual like first husband, their family, they were trying to set us up for marriage, me and her. And like, they were Italian and he was like, I went to our graduation party and so her dad comes up and he's like, all right, Matthew, you know what this means now, right? He's like, you know that black Cadillac in the front? And Jenny's sitting right there. That was her name. He goes, that's yours. All you got to do is get married. And I'm like, it sounds like a good deal. She punched me. So then that's when her grandparents were there. And they're like, ever since we seen you at T-ball, we knew you were going to be the one for our Jenny. And then we both moved off and did our own thing. But then that's the same thing. It's like they had like the weirdest, I don't know, like, and the weird thing is all the families, her past husbands and the kids and all the cousins and stuff, they'll all have parties together. Like everybody will come over and eat. Like it's a huge, big family event. It's just the strangest thing.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
What a mess. That's so messy. That is
I mean, it's
wild.
messy, but it's really cool at the same time, I guess.
Yeah. Mena says that her sister married an Italian and she wouldn't recommend it. Well, I don't know. An Italian woman is different than an Italian man. I don't know, Stacey. How does anyone have 8 kids? How does a man get in a situation with, I don't know. No. Oh God, I watched a video today of a woman who talked about she had 6 kids and 5 different baby daddies. And she's like talking about what happened to all of them. The first one ended up transitioning and living as a woman in Atlanta. The second one ended up in a nursing home. He got dementia. The third one ended up in prison for 20 years because he was robbing like boats, something like that. Like,
wow.
Yeah, fourth one was dead. He got killed or something. And the fifth
There's
one,
some bad luck.
Into the fifth one. I know, it was crazy. It was crazy. It's like the fifth one that she had her last 2 kids with, like, I don't remember what happened to him though. But it was wow.
Dude, people get into some crazy things, man.
That's true. That's true. But I don't know. It sounds like a very rough life having multiple men that are the fathers.
Well, yeah, your kids suffer for it too.
Yeah, and the I don't know. I've heard about stories where like one child will have a father that's involved in their life and the others won't, and they it causes animosity between the siblings.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds like she was the problem. You think, Cecil? I don't know. She didn't cause. I don't know. Like her first baby daddy transitioning was probably not her fault. Hey, that's true, Jado. How does an Italian woman change a light bulb? She doesn't. The light bulb revolves around her.
I don't know. I don't think you plan on having a step family.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know that step parents never work. You can only make the best of it. I don't know. I'm not down on step parents. I have a stepfather who's really nice. Of course, he didn't raise me, so I'd probably feel differently about it if, I'd been in a situation where I was living in their household, and not with my father. But he's very, decent to me and kind and does, I don't know. Tells people I'm his daughter and such, which is sweet. I think he wanted a daughter and never had one. So he had my 2 brothers, but I think he wanted a daughter.
Mm.
It says your stepdad is an ass, Terry. We all hate him.
What?
Why do you hate Mike? Why do y'all hate Mike? Mike's a good guy. You hate Mike? I mean, he has his, as all people do, can be, but we bear with one another in love. I don't think she's kidding. I think she's mean. She's being mean. Mike, who married my poor troubled mother and gave her stability and responsibility and dealt with her and,
What time is it in Australia right now?
I'm thinking it's probably a decent time there. I'm up late. She's usually.
She's probably drinking in the morning now.
Yeah, she starts early. Tomas says it's not sweet, it's diluted. I mean, I don't know. It's 6:30 p.m. Okay, nice. Nice. But
You have a broker, Stacy?
Stacy got a broker. She's so fancy with her fancy broker. Get it, girl.
Wow.
Poor step parent. I feel bad for the step parents out here.
Stacy, did you see how bad the altcoins are doing right now?
Are they doing badly?
Yeah. About to flip.
I don't want to flip. I don't know. Where were you, Latin Callie? We wanted you here. Oh, Gregatron going to be working on MLK Day, double time.
Same here. Oh, no, I'm not. I'm lying. Isn't it on Monday?
Well, his technical birthday is tomorrow, or today, actually. It's today. Happy birthday, Martin Luther King Jr.
Hey, what's up, Latina?
Stacy says it's at an all-time high. Let me go look at my investments. Hold up. I feel like, let's see. Let me just check something. Okay, let's see. How we doing?
Stacy's broker is Robinhood.
No, my XRP down a little bit, but you know what? It's up from where it was when I bought it.
Yeah, they're still going up.
Come on, XRP.
I just made y'all look, though, didn't I?
My Dogecoin's doing pretty good, too. Doge is up. Dips don't bother me anyway. That's when you buy more. That's true.
Yeah, you gotta wait till the whales sell some off. Stacy, did you really buy Sheba?
He died for our sins, as any Christian should. He died for us to get nice sales at the mall. Are there going to be some MLK Day sales? That means I made money? Hell yeah, I'm making money.
I don't know. I don't really recognize MLK Day.
Tomas, why is that hilarious that my Doge has gone up?
Stacy likes Sheba. Isn't that a dog's name?
Shib, well, like the Shib, that's like an altcoin, the Shib Inu, because of that meme. MLK was American Baptist pastor. He's part of the same denomination as me, y'all. Stop it. You can't talk about it like that. You can't talk about him like that. You know what else? We're going to have an MLK dinner or lunch at my church this Sunday. We're going to have a meal together in honor of MLK Day. Golden Rule TV says, sure he was. Well, I mean, he was. You can dispute if you don't think that he was a Christian or something. I don't agree with you, but like, he was a reverend in the American Baptist Church.
He did.
He did. How many GFs did MLK have? Probably more than you, Golden Rule TV.
Damn.
Oh. Talking smack. Don't tell your church what JLP says. I won't.
Yeah, they'll just be like, "You're crazy and racist."
Well, you know, I don't really agree with what JLP says about MLK.
I don't know.
I'm not. Wait. That's so Christian-like. What?
Like
Why
half the people that are
Are you a better man than him? Have you not fallen into fornication with women? Have you not been lustful with women, Golden Rule TV? Like, why are you judging him for a sin that you're also guilty of?
I just don't know if some people's importance is really as important as they should be like remembered for. Because like nowadays there's so many fakes.
That's true. I mean, and who gets, you know, I mean, a big part of why he became so prominent was that he was one of the few like Southern preachers that didn't have any ties to the Communist Party. So as far as civil rights went, you know, he, you know, his hands were clean in that regard, even though he was a socialist. Why am I ignoring what he did? I'm not ignoring what he did, but why am I going to dwell on it? What will you want me to sit up here and dwell on the fact that he committed adultery?
I got the documents.
Like, okay, like woohoo, him and how many other powerful men throughout history have committed adultery? Am I supposed to judge a man completely because he committed adultery? I don't see it that way. I don't think it's right. I'm not for it, but it's like also I'm not going to completely judge a man because, oh, he committed adultery.
Oh my gosh, Maina.
Mina's crazy.
Who's Mark?
Mark.
Oh,
Mark from LA.
man, I haven't heard him. He hasn't called in a long time.
I know he's not happy with Hake. I don't think he likes Hake anymore. He feels like Hake is not pro-white enough.
Yeah.
Maybe he's not. I don't know.
Maybe Hake's weak.
I feel like maybe just Hake isn't Hanks just does his own thing, and he's not really out for any agenda. He just says the truth where he sees it, and he's not interested in like he's not into it the way other people are into it, you know? Because I've never
Yeah.
got the impression
Well,
watching.
Mark is way off into one direction.
Yeah, I've never got the impression that Hake was one of those guys. So when people
Right.
call him like a Nazi or like a white supremacist, I'm like, he don't seem like that type. He seems like he gets along
I
well.
don't think I don't think Mark was a Nazi. I just think he's just very hung up on
No,
the idea of the white race.
well, I mean, what makes someone, a Nazi anyway? Like,
He kind of just has like a very, yeah.
he seems to think he does seem to be pro-fascism. He spoke favorably of like,
He also thinks of himself as a Christian.
yeah. So his racism was so refreshing. I know. I hope so too. Golden Rule TV. God, how horrible. I think he's in the city though. I don't think he's like out in the hills. I got that impression just from based on calls he made that because he seemed
I don't know where he lives.
he seemed to be around the blacks. He seemed like he would be like talking to blacks at the bus stop. Like I think he's in the heart of the city.
Yeah, but the thing is, all he really wanted was for segregation.
Mm. Mano says it would be you miss Earl. Oh, Earl.
I don't even know who this Earl is anymore. Hasn't it been so long? Maybe I've heard of him before, but I can't remember him.
You're so good boy. Nobody is safe in that city. God, I hope not. I'm very like these fires.
I just like to talk in Hake's chat because I want to make sure everybody has a way of hearing the truth of flat Earth.
Do you love me? The truth of flat Earth.
Yeah, I don't remember Earl, Greg.
I've like watched old episodes where he called in, and they were funny calls. Like Steven is like not as funny. Yeah, save yourself, Adriana. Don't. Mars is also flat. It's all flat. It is a good chat. I agree. It's fun. It's fun. It's also fun how he reacts to the chat.
Hake's in everybody's chat.
Everybody's chat.
And actually, I like that Nick finally came back to the afternoons
I don't.
because then it gives me time to actually listen to him. Because usually he would come on so late, but it was like when I was busy.
Nick used to come on right as like I like the 4 p.m. slot because it would be coming on like right when I'd be like getting my work finished, winding down my job at work. So I would be listening to it a bit, finishing up my tasks, cleaning up my desk, and getting ready to log out. And there would be Nick coming on, and I'd be like, okay, this is nice. I liked having the little break in the afternoon to like get some work done. And now I feel like I can't watch them all back to back. I really can't. Like,
No, I don't usually.
It's too much for me to JLP, then Hake, then Joel, then Nick. It's like exhausting.
No, I don't watch them all every day.
But I want to support my boys.
I don't even know what I watched on election night now.
I think I watched Nick's show a bit that night, and then I think I watched Lupin's show. Lupin did a show on his channel. I think I came on there briefly and talked to him and Stump, maybe. But I went to bed kind of early that night because I was like, I didn't care. Like at a certain point, I was just like, okay, like I'm not really willing to wait up for this. I'll see what happens in the morning.
Yeah.
And then I woke up in the morning and found that President Trump was reelected, and I had helped make America great again.
And the thing was, he was always winning the whole night.
Yeah, I think so too. They just have to make it interesting for,
Right.
Oh, that's nice. Irish Pub says he watches Young Turks for the weeping. That's right.
They're going through a change right now. Because, like, she's kind of moving away from it. He's kind of fallen out from the whole traditional, like, left. Because they're going back on their party now. And I don't know. I think the whole left is going upside down.
I have no idea. I never liked them.
No, I've never liked them.
I've always found them really impossible to watch.
It's so pitiful, too. Like, if you go back and watch the Young Turks during election night, it is so hilarious. Like, they're so delusional the whole time.
Adriana says, if you're a woman and you voted for Trump, know that you have overcome your emotions. Is that true, though? I don't think it's necessarily true. I think a lot of women who voted for Trump were emotional.
And California allegedly voted more red.
Yeah, I was looking at the individual West Coast states, and Oregon, I can't remember the exact amounts. I think California was like 44% red.
Yeah.
And
The whole map changed.
And then Oregon was like something like, I don't know, I'd have to look again, but it was like higher than that. It was like 48% or something. It was like close.
Yeah.
Which is exciting, honestly, to think that there's a change happening in that regard, especially in these like very, I don't know, very blue states. Washington didn't look too good, though. Washington was pretty.
Yeah, Illinois was swapping.
Oh, God, that was so horrible. That commercial that was such a stupid commercial. Like these two women, like,
Oh, yeah.
do the right thing. Like, what was that? What even was that? Like, seriously. And the thing about it, too, that irritated me more than anything, and this is a part, like, I called into Punchy and mentioned this about, like, feminism, stuff like that, like, that kind of thing was why I didn't like, or why I had an aversion to women sometimes, or, like, didn't respect other women, or that kind of thing. Like, stuff like that. Like, you honestly would, like, feel the need to lie to your husband about your vote?
That was a reach.
That's like, so I was reaching, or just the whole concept?
No, they were reaching with that ad.
Yeah,
Because
but I do know women that, like, they are sneaky like that, or they won't, like, be honest. And it's just like, that's your husband, and you can't tell him the truth. Or you can't,
Right.
like, stand up. You can't even, like, you don't even have the ovaries to be like, you know what? I don't agree.
Yeah, but why would an ad be any more important than all the time and discussions you have with your own husband? It doesn't make any sense.
It shouldn't be. I'm kind of freaked out, Matthew Armand on T-Bone's husband stream. What?
She's so drunk.
Just surrender to Matthew, Terry, your job. Oh, I think she's shipping us. Aw, that's cute. She's shipping us.
She's what?
She's shipping us. She's wanting us to be in a relationship. She's wanting us to.
She does that. She does that for everybody.
That's true. It's cute. It's like, aw, Mayna's shipping us.
Shipping.
My job is
Well-
dumb anyway. I mean, I wouldn't say my job is dumb, Mayna. It's, it's not like, I wouldn't say it's dumb. Yeah. I don't know how to really respond to that. It's probably not more fulfilling than being a wife and mother, but I wouldn't say it's dumb.
Well, they had that whole desperation thing with all the artists that were getting together for their rally.
Yeah. I know, like Beyonce. When they
Beyonce.
started bringing out all the celebrities, and they had to pay them. They had to pay them. Like, it's not like these people were doing
I don't know. Did they pay Eminem and all them?
I don't know that they paid all of them, but they paid a lot of them that were like coming and doing these rallies and endorsements. Yeah.
I think a lot of them did it out of like party requirements. I don't know, like all these people that have a lot of other people invested in them, so they have to do it.
Gregotron, I learned shipping, I think, from Tumblr. I didn't invent the term. It's dumb, stupid lady, submit to the cool guy. Jesus Christ.
Skibbity.
Mayna.
Does Mayna have kids?
Mayna has 3 kids, apparently.
How old are your kids, Mayna?
She probably don't want to give that information out.
Are they like
Shipping
older?
is like relationship. Yeah, I think they're grown. Relationship. So like the shipping is to wish for 2 people to be in a relationship. It happens when you're like watching a TV show and you hope 2 characters get together.
Yeah, Adriana, they were all about the abortion tip because that was like their only real stick in the game for the lefties, that abortion was like their only thing that they were running on.
Wasn't she saying that she hopes her daughter, poor little Blue Ivy, gonna get her first abortion? Mommy's gonna take her down to the clinic. It'll be an Instagrammable moment. I'm just I can imagine some of these celebrities doing stuff like that. God, yeah, the vasectomy buses were pretty crazy too. They don't want people having kids.
Vasectomy buses?
Yeah, there were like outside the DNC, they had like these buses that were performing vasectomies and advertising vasectomies.
That's the first I've heard of it.
Oh yeah, no, people were freaking out about it. It was crazy. I think they had some buses that were giving out like abortion pills too, or like maybe at morning after pills. I'm not sure.
Oh, the Plan B.
They were, yeah.
But yeah, their right to abortions was the only thing that kept them there.
It's
For
not.
women, I think.
Yeah, it's not very inspiring political campaign to run on.
Because they couldn't run on anything like economy-wise whatsoever.
I know, but I know that's the other thing about it too. Like it was a very weak campaign. I wonder if they even wanted to win.
Well, I don't know if there had to be a plan, and Biden was supposed to probably be like in better shape, and then he declined like suddenly, and that's why they had to throw her in there. Because
Yeah.
I know they wanted Biden in there still because they were just using him. And then she's just dumb enough that they could use her too, and she's greedy. So, but nobody trusted that she did anything, and the media tried to write it like she was doing things. But I don't know.
I'm sure with Biden being in the state he is, she probably took on extra responsibilities.
Right.
But the fact that he was in such a state, and I don't know, that whole thing really bothered me. I don't think they should have taken him out of the running, honestly. I think that was very a confidence knock to me, because what it signals to me was that they were like, I don't know, there were a number of things I found bad about it.
Yeah.
For one, that they would keep it covered up so long that he was in such decline. Secondly, that I don't know, I just found it really insane.
Well, his wife was just using him,
Yeah.
and she wanted to be. Instead of just saying, "All right, Joe, this should be it," she wanted it. He's her cash cow. So she was using him. Nancy Pelosi and the rest of them were all using him, and they were all moral. Like, even if you hate the guy, you should at least know that like he deserves better as a senior with dementia to get better, treatment, especially from who was supposed to be his wife.
His family, yeah.
Right.
And his friends and his colleagues should have treated him better. I found it really disgraceful. Jill said, God said it, I want it. And it's out that now that hold on. It's out now that he was like that before the first term. How can the Dem Party even continue?
Yeah, the first term wasn't even, in my opinion, they're still looking into those votes that just like that shouldn't have existed. You know how he said he had the most votes of any president? We can't find those votes this time either. Like, and it was overwhelmingly Trump winning.
Yeah. I don't have much confidence.
I was just happy that my county or parish voted for Trump. And then after that, I was just like, whatever. When I found out my parish all voted for Trump, even though I thought that they would vote for a Democrat, I was just like, oh, there's no way. Because a lot of these areas around here are totally Democrat. So the only ones that voted Democrat in this whole area was actual Orleans Parish, which is the city. And a lot of them people are sick of the mayor. The mayor's had so many things going on in the back. Like, she's been renting out this apartment with some boyfriend of hers for so long, and all on taxpayers' money, and even the regular media is getting in on it and trying to bring it to light. And all she has to do is say, no, those are lies. And then all the black ladies are like, they just hating on the black lady. And they just keep voting her back in because she's black. And then she gets this, we couldn't get any good police over here, right? So she gets this old white lady that looks like she should be a Walmart greeter. And she's now the police chief. And nobody respects her. They can't hire anybody. Like literally, they've been down like over 1,000 police officers for the past 3 years. So we've had no cops on the streets, and they lie and say that these homicides aren't happening every day. They say that they've had the best crime rates in all of history. They'll say it on TV all day long. And then that thing with the New Orleans terrorist bombing and all that happened, and I wasn't surprised.
God. They did look rather, I don't know, it wasn't very confidence making. It didn't instill confidence, the videos of the reports after the attacks where, yeah, the chief of police was this elderly white lady. She looked too small for her uniform.
Yeah.
Well, like she looked like she was wearing her dad's uniform or something.
Exactly. She don't even look like she should be there. And the way she talks, she's just like emotional. She's not calming at all. She doesn't impose any kind of like strength. So I don't understand how you're supposed to overcome all these criminals with mama's love, you know?
No. Oh, Gregatron. Good night.
Night, Greg.
Thanks for the fun question about. Apparently, one of his, yeah, he asked me if I would marry a man who had 8 kids. But apparently, one of his friends married a woman that had 8 kids. He was saying in the chat. I forgot to respond to that. Like, that's wild. Were they all from the same dad? I didn't get to ask that.
Yeah. Yeah, they were all.
Not kids, Mina. Come on.
It's almost 3 a.m.
I know. I'm up late. It's almost 1. We was having a good combo tonight, though.
Yeah.
Adriana says she wants a man with 3 baby mamas. I thought you wanted a Chad virgin. A Chad virgin with 3 baby mamas.
Adriana don't know what she wants.
Most ladies, though, a man with 3 baby mamas. God, that would be horrible.
I think Cecil fell asleep with her baby in her arms.
I think so, too. I don't know. She was here a moment ago. Chad virgin needs a Stacy virgin.
Stacy's a virgin.
She might be.
Wow.
I never asked. Adriana says she changed her mind. She wants a man that shows he can handle many kids.
She's not very stable then.
I don't know. I've been catching up on, I don't know. Y'all know about my sister wives watching that trashy TV show.
You're watching Sister Wives right now.
I'm not watching it right now. I just watch it in general. And then I follow some of the community online, you know, that's in it, which is bad because that's just like, it is nice to see though other people's opinions and responses to it because I have my own, and it's nice to have things validated. I think sometimes the women get out of control though because they get like really worked up about it. but I don't know. There was somebody's critiquing different scenes from like the first season where they're like, okay, this went down the way it did, like, and it was gonna go down this way regardless.
Didn't they all end? Like, what season are they in now?
I think 18 or 19.
So, did they all end up splitting up, or is it still going on?
The show's still going on, but like this season, the wife that left him first, she's gotten married to a new guy. Of course,
Already?
It was a couple of years, and she was never really married to Cody, and they'd been like not intimate for years, and they'd been like he wasn't staying at her house, nothing, like for years. Yeah, so she's split from him, so she's gotten remarried in this season. And then the second wife that broke up with him, they're separated. They're not calling it divorced yet, but like she's done. She's still like part of the faith though. She still believes in like the principle of plural marriage. So she's hesitant to like totally make an exit. And then his first wife, who he legally divorced like 10 years ago so that he could marry his fourth wife. So they finagled this thing like 10 years ago where his first wife was convinced to divorce him so that he could marry the fourth wife and adopt her kids from a previous marriage. So, and obviously when that happened, like he was kind of done with his first wife at that point anyway. And like, at that point, she just kind of stuck around and was like part of the family, but not really, you know?
Wow.
So they finally she's actually just in this season, he basically told her that he was done with her. Like he strung her along for years, basically making her think that like they could rekindle their marriage, And then like, he made it clear that that wasn't gonna happen finally to her. So she went to their church and got I don't know what it's called, like a release, they call it, from the marriage. So she's been released. So they're, I guess, spiritually divorced now. And then she like moved. So they filmed all of that, and he's like asked his fourth wife to be monogamous with him. But there, in the first season, his fourth wife, she was talking about how like difficult, or people say like that it's difficult for a man to be like there he had 13 kids at the time. It's difficult for a man to be there for 13 children.
Yeah.
And she's like, well, this is what people say, and like, or something. And then she brought in her kids from the previous marriage, which were 3 kids. She had 3 kids, and then they had 2 more kids together. So like, yeah, it's what, 18 kids? So
18 kids.
I know, 18 kids he became responsible for, or father to, because he adopted her children. It's really wild. Like, how does a man like give 18 kids fatherhood? Like, how does
he's obviously not.
No, his kids hate him. His grown kids like won't have anything to do with him.
Right.
Like, a lot of them resent the way that he treated their mothers, obviously. And or that he played favorites with his wives, that kind of thing. And then one of his sons committed suicide, which is really tragic. And And then his only child, his daughter with his first wife, has transed out.
Jeez.
I know.
I bet they just, a lot of it might have stick together just for the sake of a show.
Yeah, I think a lot of it has had to do with money, but like now his wives are trying to split the assets, you know? So it's going to get interesting. And apparently, like the first wife and the second wife have gotten they've gotten lawyers now. The third wife, she was very smart and strategic about how she made her exit. So she made sure that she got a house in her name when they moved to Flagstaff. Because this is the other thing, he moves his family every 5 years.
Weird.
It's clockwork. Like every 5 years, he has to move. So they lived in Wyoming, they lived in Utah, they lived in Las Vegas, then they moved to Flagstaff. And he's just moved again with his fourth wife. They just moved not out of town, but they moved basically from their McMansion into a bigger McMansion.
Huh.
And like, yeah, the disparity in how the wives were living was pretty astounding. Like his second wife, she ended up, like they bought this land that they were intending to build on in Arizona.
Yeah.
They were intending to build on it. And so she like got this RV and decided to like live out on the land for a while in the hopes that it would inspire them to come out to the land more and start building on it, which didn't happen. And then when winter came, she and her daughter moved into an apartment. So you have this contrast of like one wife living in a McMansion and the other one renting a like 2-bedroom apartment.
Well, are you really even married then by that point? Like,
Yeah, well, they were
maybe
never.
on paper and everything, but like what he does is he moves every 5 years so he can get away from the old ones and just bring along whoever he still wants around.
Well, yeah, and also I think it's just like there's a lot of reasons for it. A lot of it is just about like finances and that kind of thing and kind of finagling things. And I think also he just has itchy feet. But yeah, I mean, all of his wives moved with him to Flagstaff. Like everybody moved there. And then, but yeah, the third one was the one that left first. And because she planned it, she got the house in her name. She was able to like, when they decided to split or when she decided to leave him, she was like, look, you can have my plot of land, you know, at the property, and I'll just take the house and exit with that asset. So they split the assets that way. But his second wife, she was the one who advised the third wife to do that. Like she was like, don't leave, you know, if you don't have anything in your name, like
Right.
make sure you have assets when you leave so that, you know, you aren't financially ruined. The second wife was like one of the biggest breadwinners of the family, and she like she handled the finances for the family, she did the accounting for the family and everything. And she's the one in this position of, even though she knows finances and being responsible, ends up in the position of like having no assets in her name. So she's like very serious about getting her share of that property.
Yeah, but splitting it over that many people.
Yeah, so it's 4 plots of land split between, I mean, I don't know.
Well, all they would have to do in a divorce is they'd have to sell it, yeah. Or someone buys out somebody else.
Right. I don't know. It's going to be interesting. So yeah, there's all this like financial legal stuff happening, and then I don't know. There's, you know, they do scenes with like what the wives are up to in their different lives. So one has moved, or 2 are living in Utah. I don't know where Janelle is living. She's a second wife, but I don't know. What are you talking about, Maina? None of this is impressive. I'm gossiping about a TV show. It's not intelligent conversation.
Mina's been drunk since lunch.
Mana, stop it. This isn't smart. I mean,
They're
although
probably going to string that out
there are
even more
lessons to be
seasons.
learned. Yeah, definitely. I mean, as long as people are going to get a paycheck, and we love watching it, and
They did that with My Teenage Mom's Life or something, whatever.
really,
Yeah, like even after everything was all over, and they would just keep coming back with it, with more seasons.
I mean, if people are watching it, you know.
Shit.
I don't know. I'm watching it. Look at me.
I don't watch any of that.
It's so nonsensical. But I don't know. When I broke my arm years ago, I like had nothing to do. I was basically just like, you know, inside healing forever.
You
So
watching that, and I was watching Trailer Park Boys or something.
yeah, I was watching. So I got into watching Sister Wives because it had so many seasons, and then I got into like True Blood. I watched that. God, that was bad. Bunch of trashy TV, just tons of trashy TV.
Did you even watch Breaking Bad?
Oh yeah, I watched it a couple times.
Yeah, that was good.
I liked Breaking Bad. I wouldn't call it trashy. I thought it was really well done.
That was excellent.
Mana, I got no smarts. I don't know. What are you talking about, Mana? What are you talking about? Like smarts?
Who dresses you, Mana?
What is she talking about? Like, why does she always attack me? Like, she always attacks me. She's like, "You're not as smart as you think you are," and then she's like, turns around and be like, "You're smarts." We're just chatting. Like, what are you talking about? What can I do to please Mana?
I don't know. Tell her to get on the panel.
Yeah, get up here, Mana. Cody.
I want to hear her smoke her voice.
Stacy says Cody has the creepiest curly hair. His hair is in a mess too. Yeah, his hair is a hot mess. It's so funny because like Christine, like he's been going bald a long time, Cody, but he like does this really weird comb over thing. I don't know. And it's interesting that his third wife, she now that she's gotten remarried, she married a totally bald guy. It's kind of funny. It's like, because I imagine if you were with a guy and he wouldn't let the hair go for many years, and you're just looking at it, and it's like he's so precious with it, and he's always doing something to it, and he's like, and it's just crazy. That, yeah, finding a guy who is like secure in his baldness would be a relief. Be like, finally.
Oh, Cecil's trying to go to sleep. I thought she was sleeping with her baby by now.
Mana's smoker voice to put me to sleep. She's like, no effing way, jerks. Mana
You know Marge Simpson's sisters?
Oh yeah, Patty and Selma.
Yeah, that's what I think she sounds like.
Gotta take magnesium with the liquid conolidine, and it's brutal, Terry. Get the ointment if you try it. Wait, what?
I'm not sure.
I gotta take magnesium with it. So I gotta get 2 supplements if I take it. Seesaw, your voice is not manly.
No.
No, not in the slightest. I love when she calls in. We love when Seesaw calls in.
Yep.
Hola, hola, guys. You sound like you're stirring like some soup when you call in sometimes. And that you got like the phone on one, like, I just picture you, even though I know you're probably calling on a cell phone, but I just
Isn't
imagine.
that what
like,
Hake said?
what?
Didn't Hake say he thought she had her baby on the hip or something?
Yeah, like a baby on one hip, and then she's got the phone on one, like balanced, or like, you know how like women used to do with the cord phones.
Yeah.
Put one on the shoulder, and she's like holding it like this, and she's got the baby in the arm, and then she's stirring this pot with like the arm.
Yep.
She's doing.
What will I do with these kids?
Hola, Hank. Hola, Nicholas. I'm so jealous of those girl with girly, sweet voices.
Whatever, you do that.
No, that's what Seesaw said. I can't control my girly, sweet voice. It'll come out when it comes out.
Hi, Hake.
Shut up. Hi. I have no control over it. It just happens. I sound like a 12-year-old stalker, Adriana. Maybe a bit. I hadn't thought of that, but yeah, maybe a bit you do.
All right, I gotta go to bed.
All right, Matthew. Thanks for being here.
It was fun talking.
Yeah.
All right.
Appreciate hearing your perspective.
Good night, chat.
Say goodnight, chat. Oh, there he is. Goodbye. It's not intentional, Golden Rule TV. I can't help it, Seesaw. I can't help it. It is what it is. I have no control over these things, you know? If only I could control it. If only I could sound mature and like, you know, not like a little girl. You think I want to sound like a little girl? I don't. But if I sound sweet, that's good. Sounding sweet is probably good. Well, I don't know. Now that my last guest has departed, what will we talk about together? Should I get back on Reddit? I should go to bed shortly. You only tease me. Yeah, we love Matthew, Maina. He's also funny, Maina. Matthew is funny as well. We only tease you because we like you. I should hope so. We hit you because we love you. Yeah. No, don't hit me. Matthew is cool. Everybody love Matthew. We all love Matthew. Matthew's one of us. Interesting conversation he had with like Daniel and he and Daniel and Lupin and David were on the chat. That was interesting. Having some theological conversations on the Terri Strange channel. I appreciated that. I wasn't completely paying attention because I was working on my little drawing painting thing. Y'all want to see where I got with it? I don't know how I'm feeling about it, to be honest. I'm kind of looking at it like, what the? Here we are. I don't know what to think about it. Should I continue with the pattern like over the whole thing? Should I do something else with it? I don't know. I do like these markers though. They were a good investment. Yeah, it's my art. This is what I was working on when the boys were talking with one another. While the boys were going off about that, I was like getting into my little drawing. My little canvas. Doing my little patterns on it. IDK, what I think about it though. It looks cool, you think? Thank you. Yeah. Doing my little drawings. What can I say? Just on here doing my little drawings. Listening to, having my little chats, doing my little drawings tonight. I did my nails last time. I was on Daniel's channel. I was like painting my nails, did them. I got this like glitter nail polish. I wonder if it'll get picked up here. It's, yeah, there we go. Really, it has a lot of different colors. I thought it looked kind of like party colors. They're interesting. What do y'all think about that? So yeah. Oh, they're simping for Matthew. Right on. Latin A appreciated seeing him on the panel. It was good. We had some good conversation tonight. Latin A didn't come on though. It's too bad. We could have heard about Gavin the Gruesome Newsome. We did watch a little video of him where he was kind of dancing, or like, I don't know if dancing is what I would call it, but he was kind of like moving weirdly in it. I know, Matthew, it's a darn shame. I'm just enjoying not working so much. I do miss most of JLP. And yesterday I was late getting to the Hake report. Like I slept in like until 9:30. And then I like came up, I was like, oh, here we go. Hi guys. My bad. So tomorrow, I don't know, I probably won't sleep in too much tomorrow because I've got some stuff I gotta do. But yeah, it's been fun. I've been having fun. What can I say? My birthday week is almost over, guys. Well, I'm going to cut out. It's been real. Thank you for being here. Thanks for those who joined and kept it going as long as it did go. Almost 9 hours, not quite. Not my longest stream, but you know, not my shortest either. Anyway, have a good night, everybody. I'll see you another time. Keep it strange. That's right, Maina, I'm 30. Exactly. Thank you for asking. 30 years old. Can you believe it? Time flies.